fool the rest, but you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't.
Hello, everyone. This is Pops, and we're here today. We're going to talk about what I believe is going on in Antarctica. And also, we're going to talk about all the corruption that's going on. So, with no further ado, let's get rolling. So, let's go to Antarctica. I don't know exactly how many countries because I didn't write it down, but there's like 190 countries or something all signed a peace treaty not to explore Antarctica, only like maybe the first 20 miles after. They got all their like research stations as a cover in the like first 20 miles, and that's it. You can't go no deeper. Now, you have to realize how big Antarctica is. A lot of people don't know. Antarctica is 1.5 times the size of the U.S., so that is huge. Okay, so if you're in, like, let's say the middle of Antarctica, that would be like 1,500 to 2,000 miles inland, okay? And we're only 20, we got research stations 20 miles inland. What I think those are, I don't think they're really research stations. I think they're to keep an eye on basically the breakaway civilization that went there, and that's Germany. Okay, so in 1939, Germany was already building bases in Antarctica. Why? This is before the end of the war, because they were preparing in case they lost. And they built, I believe, an underground city over there. Okay, and the reason why I say a city, because there's too many people that went there. Now, they were sending, in the late 30s and early 40s, they were sending people there constantly on boats, scientists, all different types of people. And actually, at the end of the war, there were thousands of scientists, thousands, unaccounted for, okay? So, when they had the Nuremberg trials and they say America recruited all the scientists from Germany, they recruited some of them, a few of them that didn't go along with the Nazi agenda, right? So maybe we got 50 of them. The other 1,000 went to Antarctica, okay? And they have over 1,000 submarines unaccounted for, okay? So Germany has 1,000 submarines unaccounted for. Where were they sending these submarines? And they all tracked them going towards Antarctica at the end. So I believe, and you can look at photos, that they had advanced weapons way better than what we had, okay? And how could that be? Well, that's basically all they cared about. Their whole economy was based on building superior quality machines, okay? So after the war, they sent Admiral Byrd there. He goes there with an aircraft carrier and like 10 destroyers, a whole battle group. Now, the story they don't tell you, and you could go look and do your homework. There's videos from Russian intelligence, even American intelligence. They kept it low, like they hide everything now, okay? That battle group got totally wiped out. Only 2 ships survived it. They have sailors who have actually said they were flying this coming out of the water, destroying all our planes. They were so fast and they moved so different than anything they've ever seen. So here you got a whole battle group gets wrecked in 2 months. Now, they were supposed to go there for 6 months. So why did they leave in 2 months? Because there was nothing left of their battle group, and they were told, don't come back here anymore. So what I believe happened at that point, somebody made a deal with them. Maybe a few big leaders, like of the U.S. and all of that, the president, went there and they made a deal. Because Germany probably had nukes at that point that could reach the U.S. or reach Europe. And they told them, if you bother us, we're going to launch all these nukes and we're going to annihilate the planet. So they made a deal with them. We'll leave you alone. You stay here, but you can't leave, like a prison. And they kind of agreed with it. You know, that's why we have bases there just monitoring them. But, and I say a big but, now they've infiltrated a lot of different countries, okay? That's probably who's controlling a lot of this evil that's going on right now. Now, that breakaway civilization, you got to understand, it wasn't just a few people. If you had 1,000 submarines that disappeared and went there, okay, that's, say, 100 soldiers in each submarine. That's 100,000 soldiers right there. Thousands of scientists went there. And I believe this breakaway civilization, you know, I always used to say, the fallen angels live there, the demons live there, people believe aliens live there. That's the cover, okay? That's what they want you to believe, like, you know, some kind of conspiracy theory. Just so it sounds so crazy to even believe that there's actually cities over there, underground cities and underground, you know, tunnels and all that. They say there's submarines go through tunnels to get to where they got to go. Nobody can find how to get in there, okay? I think there's such a superior technological race right now that's why we've been leaving them alone. So you have to understand there's a lot of evidence that points to it. There's pictures of Nazi bases. I mean, they found all kinds of crazy stuff over there. I mean, yeah, this is like, I guess somebody drew it. I don't know if this is a real photo. But this, they say they found over there. What is that? Looks like some type of weapon. You know, in here, there's tunnels that go into the Antarctica from the ocean. They say that submarines go through tunnels. And a mile and a half down, it's a warm climate, like tropical. You know, I mean, the Germans, you got to understand, they were way more advanced than we were. How? I don't know. Maybe they found some secret technology, and there were a lot of pyramids in Antarctica. So just maybe they found in the pyramids some types of ancient technology, reverse engineered it, and put them way ahead of us. There is no other explanation for us not to be exploring Antarctica, any country. I mean, there's so much mineral, there's so many minerals there, and there's so much there for us to see. You're talking about a continent 1.5 times the size of the USA. That's massive. Admiral Byrd even said there's more minerals there than we can even imagine. He even mentioned it, you know. They try to make you think it was flying saucers. No, it was, but it was the Germans who made them. Okay, they were way ahead of us. How? I can't explain that. I think they were just basically nonstop scientists, you know, for making war machines. That's all they cared about, their whole, you know, civilization. Because where did all these thousands of scientists go after World War II? They don't tell you that, do they? They tell you, yeah, they recruited them NASA so to make you think that America got all the good scientists, you know, and Russia got some too. No, they got a little bit. What they get? 50, 100? There's thousands of them that went to Antarctica. Where'd the 1,000 submarines go? What happened to Admiral Byrd's fleet? Got wiped out. But they're not telling you that. They didn't tell you they left in 2 months. They were supposed to stay there for 6. They were hunting down the Nazis until they realized that they're out of their league. So I believe there was a peace treaty made. And you leave us alone, we'll leave you alone. And they've been always way ahead of us as far as advancing technological advancing. I mean, maybe we're catching up a drop, but they're still way ahead of us. I mean, they got flying saucers back in those days. So what the hell do they got now? All right. Maybe they got Battlestar Galactica ships up in the air. We don't even know, but who knows what they have. The point of the matter is, I always said they're hiding something, right? In Antarctica. What else could it be? What else could it be? Oh, we don't want to explore there because it's too cold? Are you serious? We overcame that challenge a long time ago. All right? We got stuff that Alaska's super cold sometimes, all right? And they get, they got all kinds of tractors and things. So that's all a cover story. Everything is a deception. Just like Hawaii. Now, who knows? Maybe they have laser weapons from space, right? And maybe they nuked Hawaii with one of those laser weapons because we were going to go after them again. And they said, well, we got this, so you better not mess with us. Who knows what's really going on behind the closed doors? But here, Obama, at the end of his presidency, he went to Antarctica for 2 weeks. Carrie, whatever the fuck his name is, he's another politician. He goes there. Why are these politicians going to Antarctica? What? You're Obama. What are you going to Antarctica for 2 weeks? To what? Look at ice? Come on. Nobody's going to Antarctica just to hang out and look at ice. I mean, there's nothing there. There's no cities. There's nothing there for them to go hang out. At least you go to Alaska. There's cities there and stuff like that. So they go there because I think they're being controlled now from them. I think a lot of politicians have been infiltrated by this breakaway race. Makes sense. Nothing else makes sense. All right. You want to believe the fallen angels live there? Come on. They can live anywhere they want. They got that. If they were really here, fallen angels would have so much power, it would be out of control. Now, here's a wild thing. Did you know Rothschilds have an island in Antarctica? It's called Rothschilds Island. How sick is that? Now, what do they got to do with it? Well, Rothschilds are German. Maybe they sponsored all this shit with their money. I mean, maybe they're the ones that are controlling really everything. I mean, because something's going on. They're definitely controlling the money part, the Rothschilds. They own most of the central banks. So if I had to guess, the breakaway civilization was Germany. They're advanced way more than we are. So that's probably all they do day and night is try to be more advanced. That's the only way they're going to survive, because if we were more advanced than them, we would have took them out already. But there's a reason that nobody's going there to explore. Nobody's claiming any land over there. It's not a coincidence. But they've been hiding this from us for a long, long, long time. And that's kind of what I believe is going on. I'm going to look at some of the comments now. And then we'll get more into it. And then we'll get into the corruption, what's going on. So, Mimsy is here. Pops, it's getting me concerned, Mimsy. If Allah, how so? I agree. Time to smoke a fat bowl, Skate. Yeah, well, you got to understand that they even changed their story after Admiral Byrd came back. He said one thing on a talk show. Then I don't know, a couple of weeks later, he had a different story because they made him change the story. See, they made him put a story out that was so fucking crazy that you wouldn't have believed anything he said. They told him, you go tell them you flew into a hole and you seen this crystal city and all this shit and craziness. Okay? Craziness. This is what they do. What they do is when something's true, they throw something else at you that's so crazy you don't even believe the part that was true prior to that. Okay? There were sailors making statements that were in Admiral Byrd's fleet that there were craft coming out of the water, discs, flying saucers, coming out of the water, destroying the ships and the planes. They annihilated a whole battle group. They left 2 ships barely afloat. And I think they left them afloat just so they could get back, and that was the warning. Don't come here. All right? So, talking about Germans, should be watching. Yes, they can. Freedom. I didn't know that. So, we could jump back into Antarctica in a little while, but being that I got people here, don't want to bore you to death. Let's talk about the corruption and what's going on. All right, so I was watching a couple of shows. This guy Michael Gill was talking about some stuff. It wasn't crazy. He's talking about a Pandora box and Pandora papers and all this different stuff he has, and all the corruption of the cartel is involved with a lot of our politicians. And basically what they're doing in the state of New Hampshire, they picked the smallest state, they control it. They're laundering their money through the state. So this guy supposedly has all the paperwork. And what he did was he gave it, during when Trump with the election and then he was getting out, he gave this stuff, he claims, to Michael Flynn, General Flynn, and to give to Trump about all this corruption, like all this proof he had of paperwork. Basically, this guy filed the money and had all the paper trails of where all the money went. Foreign journalists, not of the United States, of Europe and stuff, basically tracked $985 billion going into New Hampshire that's unaccounted for. That's just what they tracked. Who knows how much more got in there, like dark money. You got to understand what dark money is. Child trafficking, drugs, that's dark money. That's cash money. That's very hard to track, right? So you got tons of dark money coming in. Now, if you got basically everybody in Congress and Senate, and there are people that have said it, they're all leveraged and blackmailed, whether it be their vices, whether it be they'll kill their family, whether it be money, they all, and I mean all, like 99 of them out of 100 are compromised. There's a couple maybe ain't, but they're even shutting up because they'll be killed if they keep talking. So this guy has all the receipts. And I guess they didn't kill him because he probably told them, if you kill me, all the receipts are going to get released to the general public. Something's going on. Something crazy's going on. These people, and when I say these people, these elite globalist demons that are trying to control our planet, from where are they getting their orders? I believe a lot of them are getting them from Antarctica and maybe even a little bit of China. China's got a lot to do with this shit too. All right? They want to bring us down. But here's the most dangerous thing. The most dangerous thing right now that's going on is they control the court system. They control the judges. So now we say to ourselves, well, what do we do? How are we going to beat these guys? They own the courts. They own the judges. You take them, look what they did to Trump. You're guilty. No, you can't show us any evidence. You're guilty. That's it. A summary judgment basically is you're guilty without even representation, okay? And now it's just a matter of how much we're going to penalize you. So basically, these are kangaroo courts now. So this is the most dangerous thing, is that they're controlling our legal system. Because at that point, then we have no recourse. How do we How do we go after these guys? So, I mean, like, there is ways that are starting to happen. Like, there's a sheriff in Ohio, and he's starting to, like, come right out and deputize people, and he's training a militia because he's claiming that all these illegal immigrants are a threat to us. Half of them are here because they want to do harm to us. Half of them may be innocent. The other half want to perform harm on United States citizens. It's just a matter of when they get the green light. So you got all this illegal immigration. They're controlling the court systems. You know, we're all watching a movie, people. You got to understand. We're watching a movie, but here's what's at stake. Your children's future, your grandchildren's future, your great-grandchildren's future. That's what's at stake here. And if we don't do something soon, because we're already, listen, I hate to be the bringer of doomsday news, but we're losing. These animals plan slowly and perfectly. And the only way we've beat them a little bit is we started to get ahead of them with alternative media. Like they were going to do a fake alien invasion, but that didn't pan out because we got ahead of that. So they can't, the one thing they can't do is when we get ahead of them, it screws up everything on them. You know, even with the, the plague that was, we got ahead of it after a while. So when you move faster than them, it screws them up. So we have to keep being ahead of them just to stop them from doing all this crazy shit. You know, because listen, protests don't work. Okay, you could sit out there with 100 fucking signs and protest all you want. The only thing that's gonna work is changing the things that you do. Okay, that's what's gonna work. We have to change. We have to stop supporting these animals. Look, I keep telling people, like Amazon, look, it's hard sometimes. Sometimes you get forced to buy from Amazon, but you got to do your best not to. You just have to change your ways. That's how we win. When we start going along with, well, what can we do? They control everything. That's what they want. They want you to do that. They want you to feel hopeless. They want you to know they're in charge. They do. That's why they're doing everything in your face now. Okay? Do you think it's a coincidence they've been hiding all this shit all these years? Now they're ready to take the planet over because they got the technology to pull it off, okay, with all the tracing and all the cameras and all the chips. And they, the year 2030, they're prepared. Okay, they got they got a way now to do it. You couldn't take over the planet 100 years ago. There was no way you could have did it. You couldn't even communicate, from one country to the next, like sometimes. So they are ready now, okay? They got the technology. And that is why we're getting our ass kicked. But we keep staying ahead of them. Don't lose hope, because that's what they want. They want you to give up, to lay down, to submit, to say, hey, there's nothing we could do. We're going to just have to take this shit. They control the courts. They control the military. They control everything. What can we do? Well, listen, first thing is, I believe a part of the military is actually not with them, okay? A piece. And, when they say white hats and black hats, well, listen, that's what they're talking about. Maybe the little piece that broke away. And we are the people. We're the white hats too, because we're fighting these animals. So, let me go to the chat. Dark money? No, dark money. I know my Brooklyn accent is terrible, but not dark money, dark money, okay? And I want to go to the chat just to... The agenda is not so hidden anymore. No, they don't want to hide it. If they wanted to hide it, they could, people. They want you to know. Now, you have to understand, like General Flynn. This guy's claiming Flynn is with the FBI, okay? He's been with them all along. It could be. Look, they were going to put him in jail. Then he got out. Maybe he made a deal. This guy, this guy is not bullshitting. Like, there's no reason for him to lie, the guy that's talking about these people, okay? All right, this guy Michael Gill, if you want to know the guy. All right, he's saying that Flynn is a Fed, works for the FBI. Flynn's going to run for president. They want to get rid of Trump and put him in because he works with them. So you have a Fed as your president. And a lot of people loved Flynn, but now people are starting to catch on to him too. So he's losing some of his credibility. So let's get to the chat, and then I'll go back to what I was talking about. I just don't want to ignore the chat. All right, they get pushed back, so they drip feed the agendas, bro. Yeah, of course. Link. Please, Cage, please talk about the dangerous Germanic tribes as well as the dangerous Germans. Many people overlook them. Technology to take care of us. Our fine president is just smelling those kids to make sure they're not sick. He has been a keen sense of smell like a dog. Well, listen, Biden is basically been corrupt his whole career as a politician. So they picked him because they had leverage on him, right? But he's not controlling the show. He's not the one. And it's not even Obama. Everybody thinks, oh, Obama's pulling all the strings. No. Whoever's pulling, let's put it this way. Putin, okay? Putin tried to tell you who's controlling the show in the United States when Tucker interviewed him. Now, Tucker disappointed me on that interview, but I'll get into that later. But here's what Putin was telling you. He basically was telling you, and he didn't want to say too much for some reason. The CIA, your intelligence agencies are controlling your country. He basically said it outright. Okay? So that's who's controlling our country, our intelligence agencies, the three-letter ones, whether it be FBI, CIA. I think the FBI does whatever the CIA tells them to do, but that's who's controlling it. And Putin told you in the interview. Now, that interview was bullshit. Putin was giving you a history lesson about Russia, Mother Russia. I don't give a fuck about Russia. I care about the United States. Just tell me what's going on. Tell me if Ukraine had 20 biolabs in it, and that's why you went in there to destroy the biolabs that were a threat. Tell me they're child trafficking over there. Tell me it's a corrupt country. Tell me it's a neo-Nazi country. Tell me something. Putin wouldn't tell you shit. It was like he was either scared or he just kept saying, well, you figure it out. Well, then what the fuck was the interview for? To hear about Russia's history? Who gives a shit? All right, cancer on kids, what smells him? He's got to know like a bloodhound. Dog money, yeah, okay, whatever. Do you underestimate the Germans and the Germanic tribes? Well, why do you think that they have such a heavy leash on them? Who could underestimate them? It's Satan pulling all the strings. Well, listen, definitely Satan. I mean, look, Germany, you got to say Nazi Germany was a dark cult. They were into the dark shit, man, okay? So probably Satan is, giving them ideas. Who knows? I mean, of course Satan's pulling the strings, but that has nothing to do with there are still people running our government. And whether it's Satan corrupting their minds, I don't know. But here's the deal. We have to fight back somehow. And I told you the only way we're going to end up fighting back is we got to change our ways. We got to stop entertaining these assholes. Okay? I mean, they got this giant money laundering network in New Hampshire, supposedly. All the cartel drug money is going through there. I mean, it's insanity what's going on. The corruption is it's out of control. It's in your face now, out of control. Oh, everybody is in danger. You have to understand America itself. The Americans are great people, but the country as a whole, the government as a whole, did a lot of crazy shit to a lot of countries. I mean, we took Gaddafi out because Gaddafi didn't want to be on the petrodollar. We did it to Saddam Hussein. He didn't want to be on the petrodollar. So we went in there and took him out, took the whole country over. America is not playing around as far as, with the petrodollar. So even Venezuela had the same problem. That's why Venezuela became a third world nation. I told people, I've been to Venezuela before Chavez, and it was a beautiful country. It was like New York City. I was in Caracas. I thought I was in New York. It was like a metropolis. They got everything there. Subways, they got everything. Well, how horrible. Listen, for whatever reason, if that happens, it's game over, man. I mean, at that point, I don't know. They want a revolution, I guess, at that point. Trump will enslave us. I don't know. I could be. I mean, listen, we just maybe both sides of the table. It don't matter who we get. We got to fight. We basically got to fight back ourselves somehow. The people got to rise. There's way more of us than there is of them. For everyone that's in power, let's just say there probably is 100,000 of us for every one of them that are in power. Maybe there's 3,500 people that are actually running all kinds of shit. I'd say less. I'd say 350 people. I'd say for every one of them is 1 million of us. So we should be winning. Okay? And they're scared. The thing they're scared of the most is basically us figuring out what the hell they're doing. And what they've been doing is robbing us. We're $34 trillion in debt, but yet our GDP goes up every year. Well, where's all the money going? Where is all the money going? What? It's like you buy a house and you're paying your mortgage off, but it never gets paid off. I mean, that's insanity. We could pay off that debt if we wanted to. We would just have to cut a few things and stop them from stealing. They're stealing hundreds of billions of dollars from us. Putin said the U.S. is run by intelligence agencies when in fact he was. Yep. Absolutely. It's a movie. I keep telling people, you're watching a fucking movie. I mean, it convinced me when Tucker didn't ask any real hardcore questions, and usually he does. He kind of I don't know if he was scared. I don't know. Something was wrong with that interview. All right? Maybe Tucker works for the CIA too. Who knows? Maybe there ain't nobody out there. They're claiming that 90% of the alternative media has been already, it's a psyop. So what do we got? Like people like me only that are actually talking the truth? I mean, like, what the hell's going on? They're saying Alex Jones works for Mossad. What's his name? General Flynn is a Fed. I mean, I gotta believe most of this shit because Alex Jones. Look, I like Alex Jones. He's crazy, but it don't make sense to me that he says all this shit. That is true, most of it. I think he's the deliverer of bad news to make you feel hopeless, right? You need that guy too, and he's not dead. I mean, if they wanted to stop Alex Jones, they could stop him. There's no in between. He goes, they tried to kill me a few times. Listen, they don't try to kill anybody. When they want to kill you, you die. There is no trying. They don't fail. And if they fail once, it'd be a miracle, okay? Alex Jones sits there and tells you that they tried to kill him like 5, 6, 7 times, sometimes 3 times a day. Now, stop the bullshit. They wanted to whack you. You think the CIA can't whack him? Of course they can. It's not like he's got a security detail around him. If they can get to a president, they can get to you. Okay? So stop the shit. Why are people buying into that bullshit? He's telling you, they tried to kill me. Come on. You're with him. That's why you're not dead yet. Because I believe if anybody was saying what Alex Jones is saying and he didn't get the okay to say it, they'd be taking a dirt nap. Yeah, well, they've been wanting to reduce the population for a long time. That's what those Georgia Guidestones were telling you. I actually think the good guys blew them up just to send a message to them, to the evil fucks, that you're not going to depopulate us like that. We're not going down without a fight. I think that was the message we sent. So you have to understand there's just a lot of stuff they've been hiding from us, and they're still hiding, you know. People would rather, well, let's put it this way. People get fooled all the time, and rather than admit they got fooled, they'll just believe in the lie. It makes it better for them. They don't want to feel like the asshole that got fooled. Well, let me tell you, I've been fooled. We've all been fooled. You know, we're still debating on certain people. I'm still debating on, like, what the fuck is Trump doing? Like, what is he? Who is he? Is he with us? Is he with them? Is he with Team Humanity? Is he against us? Is it's all a game that he's playing? Like, Trump is the question mark for me. He's the mystery. It looks like he's acting. It looks like he's part of the show. But what is going on? Why are they going after him so hard? Like, I don't understand. Maybe they want Trump. They want to put him in jail to make us really feel like we have no hope now. Because the only leader that we had people had faith in was Trump. And now your Messiah is in jail. I mean, maybe that's the game. I don't know. Or maybe put him in, and I don't know. Maybe Trump is their safety card. In case we rebel and we overwhelm them, they'll put Trump in to calm us down. I don't know. But he happens to be the question mark for me. And Trump is a joke. Well, they're all a joke. But somebody's got to be president, right? We can't just choose, like, make Pops president, because they would kill me before they would let me become president. Yeah, I would kind of believe that's what's going on with Trump. I always said he's playing good cop and they're playing the bad cop. Just like Republicans and Democrats, you know, they're playing good cop, bad cop. I don't doubt. But there's 10% even of me that says maybe Trump's for real. And the other 90% doesn't trust him, right? Because there is stories that are out there that if you did a lot more homework, it's not that simple. Like, you know, to drain the swamp. You know, he got caught. He's basically got everybody against him. If this is the case, if he's really a good guy. I mean, I think he's part of the game anyway. But if I had a bet, Trump's part of the show. You know? But maybe there is something now. You know, think about one thing, though. They've been doing this forever. So it would make more sense that Trump's with them because they just don't let anybody become president. But then again, maybe that's why they're overreacting with everything now with Trump, because they never want that mistake to happen again. You got to understand, Trump just slid in there by accident. If he is a good guy, he got in there with just God's grace put him in there. I don't know what happened. But that's if he's not part of their plan. Now, I personally believe he is part of the plan. Yeah, right. Jones security detail. However, you're right. Fuck Gabriel, 100%. Everything you just said there, that's exactly what I've been trying to tell people. Everything, you know, they give you watered down truths. Jones basically, they're basically letting him say whatever the hell he wants, but they must tell him certain things you got to stay away from. If you've noticed, Jones don't talk about the Clintons, okay? For some reason, he don't get into that part. You know, why aren't they talking about biolabs? Why have they all forgotten Hawaii? What happened? What happened in Hawaii? We all forgot about it. This is the fucking sad part of people. Nobody's talking about it. Yeah, look at Operation Warp Speed, right? Absolutely. That's another that That's the number one thing that screws me up with Trump is what's up with that? You know what one talk show host tried to say? Well, Trump pushed warp speed because all the magic potions at that point weren't harmful because they couldn't make them fast enough. No, bullshit. They made them beforehand. They already had the shit in storage. But there's people making excuses for him, too. Oh, well, he didn't have good advisors. He didn't know. Listen, you know everything. You know, when you become president, right? Why did he make Bill Barr his attorney general? I make my own brother my attorney general. I don't got to fuck. He could have made his fucking kids, one of his kids, the attorney general. He didn't have to pick these assholes. Even the head of the CIA, he could fire the head of the CIA as soon as he takes office. So here you go, Donald Trump. You become president. Soon as you get in, you make Pops the head of the CIA and see how many people's heads will be rolling. Okay? Everybody will go to jail. That's what you do. You take a guy like me and put me in there. You don't put a guy that's already a Mason and he's involved in politics for 40 years. Okay? So stop with the excuses. They've been making excuses for this guy forever. But there's 10% of me that hopes I'm wrong. Well, I mean, basically, I hope I'm wrong, period, about Trump. I hope he actually is the opposite of what I'm thinking. But I don't think I'm usually never wrong. Once in a while, everybody's wrong. I'm not perfect. But my gut is pretty accurate. And my gut's telling me he's in on the game. He's part of the show. He's a Mason. I mean, there's just so much evidence against him. And I think a lot of people are starting to get turned off to him too now. It's starting to happen. So we'll see what happens. Listen, if I ever got in there, I would have to go. Listen, could you imagine somebody like me, president? I would have to lock myself in a safe room and run the presidency out of a safe room because they would try to kill me. They'd probably drop bombs on the White House. Yeah. What about that? I love it. Will I? Yeah. What about the train derailment? They forgot about that. Now, Trump went down there, I'm pretty sure. Biden never. He went down a year later, Biden. Jones was selling Clinton a rapist shirts for a while. Yeah. He did. But then all of a sudden, he stopped. I don't know. Jones is weird, man. 1 minute he's saying Hillary's eating babies, and then all of a sudden he stops, you know? I just can't see how Jones was saying all this shit. That's mostly true. It's doomsday news. How they're letting him, like, walk. I mean, because they could take him out in 2 seconds. And when he sits there and tries to tell me that, oh, yeah, you know, they tried to kill me 5 times already or whatever. Bullshit. You think the CIA is going to fail 5 times? What did he have? A presidential detail protecting him when he had a Navy SEAL team or something? I mean, I don't know. Why are we being so fucking entertained by everybody lately? Who's seen that halftime? I didn't even watch the Super Bowl at all because that's how much I hate the NFL now. Even that's rigged. Some people told me the game was rigged. They said, how could the Chiefs even have won? They said, all of a sudden, the 49er defense, the secondary became dumb. They didn't know what was going on. Like, something's up, man. Something's going on. I don't think the players are actually rigging the game. Could be, but I don't think so. I think it's the referees that rigged the NFL more than anything. And maybe they get a couple of key players like a quarterback and tell them, you throw interceptions when we need you to. Yeah, that's true. Well, they say he works for Mossad, so that's what they claim with Jones. He's a Mossad agent. And who knows? I mean, what does it take for them? You know, maybe when Jones first started. First of all, how the hell did he get in Bohemian Grove? That's a crock of shit. That was they let him in on purpose. But maybe when he first started, he was real, and then they grabbed him and they gave him the ultimatum: either you're with us or you take a dirt nap. What's it going to be? You know, because there's nothing else that it could be. You couldn't get away with all this shit, saying all this shit. You know? It's all rigged. I would say 99% of it's rigged. We're the 1% we got to try to find and try to work our way with it, because look, people, they're digging in deeper and deeper. It's getting harder and harder. Like I said, the most dangerous thing to this country right now is they control the courts. And the higher you go in the court system, the more corrupt. How do you think they move up the ladder? You think the Supreme Court of the United States, maybe there's 2 or 3 of those guys that are probably legit. The other 6 are all bought and sold. That's basically blackmailed. The whole country is blackmailed. All these politicians, these high-up politicians, attorney generals. There's probably not one state that got an attorney general, maybe 1 or 2. The rest of the states, attorney generals are all compromised, whether it be the sexual deviance, whether it be with the money, whether it be drugs, whether it be they threaten to kill their whole family if they don't cooperate, because that's probably the last thing they do. They try to get you first, right? Get you on film or something, going with an underage kid or some shit. And if they don't get nothing on you, then they come knocking on your door. And then you get the ultimatum. Either you play ball or step out of the arena, or go, you and your family take dirt naps. Hey. Ooh. So I'll put a link if anybody wants to jump on. You want to talk about Antarctica, the Breakaway Civilization, Nazi Germany, or you want to talk about all the corruption, let me put a link on YouTube for everyone. Hold on, I will put it there if anybody wants to jump on. But yeah, everything now. I mean, I loved football when I was younger. I used to watch. I had the satellite with every game. I mean, I was like a fiend. And now I can't stand watching it because I know it's a different game now. It's all corrupted. So now what do you do when it's all corrupted? How could you enjoy it? I mean, I don't know how far the corruption goes, but there's a lot of evidence that shows you it's corrupt. I mean, the Detroit Lions outright got cheated when they played the Cowboys. And why? Who knows? And everybody knows it. And then they go, well, now we're going to investigate the referees. They're in on it. They're all in on it. Okay? All right. So I pinned the message. Anybody wants to, if you're on YouTube, you want to join, you can. And let's see. Let's go into the chat. Rig from sports to laws. Yeah, well, you can rig sports. That ain't a danger to us. But when you got the whole judicial system rigged, you're guilty no matter what, unless they feel you're not. I mean, like, that's insanity. You know what? Ignorance is bliss. Believe me, I would sleep a lot better. Show the pics again, Pop. What pics are we talking about? Mimsy Mims, which pics? The pics of what? Germany? In Antarctica? Oh, I just had a couple of things that came. I mean, there's hundreds of pictures, but I just like these ones. Yeah, I'll show you. All right, so we got, supposedly this base was built back in World War something, World War II. What the hell is this? Looks like some kind of secret weapon. I don't know, something like you see in a sci-fi movie. Now over here, there's an entrance, and it goes into underwater. That's where the submarines were going. We got to understand that the Germans were probably way more advanced than we were. All right? That's the bottom line. And I told you, I mean, you know, there's sailors saying that flying saucers were coming out of the water, shooting all their planes out of the air and destroyed all their ships. So they don't tell you that 10 out of the 12 ships were destroyed and 2 of them were barely floating. The whole battle group got wiped out and they came home in 2 months. So they won't tell you any of that information. Everything is kind of, you know, conspiracy theories, but they always screw up somehow. Somebody ends up opening their big mouth and says the wrong thing, contradicts themselves. So it looks like a mini Death Star. Yeah, that's what it is. Look, they found all kinds of evidence. They've got it now. They know where they are. They say they're a mile and a half down below. Hard to get to them. And I don't think we can get to them because I think they're way more advanced than we are. So if we screw around, they'll just annihilate the planet. You know, they probably got nukes that could just take out everything. So that's why we leave them alone. That's the agreement. We leave them alone, they leave us alone. Because you think about it, if Germany had a base back in the day in Antarctica, 1,000 submarines disappeared. I don't think America wanted another war. You know, how many more men were we going to lose? So they probably made the treaty. They made the deal. Okay. And that's why nobody could go to really Antarctica. There's only just supposedly research stations. They say the population of Antarctica is 1,000 people. That's scientists. And during its peak, it's like 5,000 people are there. Yeah, that's just the people that can stay within the first 20 miles. But when you got something 1.5 times the size of America, and imagine they're in the middle of it with a base, an underground city, we're talking about a city here. We're not talking about just a few people. Because like I said, if 1,000 submarines disappeared, that's just submarines. How many sailors are in each submarine? Do you want to say 100? So 100 times 1,000 submarines is 100,000. There's probably a few million people living over there. Under the ground. All German people, you know, that were like real nationalist, you know, real extremist. And they loved Germany and Hitler and everything. And they all went there to live. And they've been living there ever since. There's probably, you know, think about it, since the World War, there's generations being born there. So, and they're probably taught that we're the bad people. Okay? What do you think's going on? Ain't no aliens over there. Ain't no Anunnaki over there. I believe the Fallen were there at one point because I was like, that would make sense. Demons living over there, staying out of, you know. But it's not practical. What's more practical is Germany in 1939 was building stuff there. They were very interested in Antarctica for some reason. It's an enormous piece of land, people. There is no reason why we're not there exploring it, seeing what kind of resources we could find. And who knows? Maybe you get to the center of it, it's warm. We don't know. Now they claim there's rivers under the ice. This, you know, they're giving you some hints. They're saying there's rivers under the ice, miles long, and there's hot pockets under the ice. Well, that's probably where they built their cities. You know? I bet you there's more than one city there. Who knows? It could be a whole country going on over there, like a few cities. Don't have to just be one. Because, you know, you got 5-10 million people living in Antarctica. Well, what, you know, say 1 million people went there 50 years ago or whatever. 1940. That's almost 80 years ago. You could have 5 million people there now. You know, everybody having 2, 3, 4 kids. You think there's eugenics going on over there? I don't think so. I think they want them to have families. It's more soldiers. I don't even think they need soldiers. I think they got such advanced weapons. You know, Space Force. We invented Space Force probably to try to fight them because they probably got shit up there that's way better than our stuff. You know, they probably got like a Battlestar up there, like Battlestar Galactica. So if they're way more advanced than us, that's why we leave them alone. I would imagine down the road, if we ever catch up, we'll go after them. But by that time, who knows? You know, maybe they'll accomplish what they want because I think they're pulling a lot of the strings. They're controlling a lot of stuff from there. I think they've actually sent some people here from their country, you know, because they look like us. They're human. And they've infiltrated us. And then they've bought a lot of people too, you know. So there's a lot of things, you know. Maybe they're the ones who control the central bank all along. Yeah, I agree. It's all bull. 95% of it's all bullshit. Look, if I get into that we never landed on the moon, people still think we landed on the moon. So you watch the videotape, it looks fake. The ship looks fake. There's no shadows under the ship. They took a picture of the ship on the moon. There's no shadows under it. There's no burn marks from it landing, because if it landed, there'd be burn marks in the sand, right? And then the thing takes off and somebody's filming it, you know, and it wasn't the rover filming it. So who filmed it? So like, there's just so much stupidness. They probably made it like, yeah, watch. These dumb people won't even realize this is fake. Let's make this thing out of aluminum foil. The fucking ship looks like it's made out of aluminum foil. Okay, maybe Reynolds made the ship. And people believe this ship is what landed on the moon. So if you can't convince people that, hey, maybe they faked the moon landing, maybe it was a space race and they wanted to beat Russia, so they faked it. If you can't wrap your head around that, then you're part of the problem. Because these are simple things that are bullshit. If you really believe 9/11, one plane took down a building, I don't know if any of you people have ever really seen the Twin Towers in person. I have. I'm from New York. They're massive. They're hundreds of feet wide. The dimensions are insane. Concrete pillars, like you couldn't drive a tank through, okay? A plane is one of the most delicate things there is. It's made out of real thin metal, okay? Because it has to fly. They make them as light as they can. Then they want to sell you this bullshit that the jet fuel took the fucking building down. Listen, even if the plane did crash into the Twin Towers, it couldn't even get to the other side of it. That's how thick and wide it is, okay? And it would only take out a floor or two. You could take out 5 floors of the Twin Towers. It doesn't collapse. It's concrete pillars. That thing was built to withstand earthquakes. So if you can't get people to understand that that was all bullshit, the moon landing was bullshit, then you can't convince them of anything because they bought into the narrative. People can't wrap their head around their government is their enemy right now. It has been their enemy for a while. People can't wrap their head around that. People can't wrap their head around that they want to control us. They think we're crazy. No, they do want to control you. Listen, if they could tie a rope around you and whip you like in Egypt, they would. Except they can't get away with that. Okay? People don't believe that these people want to enslave us. There's so many people out there that think you're crazy. You're just conspiracy theory. That's the greatest word they ever invented. Not a theory. Most conspiracy theories become truth in 6 months. Yeah, right. Think about that, Yeti. Who decided the moon is important that needs to be explored? We got people starving on the planet. We haven't even explored what's below us in the ocean. We haven't explored Antarctica, supposedly, but yet we're concerned about the moon. You're right. Think about that. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? You know who decided the moon is important and needs to be explored? The American government, so they can rob more money and say they're putting it into NASA. They got all these things that they say they put all this money into. They probably build a rocket ship for like 100 grand and tell us they spent 10 billion to build it. You know, or they spend $1 million and they tell us, yeah, of course it's 10 billion to build that. Come on. They got planes, just regular planes that are over $1 billion or some shit, like some crazy numbers. Like everybody's getting rich. That's what they do in this country, okay? Like Russia, if somebody invents like a say some kind of missile, what Russia does is they give that Russian scientist that invented, they name the missile after him to give him props, you know, to say, you know, respect for that. In America, when a guy invents like a missile or something, what happens is Raytheon and all these warmongering companies get in there, they grab it, they patent it, and that missile that cost $1,000 to build, they charge the government $100,000. Okay, so this is how they make their money. Distraction. Yes, it's all distraction. Who thinks? Most people. Chris, go out there and talk to people and say, yeah, they're trying to control us. They want us to be slaves. We are slaves already. They are controllers. They'll think you're crazy. People will look at you like you're fucking nuts. They'll want to put you in an insane asylum. People still are delusional. People think that the government loves them and they're, you know, they're concerned about them. Yes, definitely. Well, now, too, I mean, like, there's a lot of cures for diseases that they're not telling us either. Because you got to understand, the chemo industry, the chemo business, is $1 trillion industry. Now, I watch shows, doctors say chemo is worse than the cancer, kills you. It makes the cancer worse. I mean, it may put it in a dormant for a while, and then boom, it comes back usually. There's some doctor that's curing people with cancer with hydrochloric chlorine or something. It's not chlorine like that's in your water. Forgot the name of it. I'm gonna look into it. Like hydrochloronic oxide. Hold on, I'll get the name of it. 1 second. I was watching this yesterday. And I'm looking for it as we speak. I can't find it. I have to look for it later. But it's something like hydrochloric oxide or something. What it does is basically cancer loves sugar, loves high acidity. You know, it wants you to be acidy, and this thing decreases the acidity in your body, where it basically destroys the cancer because the cancer starves and it can't do anything. So I don't know. There's a lot of cures probably out there that they're hiding. Simple cures too. But, you know, big pharma don't want that. That's what drives the edge of insanity. What drives me at the edge of insanity is people don't believe in anything. That they think everything they say on the media is true. Everything. Every single thing. Yeah, they follow what's cool. Well, what's cool now is like LBGT and worshiping Satan. These are all the cool things now. Kids are in school. They're joining Satan clubs. They're wearing rainbows. You know, and I don't care if you're gay or not, but we don't have to brag about it. Like, they're actually bragging about it now. Like, why are you bragging about that? Doesn't matter what, oh yeah, hydrochloroquine. There you go, Rudy. Yeah. They're saying this shit is the cure. Okay. So, I mean, this guy's saying this guy had stage 4 prostate cancer and they gave him this stuff. They gave it to him and boom, cured. Killed the cancer. So, imagine they have the cure for cancer and they've been holding out. Because really, they gotta have it. Come on. Not that difficult to figure. They could splice DNA, clone people, do all kinds of crazy shit. And you're telling me they didn't figure out how to kill cancer cells? Of course they did. You're telling me the best they could do is radiate you? Come on. How stupid do they think that, people are? Well, I guess we are stupid because most people still believe they can't cure cancer. You know? All right. What else we got going on? Good talks, Rudy. There, you're right. I like this one though. If there was oil on the moon, Rockefeller would have flied to the moon in 1920. That was almost like we got to make a shirt about that, saying if there was oil on the moon, Rockefeller would have to fly to the moon in 1920. Yeah, he would have flew there. Definitely. People, I don't know, is the moon a planet? What is it? Is it like a reflection in the sky? I don't know what the hell it is. But I can tell you one thing, I don't think we've ever been on it. Because after that moon landing, I guess they realized that if they do another one, we're going to catch on to their Disney show, their production. So they figure they pulled off once, because don't forget too, in those days, you had black and white TVs. They weren't clear. Everything was foggy and you had fuzz going through the TV. So like it kind of covered up a lot of the bullshit, right? So they got away with it. They pulled it off, man. You got to give them credit. They even, I try to figure this out. Like, okay, so the moon, let's just say that was fake, right? So you got all those people in NASA, like in the room, like Houston in the control room, going, okay, engine 3, engine 5, check, engine 8, check, good for launch, right? They got all these. They fooled them people too? Like, what did they do? They put videos on the TV? Like, how did they fool them? Because there ain't not one whistleblower from NASA saying, yeah, it was all bullshit. But yet NASA's saying we can't go to the moon. We can't go there anymore. We lost the technology. What the fuck is that about? We lost the technology. We're way more advanced than we ever were then. So what are you talking about? Ugh. Don't even get me started. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Yeah, so we were talking about Antarctica. In case you didn't know, you can watch, the beginning of the show. We go into it. And we're talking about the corruption. And really, what's the most dangerous thing in the country right now is these evil people are controlling our legal system. So they're controlling the courts. What's not more dangerous than that? You can't even arrest these people. They're investigating themselves. That's what's going on. How does the FBI find itself guilty if it investigates itself? So we have to, if we could just get rid of one, if we could overthrow just one 3-letter agency, say we took back the FBI, well, we took the CIA back for some reason. We took it back. We could arrest everybody. But we can't arrest anybody because we don't control any of it. They control the whole thing. FBI, CIA, DOJ, all these judges in high office, how many judges aren't corrupt or leveraged? Probably none of them, unless it's like a local judge. Yeah, maybe you could go to like divorce court and that judge is just a normal judge. Big deal. What about all the high level judges? They're all leveraged somehow, whether it be whatever it is. It doesn't matter. They're controlled. You got people now, they say 1,000 people from January 6th went to jail. For what? Compared to like fucking Portland, they were flipping cars and burning buildings down. Nobody went to jail from there. But yet, if you did something in Washington, D.C., and if you noticed right after that, man, they built walls around Washington, D.C. They built like a fortress there, And they're trying to tell you all this craziness. There was one guy, the show, he was saying, yeah, they built the walls around D.C. because the White Hats did that. They want to keep them all in prison. Yeah, okay. They're all in prison. They're having cocaine tranny parties over there in Washington. What prison? They're doing whatever they want. These people, you must have to be really miserable if you're a congressman or senator and you got half a heart. You have to be miserable with yourself, knowing what's going on and what you're doing, and you have no choice because you're leveraged because they got video of you sleeping with an underage person, or they got you on video snorting cocaine up your nose or something, or they threaten to kill your children. So they must be really unhappy, those senators and congressmen. They got to be, because they're traitors. There's no other definition for them. They're traitors. It's like we got 450 Benedict Arnolds up in Washington, D.C. I mean, how are those people going to live with themselves? All this shit. We ever take control back, man, there's going to be a lot of people going away permanently, disappearing, taking dirt naps. Because, the penalty for treason, I don't got to tell anybody. I mean, that's what it's all about. How do you commit treason against your own people and live good and feel good about yourself? I think a lot of them don't feel good about themselves. I think some of them want to kill themselves. They're miserable because they got caught into this bullshit. All right. Like the idiot that built that IKEA submarine, British Navy built Netta submarines in 1910. Yeah, so think about it. If you're a congressman and you probably were a normal person and you became a congressman, then they set you up with like a young kid, a girl. She looked like she was 21, but she was 17. And they got you in a hotel having sex with her. Now if you don't cooperate, we're going to have you as a pedophile. Because, one thing America, they make sure that Americans hate pedophiles, and that's good. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's the worst thing that can happen to someone is they get convicted of being a pedophile. And imagine how about you're not even a pedophile and they Photoshop a movie. They can do that shit now. I mean, they can make a movie of you having sex with a monkey. With all the trick photography they got now. Imagine they tell you, listen, we have you on camera having sex with this 8-year-old kid. And you're like, I never had sex with an 8. Oh, yes, you did. Here it is. This is how evil these people are. Don't think they wouldn't do shit like that. So they must really be miserable, though. Think about it. I'm a congressman and they got me leveraged and I got to do all this evil shit against humanity. I wouldn't be sleeping too good, And then especially if you're a religious person and you think you're going to have to answer to the Almighty God, you got to be even more miserable. I guess if I was a senator or a congressman, two things would have happened. I would have either got out, just resigned, because I couldn't do what they wanted me to do, or I wouldn't have did what they wanted me to do and I would have got killed. because there's no other way to live with yourself. And if any of them ever hear this, how do you live with yourself? How? How do you live with yourself? You always have a choice. There's always a choice in life. Okay? And if you're a selfish person, which 99% of people are right now, nobody would sacrifice their own life to save a million lives. I don't know too many people that would do that. Right? So it's the way people are now. It's survival for the fittest, people. Hopefully there are some good people still left on this planet. Hopefully they're on this show right now watching me. I hope that's the type of people you are, because it's crazy. Been telling everybody all this shit for. My son's even burnt out of telling people. I think my son stopped doing his shows now because he said, "Dad, what good is it? I keep telling people the same shit, but nobody wants to listen. Everybody's just on their own planet." Crazy Frenchman. Yeah, how you been, Crazy Frenchman? Crazy Frenchman is in the house. Anybody got any questions? Let's let it roll. Yeah. But I'm telling you, it is crazy. We're all watching a movie. And, I don't like to repeat myself too often, but we are all watching a movie right now. And it's not about us. It's about our kids, our grandkids, our great grandkids. It's about the future of humankind. They are pouring on the heat right now. This is it. This is the time that they'll be talking about for many years to come. This is the time that we have to make a stand somehow. And if we don't, we're going to lose, because we are losing up to a point. I think things are getting a little better. We're still losing, but we were losing a lot more. People are catching on. So if there's some hope left, it's definitely because more and more people are realizing what the fuck's going on. But just think about how many hundreds of years these people have been doing this shit to us. These evil, they've been passing it on from generation to generation, They're like teaching their kids how to be evil. It's like crazy. Like, yeah, I got 3 kids and I'm going to make them all evil and they're going to run the world. And then their 3 kids. And this is how sick it is. Woo! Yeah. Wait, this is a funny one coming up. Ready? We are in the planet of the apes. Yeah. I'm telling you, did you see they made a new one? It's coming out like in a few months. It looks awesome. And the thing is, the apes in the movie, the new one, it's like the Charlton Heston version. Like, so the apes are talking, right? And the humans don't, they're like dumb, like they're the apes. You got to see it. And the apes are rounding up the humans like they're like, it's crazy. What song is that? A classic Frank Sinatra song. What song is that? I did it my way. But yeah, I love this, a pandemic. You made me laugh. We're in the planet of the apes. We are. We're in it. We're in the movie. It's so crazy. I swear to you, I wake up and I try my best not to look at the news. And I'll look at 4 different newses. I'll even pop InfoWars in for 5 minutes, see what he has to say. Like, I'll look at his headlines, and I'll pop a couple of other radio shows just for, I skim through them quick, just catch any real good shit, right? And, man, every day it's like a new adventure. It's fucking crazy. There's never a dull day. There's never a day that goes by that some crazy shit ain't going on. Like, whatever happened, it's just like nothing really happened today. No, they won't let that happen. God forbid there's not chaos in one day. They figure maybe you'll figure everything out in that one day. They're paranoid. That's life. That's right. That's life. But the life now, it's crazy. Trinity, this life is nuts. That's life. It is, though. But listen, it's not about our life. We're on the cusp right now. We're in the crossroads. Like I said, it's about our grandkids' lives. What are we going to leave them? Slavery in chains? Like, what is my great-grandchild or maybe even my grandchildren? What are they going to grow up and actually be in chains and slaves and live in camps and be controlled with chips in them? Like, is that what I'm looking forward to for my grandchildren? Listen, at the end of the day, I don't know what I'm gonna. I still feel I got to do some more. I got an interesting idea for a movie too, by the way. Tell me if this ain't a great movie. All right, so there's this like Navy SEAL Team 6, right? And they all retire, the whole group, right? Well, the whole Navy SEAL team, they retire and they're like, in their 40s and they retired. And then some kind of like magic disease comes out and kills, and they get magic potions, their family and their family members. Some of them die from each one of these SEAL members. Like maybe his uncle died, this guy's kids died, this guy's wife died, right? So this whole SEAL team got affected by this chaos of evil, right? So what these guys do, this is a fictional movie now. So what these 6 SEAL team guys do is they get together and they start going after the heads of the beast. Like the pharmaceutical CEOs and all these people that really aren't like, to get to the president be kind of hard for them. But like, they start going after all these rich elites, and they start taking them out one by one. How would that be as a fucking movie? I definitely pay money to see that movie, and I got more to the story. But I'm just giving you the fictional part of it. Like, just fiction. I mean, shit, that'd be a great movie. Call it like Revenge of Planet Earth or some shit. Like, never a dull day indeed. Yeah, prior to COVID, life was getting chaotic every day. It was getting like, this life was becoming dramatic everywhere, like in the workplace. Everybody was becoming like a little Karen. It was crazy. But it didn't tip the scale yet. And then right after COVID, man, these son of a bees, they would not let you get a day's rest, man. They don't want you to have a day's rest. The only way you get a day's rest, people, and what you really should do, everybody should do this. I know people, you want to know what's going on, you want to be informed, but you're almost misinformed all the time anyway. But just shut everything off, even your phone. There's days, like there's a day I won't answer my phone. I don't give a shit. I don't want to talk to anyone. I just sit in my house, watch a couple of old classic movies that have no agenda, play a couple of like normal video games, stuff that's fun, and that's it. And the next day I wake up, I feel a lot better. Once I start knowing what the fuck's going on out there, brings me right back into the abyss. So Namaskar, Pops, and fellow beings. What does that mean? Don't know. Lost you. Well, maybe you could explain what that means, because I don't know what it means. Does anybody understand what he's trying to say? Oh, Nemscar pops and fellow beings here. Okay, gotcha. If that's what you meant, because you wrote her, so that screwed me up. Here, okay, yeah, okay, gotcha. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, if you just got here, you missed a lot of the show. I guess you're going to have to go back and watch what we were talking about. We were talking about the breakaway civilization of Germany. That's probably really what's going on in Antarctica. People, they try to make you believe it's aliens, it's the Anunnaki, it's the Fallen. I used to think it was the Fallen in a way, but I know it's really, in reality, it makes more sense because Hitler was building bases there way before the war even came close to an end. They must have found something there and built a escape route. Well, if we lose the war, we'll go here, and they ain't going to be able to do anything about it because they fortified it like unreal. And you got to understand, back in those days, they didn't have the technology to go in there and like bunker bust those, the ice there. It's a mile and a half deep, and then you build a city under there. And they probably were just so much more advanced than we were. They left them alone. And that's why nobody could go there. There's nothing else that makes sense of why we only have supposedly a few scientists there in a base. I believe they're being they just monitor them to make sure they don't leave. They got to stay there, and that piece of land is 1.5 times the size of the U.S. anyway. So they could be 2,000 miles away from the water in the middle of the Antarctica, and you wouldn't even know they were there. All right? There's no satellite images of Antarctica, real ones. They're all photoshopped for whatever reason. Yeah, well, it's more than just the German nation. Who really is it? Is it the Khazarians? Is it the Nazis? Who's really in charge? Of the German nation. Meaning of NASCAR. I bow the divinity in you. Oh, thank you. I like that. Sounds cool. But this is what's going on, people. Anybody got any questions? Feel free to put them in the chat. I mean, even like what I was talking about before, foreign journalists tracked $985 billion going into New Hampshire because New Hampshire seems to be the state that they control. I guess it's the smallest state. And they have total control of it, and that's how they're laundering all their money. I guess if you follow the money, you'll find who's in charge. And then you got all the dark money going in too. So, they got to launder their money. I mean, there's no in between. So what better to launder your money than have a whole state under your control? Yeah. When they control the courts, they control everything. We got to really battle here. I don't know, like I said, the only way to beat them, I guess, is change the way you do things. You gotta, if everybody starts to change the way they do things, I guess they will lose eventually. But it's getting more crazier by the moment. I mean, just the invasion that we have going on in this country right now. I mean, it's not like we let 1 million immigrants in that were vented and they want to be Americans. We welcome that. That's how we were built. But when you're letting 15 million in and half of them want to do harm to us, okay, not all of them, half of them. Military-aged men that are coming here for no reason but other than to be activated. It's crazy. The FBI had everybody in an uproar like during 9/11. Oh, my God, we got a terrorist watch list. We got the House of Cards. They had every card in the deck. They had a guy's pitcher, like Saddam Hussein was the ace of spades. He was the number one guy they wanted, like, or Osama bin Laden. So they got everybody all scared shit. Oh, the terrorists, and they're letting in fucking 15 million people. Who are these people that are coming in our country? Who are they? Tell me. They were worried about 9/11, a couple of hundred terrorists. Now we got like 1 million of them coming in. We got 15 million people. Let's say 10% of them are really terrorists. 10% of 15 million. What do we let? 1.5 million terrorists in our country? And that's okay? Even if we let 100,000 in. What are we, out of our minds? Why are they letting this happen? What is going on? How is this possible? I'll be right back. I just gotta go get a drink. All right. Had to let my dog out too. He had to go to the bathroom. Poor little guy. But yeah, there's just too much craziness going on. All right, let's see if we got any comments. Pops is giving me a lot to consider. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to consider, Been around quite a while. And I try to use common sense, I'm not perfect, but when it comes to common sense, I'm pretty good at it. And how I come to common sense is this. I'll take an equation like Antarctica. Okay, what makes the most sense? This is how I come to common sense. Does it make sense that there are actually aliens from another planet living there, hiding? I mean, if that was the case, they would come out and let us know they're there. And they would, if they're way more advanced. Demons living there, the fallen angels. Well, I don't know if the Almighty God will let demons live on our planet, even though that could be. Or in 1939, Hitler started building bases in Antarctica. And then Admiral Byrd went there to get them after the war because a lot of Nazis escaped and 1,000 submarines were missing and thousands of scientists were missing. And they went to Antarctica with a battle group, and the battle group got destroyed. And only 2 ships survived, and even the sailors were claiming that flying saucers were coming out of the water, shooting down the planes and hovering on the water, something they've never seen before. So probably Germany had advanced technology, and they made the deal. And who is this? Demonic sign? You're in the chat. Just show who you are. I don't want to put you on, and then I get hold on. All right, let me I'll get you on here in a minute. Just got to make sure I'm not going to get porn bombed. You know what I mean? All right, so all right, is that you? Okay, very good. So how you doing? Can't hear you.
No, pretty good. How you doing, Pops?
Doing great. 1 second. Let me get my dog back. He's outside. All right, Sam. I'm in charge. Let's go. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on, Chubby. Sammy, inside. Yum, yum. Come on, boy. Inside. Thank you. Yep, I'm back.
What type of breed? What type of breed is he? And what's his name or her name?
Oh, it's a boy. His name is Sammy. He looks like a cream Snoopy dog.
Sweet.
Yeah, he's real cute. But I like Felix the cat. Nobody even knows what that is.
Just wow. I think we're roughly the same age. I'm 59, so
I'm 59.
there
Exactly.
you go. Hey, it's the year of the dragon, buddy. It's for both of us.
Yeah, I'm born in December. I'm almost.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm like 10 days. I would have been Generation X, but I'm still in the baby boom. You gotta be. I think we could collect Social Security if there's anything left in like 3 years.
True. I'm coming from Canada, so but yeah, it'll be the same idea.
Oh, you're from Canada? Okay.
Yeah.
What part of Canada are you from?
Toronto.
People from Toronto sound just like New Yorkers. A lot of them.
That's true. Very true.
Yeah. I'm actually living in Missouri now. I moved out of New York a long time ago. I seen the writing on the wall. I heard Toronto's really crazy right now. Is that true?
There's a lot of things changing here, like a lot of agendas probably implemented. But yeah.
But it's not like tyranny yet.
Well,
they're not coming to your house arresting you for like saying something on the internet, are they?
Canadians are a little bit more passive that way, Pops.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, we do have a St. Clair as a prime minister in Trudeau, so.
Mm-hmm. But they said there's one part of Canada that doesn't play by the rules. Like they don't go along with what's going on. I forgot, was it Ontario? I forgot what part. It's a very conservative area. They said there's one part of Canada, I don't know which part it is, that's kind of like rebelling, like Texas. You know, it's like the Texas of Canada, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I met a lot of Canadians. You know what was funny? There was a point where when you traveled, I didn't even want to tell people I was an American because a lot of people just don't like Americans, right? So I was to say I'm a Canadian, and nobody has anything against Canadians. So I go, yeah, I'm from Canada, I'm from Toronto, and they believe me.
That works. If that works, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're near you guys, the Empire, so we're pretty passive that way.
Yep. So what do you think's going on out there?
Over internationally or just in like our
in Antarctica? What do you think's going on over there?
Well, we hear stories, you know,
Right.
A lot of stories, whether it's all these what Berg or whatever, when they supposedly brought things over there. Again, there's stories. We can assume, obviously. Could there be a breakaway nation? Probably.
Well, I watched a couple of documentaries and like Russian generals and stuff. They're all on, like, there's a YouTube video. And these guys, they seem like they're really telling the truth. The way they're saying everything happened, and they're showing you videotape of a lot of things that went on down there. Like, and so when you got a little bit of it on film, they've even got, like, I guess they got the tape from Americans that were recording it, but they have it, of like these actually flying saucer ships flying during when Admiral Byrd went there. They have the videotape. So when you're looking at it and you're going, holy shit, what really happened there? You know, and these generals are telling you, like, from Russia. It seems like America are the biggest liars out of everybody. I'm not saying you could trust the Russians either, but it seems like we're really hiding everything. Like, and I believe definitely that would make the most sense to me. The only reason why something has to be going on over there, in my opinion, is why isn't nobody's allowed to go there? Like, and explore, actually, like, go in to Antarctica. You could go, like, they'll let you travel up to about 20 miles inland. And then after that, you can't go. It's like restricted. They'll shoot you down right out of the sky. So couple of times. There was one guy. He made a video. And he said, "Listen, I rented a plane and I've tried to fly into Antarctica." And he said, all of a sudden, there were 2 fighter jets on the side of me, telling me that if I don't turn around, they're going to shoot me down. And he said, "Guess what I did? I turned around." You know.
Again, Pops, it's one of those things you got to take everything with a grain of salt. Unless we personally have experienced it,
Yeah.
we're going hearsay, and of course we can use our imagination to conjure up any story. Even in the things that we do know, like if me and you wanted to go to the Vatican, there's certain places that we probably just couldn't go, let alone if we went to some royalty family place. It's just sometimes when they report things, they're using their media to probably talk among themselves. For the people like us, the few that probably can make discernment, we can discern, okay, how does it serve if we did or didn't go to the moon, let alone did we go here? I don't lean either way. I just kind of like, interesting.
Yeah, but this is what I do know. I know that I got to be hiding something. I don't know what it is, really. I mean, I'm just going along with what I believe is the best logical explanation and trying to figure out why the world's upside down now, who's pulling the strings and where they're getting pulled from. Now, there is an island in Antarctica that the Rothschilds own it. Never knew that. I never knew that.
The Baron.
And why would you, with all the, they got all the money who knows how much money they really worth? I mean, they claim they're worth trillions. Why would you want to own an island in the coldest, most uninhabited place on the planet? What would be the reason? I'm like, maybe they want to get away from people. That would make sense, right?
True.
They're like, well, let me go to the one. Because to be honest, if I had a lot of money and I wanted to get away from people, that'd probably be the best place to go.
Outside of eliminating all of us, but yeah, that'd be the better option.
But eliminating all of us, because that's another thing. Because think about it, if we went into nuclear war, there's probably no country that's safe other than Antarctica. Because who's going to bomb Antarctica? There's nothing there to bomb, supposedly. So if you had a little island in Antarctica and the world went into nuclear chaos, you'd probably be safe in Antarctica, especially if you're underground.
I think, Pops, just to share a little bit, a lot of times we get fed information like nuclear war. Nuclear energy actually is a different thing. Like the elites play with it.
Yeah, so, that's fear mongering. They try to put fear into us a lot of times.
Well, usually most people choose to be ignorant, so it's not a big leap for them to do that. And I don't think it's even them. They probably pay our own by printing enough money and get people that understand psychology and science and biology. And then they just do it to ourselves. Like most of the people in the military, it doesn't matter what country it is, they're using fiat currency to get one of the citizens. I don't even know. I don't really class myself as a citizen, but I guess that's what they classify us, to do their dirty bids, which is fine.
Yeah. I mean, there are people that claim that they don't really have the technology of nuclear to do what you think they could do, which they just say they could do it just to make you scared. I don't know. I believe they do have this stuff, but they basically, I can't see them wanting to destroy the whole planet with nuclear. They would rather us just kill ourselves off or poison us or something.
Yeah, probably, there's always been.
They want to destroy the planet.
Yeah. Well, there's always been a depopulation going on, whether it was birth control pill, even increased in the economy of all the major city housing throughout the world is, I won't have as many kids.
Right.
Again, it's a simple thing like we're using right now. We're using technology, but do we know anybody that actually knows how Wi-Fi really came to be? Like, how does that energy really work? So whether or not it's, people that are working in these laboratories, like a Tesla back in the day, those properties must belong to somebody. Fiat currency works better than slavery does. That's just what it is. You print enough money and have a military, and ism will work. I don't care if it's communism, Marxism, liberalism. You can print enough money, you can convince the masses in our dumbed down schooling system.
Yeah. And the currency that's going on for the rich and powerful, the most important currency is blackmail. The
Yeah.
more blackmail currency you got, the more powerful you get.
That's true. I want you to be in this, here, you want to become famous? No problem. I want you to just fiddle around with some of these kids. Let us film it so we have you now.
Yeah. Even though you're not going to really go do it, we got to film you with it. Like, you got to perform something, I definitely think that's how they get them. And they're like, well, if you always do what we tell you, you'll never have to worry,
Mm-hmm. But their process, it's like being in the mafia. The onus is on whoever joins these clubs. Their process will make you an example.
Well, I think what the mob used to do years ago is they used to actually have you kill somebody to prove that you're not a cop, like an undercover, because, an undercover agent couldn't murder someone.
Mm-hmm. So
that's what they would do. They would just make you kill someone, and then they would know for sure that you're with them. Because now they got you.
Yeah, sure, they got you. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
If money doesn't get you, that'll get you.
Oh, yeah. Because more or less, most people in power, one thing they're scared shit of is going to jail forever.
That's true. Unless you understand, who you are or who aren't you. But most of us would not want to be confined for any long periods of time in anything.
Yeah. Especially, you don't want to go to jail if you get convicted of being a pedophile, because even in jail, they kill you.
That's true, too. Yeah. Well,
they have...
That's what I heard.
They have more morals in jail than they have outside of jail now, the way things are going. Certain things you can't be in jail, Definitely a pedophile is one of them. So, how's the weather up there in Toronto?
Yeah, actually started snowing today.
Yeah, we had snow like the other day, but not a light snow. We haven't had any heavy snow yet. I don't know. They'll try to tell you it's some kind of global warming. Man, I remember days when I was a kid. It was so hot. Certain times of the year that weren't supposed. There were years that the snow was amazingly, unbelievably crazy. But we didn't start thinking the planet was melting, Just kind of nature. That's the way it is. One year you get a bad winter. Next year you get a good winter, I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
Yeah. I guess it depends on what people value. Like I know people value astrology.
This is M&A. Who are you, M&A? You got to show me. I know the picture there, but I don't know if that's you. And hold on. Let me put him on and see who he is. Hold on. I got to put a block up here so I don't get horn bombed. All right. So who the heck are you?
You know who this is, Pops. That's the oligarch.
Hey, what's going on? You still
what's up, buddy?
You're still around, huh?
Oh yeah, I popped up one other time on your show recently too, but it's just been forever. I didn't talk much last time.
Yeah, I haven't seen you in a long time. I know who you are, but I didn't know if it was really you.
Nah, man. I was always, watching out for you. I know you took a hiatus from YouTube for a while too, so I know you went.
Yeah, it took
I never forgot about you though.
I took like a year break. I was like burning out. It was like it got to the point where everything I was saying, nobody, people listen, they understand. But then all of a sudden, if you go back and listen to all my videos, almost everything I said happened. It's crazy.
Yep.
I talked about they're going to start destroying food plants. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. And now all of a sudden, everything is there. They did do it.
Yeah, I don't know if you. I don't know what you guys have been talking about, but I wanted when you brought that up, I instantly thought of what I can't remember this lady that was involved in the research for politics and stuff and foreign affairs, but she said that she compared Putin's way of doing things as a good way because Putin banned genetically modified ranches from growing any type of food or any produce or any type of cattle where you're genetically modifying it, and banned it all over the country of Russia. And actually he also passed something else where across the nation, if people were to want to get in the business of organically farming and growing things from a healthy way or natural way, he was going to aid them. You would get automatic aid and help to get the farm. And then the lady was also talking about how people in the West are so heavily vaccinated, overly medicated, overly erratically motion. The fact that everything we put in our bodies from the food that they sell, we are literally killing ourselves by consuming food like that in any general way, whether it's fast food,
People
whether
will
it's
think you're lying. They think, oh, Putin's bad. No, listen, Putin actually loves his country.
yeah.
You know, people think Putin's some kind of like Stalin or something, but he's not.
Yeah.
I have friends that they have family in Russia, and you know what they told me about Russia? They
What's
said they went there, you know, the vacation, like these kids. They have families. They said Russia's like the United States was in 1950. Everything is booming, like, and they're morally sound there. Like, there's none of this bullshit. There ain't no LGBT in Russia. You know that, right?
No, there's really not much of a progressive movement. There's not much of a progressive agenda.
They don't allow it. They don't allow
Exactly.
it.
But I know, like, I was watching, you know, and that was the thing too. Like, Putin's doing what he has to do over there because he's doing it for the best of his nation and his people.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you can ask for.
They're a nationalist country right now. They're actually going to be the next America. If we don't straighten our country out, we're going to fall and they're going to rise. And it's crazy. There's just so many. When did you ever hear Americans saying, I think I'm going to go live in Russia? That's how bad it's getting here. Well, it's getting that bad here, where it's to the point where, you know, you're like, I didn't buy in for this. You know, this isn't what my America was when I was a kid. It's changed. So we were talking about, in the beginning of the show, Antarctica, and I believe it was a breakaway civilization from Germany that built bases there. It's a long story to get into again. And then we started talking about all the corruption. And to me, the most dangerous thing about the corruption right now is they control the courts. See, if they're controlling the judges in the courts, then what recourse do we have? You know, you can't even take them to court. And they find people guilty with a summary. You know what a summary judgment is? You're guilty. No, you don't. You can't defend yourself. Now we're going to decide what the penalty is. Like, what the hell's going on? No jury, nothing. No, the judge makes the decision. That's crazy. You're supposed to be trialed by your peers, right? Well, that ain't going on anymore. We're getting to the point where, I mean, I don't know if we're going to be as poor, but it's almost going to get to the point like with Venezuela or something. Because let me tell you, Venezuela, I went there before Chavez. It was a booming economy. I went there. I was in Caracas, walking around. I thought I was in Manhattan, New York. Like, everybody was in suits, going to work. It was like a metropolis, just like New York City. And now look at it. They'll kill somebody for a Hershey bar over there. I mean, there's hardly no food there. It's like Cuba there. So, yeah, Putin told us, you know, that interview was horrible. Tucker Carlson should be ashamed of himself because he didn't really ask Putin anything. And Putin didn't want to give him the answers anyway. But Putin did tell us one thing I learned from that show is who's controlling America. And he outright said it. Your intelligence agencies are controlling your country. CIA, FBI. Basically, that's what he said. He said that's who's running your country right now. Not Biden. He said, forget about it. Is that
including the elites, along with the elites?
He didn't even get into the global elites. He said, who's running America? Now, maybe they're in bed with the global elites, but the CIA is pulling all the strings. So he told us. Basically, that's the only thing I got from that whole interview. The rest of it, I don't know if you've seen it, for over an hour, Putin's giving us a history lesson about Russia because he loves his country. And he's trying to explain that Ukraine really is part of Russia, you know? And other than that, you know, Tucker asked him maybe one or two questions, nothing crazy. And Putin just didn't even give him an answer. He kind of like shrugged it off and got into another subject. And Tucker really didn't ask him anything, like no tough questions. No, like, well, do you think Zelensky's a Nazi? Like, what's going on in Ukraine? They have neo-Nazis, or were they trafficking children in Ukraine, or were there biolabs in you? He didn't ask him anything. It kind of was a waste of an interview,
Can I give a backstory a little bit here, Pops?
Yeah.
There's been a lot of land that's been shifted in many wars. So when Putin, I can give you a little bit even more on the backstory on how he came to be, but when they're fighting Russia and Ukraine, that land that they're fighting over top of was taken over by the Vatican when they took it away from the Tsar's family. It's kind of like in America. America's land is still being ruled by the monarchy. Now, unless you have things like allodial titles or club membership fees, that's why people have things called masonry and Rosicrucians and all that. Not the ones that understand spiritual stuff, but on the network level. So in America in 2005, America's currency, fiat currency, was valued at 9 cents to the dollar. It had already collapsed. So this is why you had the bailout in 2008. But two fiat currencies were financing America for the last 20 years, which is the ruble and the yen. Now, you have to understand the backstory of how these billionaires came into Russia. When Russia collapsed a long time ago, what ended up happening was a country like Canada, it's in the G8, for example, which they shouldn't be because America's right beside them. They actually had to give all their wheat to Russia. So now the people of that country, in this case, the leaders, didn't have to actually take care of their people. So now when you got a club member, who probably Putin is, this is the game that they play. This is back to the days of Stalin, Hitler, Churchill, and all that. These guys are club members. They make it sound like as though they represent their country. No, they represent the generational wealth. If people understood that the Dow Jones is nothing compared to their big corporations. So now when you're seeing all these games, what they've done is when you have two countries that are financing America, their currency is going to devalue, hence why they put them on the gold reserve now. So now a lot of countries now are shifting there because the American company, in this case, the corporation, has been crashing. So in China has a lot of big corporations in there. So they're just realigning. And I think you kind of said it. They are shifting the empire. This is why when they have things such... Yeah, it's a shift. That's why they went from Rome to Yorkshire, England, from there to New York. When they took down the Twin Towers, that was telling their people. But you have to understand their language. People means nobles. So when they did the pandemic in Greek means all people. They're giving a signal to all their people. It started. We're classified as their citizens. So when you hear a politician, I don't care if it's a chancellor, president, dictator, and they're reading from a script and they say, we're here to represent the people, they're not talking about you. The Constitution in America is actually written for them. It wasn't for the slaves or the peasants or the citizens of the nations. So now here's a country. America's not $30 trillion in the hole. If you factor in pensions, America's $300 trillion in the hole. So now how do you get rid of that? You either have to lose an economic war or you go to a new system. This is why they're introducing a digital system. They've done it in different parts of the world. Some of them
population control too.
That's been going on for a long time. Yes, birth control pills, the whole gay agenda. People of the same sex cannot have children. That's why they actually do that. And they've even reversed the flag. So they understand chakras. So whoever's doing this, they're well orchestrated. The masses are asleep still, and they will continue being asleep because they're not participating. When people complain about GMO, when they're not realizing you're going to their gas station, going to their grocery stores, buying their food, using their currency, they don't realize how much they've become so dependent on them. Dare not tell a child or an adult, where does the sun and moon have to be to grow your crops? How high does the grass have to be to, bring your animals to graze off of it? This is the indoctrination. But people think for some reason, people are still talking nationalists. These guys have been talking globalists for a long time. They don't care about borders like America and Canada.
They don't want borders.
Well, for them, Pops, they don't have borders. You know, that's why when they do the NAFTA deal, that has nothing to do with us. That's them saying that we don't play with money. We play with money. They don't. They think that, you know, the Rothschilds, you could play with money, but the people above them, they don't play with money. They have real estate. They have land. That's what they have. And they have animals. They have goats. Say, okay, we'll ship, no problem. You know, that's the whole concept of fiat currency. It was totally designed for IOU, for the bartering system. They still do it. We don't.
Mhm.
That's where we've erred. The problem is the masses. It's us, because we choose not to be aware. We're living in an age of information, but most people are still asleep.
Yeah.
Can I add something real quick too? And I'll just quickly go on mute. I think one of the things you and I'm glad that I don't know that the gentleman's name was speaking. Shout out to you. But the one of the main things I've noticed too is a certain pharmaceutical industry rhymes with geyser, because we can't even say that word on YouTube. But they've been heavily trying to push a lot of agendas and a lot of commercials. They've been trying to get a lot of these quote unquote icons and celebrities and athletes to push that, especially in the Super Bowl commercials. They did it with Joe Montana and Travis Kelce and among other people. And this whole weird, woke, progressive, liberal, very satanic, very dark, very Illuminati-esque. A lot of eyes wide shut type stuff, and you know,
Well, look at the
it's only
halftime
getting
show.
worse.
It's always demonic.
Absolutely. The red piano, the red dress, the red horns. Even last year's too, with the other very rainbow fruity guy named Sam
And
Smith.
they know we know now. See, like, this is the
Oh, they
freaky
shove it
part.
in our face. They shove it in our face.
And I think it's more of a distraction to keep our eye on talking about all this other shit when they're really stealing all our money.
Yeah. And like I said too, like,
that's what's going on. They're robbing the bank, and they
Yeah.
got us talking about, oh, look, they're Satan worshippers. They're this, they're that.
oh yeah,
You know
trust
what they
me.
are? They're bandits. They're pirates.
And this is the funny thing too, Pops, because even during the pandemic, and I think in 2021, they were showing how people, when they were at this hospital lounge, right? They were waiting in the clinic to be seen. The TV's up there, right? There's like multiple TVs. They're airing the news, and it's showing how the people are so distracted watching this over here on the corner of the screen. They're not watching the bottom subtitles, and it's showing how the banks just literally took and siphoned multi-millions of dollars from the people in their bank accounts. Chase did this. Wells Fargo did this. Bank of America did this. Stole money from people in their bank accounts because they didn't have a certain amount. So you can't really file for a claim because you don't have a whole unless you had $200,000, $250,000 in your account, you were not eligible. And if you did, you would get penny stocks in return if you had under that amount. So what are you going to do with penny stocks? It's worth less than the money you had in your original bank. So people got screwed.
Well,
People literally got their money stolen.
how about when the whole collapse, right? The banking system, what was it, in 2008? And
Oh, yes.
all these CEOs stole all this money, did all this crap, and nobody went to jail. Nobody. Zero. That's what I'm talking about. That's why it's dangerous right now, because they control the courts. When you control the legal system and there's no recourse because you're the one investigating yourself, like where do we go from there? You understand? And they want you to feel hopeless in a way. That's why they're rubbing everything in right now, I believe. They want to make you where you basically just give up and submit, because I hear a lot of people going, well, what can you do? There's nothing you can do. They control everything. And I get it. They do. But that don't mean give up, right? But people are giving up. They're like, they've had it. They're like, there's too much shit going on. My brain hurts every day. I can't take it. What do they want from me? I'll give it to them. Just leave me alone. People just want to live in peace and be left alone. But they're not leaving you alone right now. Right now, they got to get you to bend the knee. See?
I keep saying that. I always say that they want you to bend the knee. And I always say, don't bend the knee.
Yeah,
I've literally said that before.
To bend the knee. And they're going to keep doing it until they want people to bend the knee. So, did you hear about my fictional movie that I want to create?
What is it?
All right, so like 6 Navy SEALs all retire. Like they're Navy SEAL Team 6. They all retire, right? They retire basically, all of them, right? Eventually, like, they're all retired. Let's put it that way. They didn't retire the same year, but they all eventually retired. So now they're sitting around and this pandemic comes, right? And all these magic potions come out, and one guy from that team loses his kid from a magic potion, and another one loses his wife, and another guy loses his uncle. So like all these SEALs, this SEAL team, all lose somebody they love. So now they get together and they go, all right, you know what? Let's take out the heads of the snake. And they go on so this is all fiction. So they go on this mission and they start taking out like CEOs of pharmaceutical companies and CEOs of banks, and they just start whacking people. And they get them and they kidnap them, they torture them, they do all kinds of crazy shit. And that's my movie. I want to see a fictional movie like that.
I can actually see it happening.
Yeah, it would be like Revenge for the Planet. Like, like some crazy shit. Like, and finally somebody stood up to the bad guys.
Revenge of the People.
Yeah, And then what happens in the movie too is like when they start doing this shit, then all the like elites start panicking. They're all scared shit now, and they all go into hiding and shit because they could be next.
You never seen the comedy movie called This Is the End?
The what?
There's a comedy movie called This Is the End.
No.
So This Is the End is basically the rapture, like the revelations happening in Hollywood, and all the celebrities that hang around each other, and a lot of them start falling down the pit because holes start happening. They're kind of like portals down into hell, and it's a funny, but it's an interpretation of the rapture. And you notice how certain ones that are there, the ones that are in the movie, they're known or rumored to be involved with the Illuminati and sold their souls to the devil and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they're the ones falling in it, like burning. So it's just it's kind of like that. It's in your face, and it's gonna keep being in our face. I mean, even Tom Cruise was in that movie, called Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah.
So, and he's a Scientologist.
They killed the guy that produced that movie. You know that, right?
Yeah, I heard about something like that.
Yeah, like he died a year later because they told him not to make it or something. I think it was the Rothschilds that got really pissed off because it was like exactly like a party they used to have at the house. Some shit.
Yeah, they have that at the Bohemian Grove.
Who would be the leading actor in my fictional movie? It would have to be, only because I know he hates them, it would have to be Mel Gibson. Because Mel Gibson hates Hollywood. So I would have to pick him because he's so crazy. And the way his eyes pop out of his skull, he'd be like the perfect lead actor for that.
Who'd be a great who'd be a great co-lead in that movie? Jim Caviezel, the one who played Jesus in Passion of the Christ.
Yeah. He's the one that played in that movie just now. What was the name of that? With the kids?
Freedom.
Sound of Freedom.
Sound of Freedom, yeah.
Well, Mel Gibson picked him, for his movie because he's a religious guy. But Mel Gibson be great for that lead actor role. Actually, most of the guys, I don't know if all of them, but most of the guys that are in Stallone is another guy. He's not part of their system. You ever notice Stallone? See, Stallone made it because they had no choice. He got lucky. He wouldn't give them his script unless he was in the movie. And he became famous just because of Rocky, right? And they left him alone. Like, Stallone is not a devil worshiper. He's into his family. He's like an old school Italian guy. And if you notice, Stallone in the Invincibles, what's that? That movie he made? The
Expendables.
The comedy, Expendables. Most of those guys, other than Arnold Schwarzenegger, because I guess he put him in there just for, I don't know why. But most of those guys that are in his movies are pretty solid guys. Like, they're not devil worshippers.
Yeah.
But, you put Stallone in there too. Why not, man? He'd be perfect in there, even though he's old. Yeah, that's the problem. These guys got old, But Stallone, for his age,
I
he still
know.
did
I
good
know
in
who
that.
could play. I know who could play you, pops. I know who could play you. Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Hey, have you seen that new movie, The Beekeeper?
I heard of it. I didn't see that trailer though.
Yo, you want to watch some crazy shit? Like The Beekeeper. Mo, he is the guy that goes after the bad, corrupt people, you know? And he's like supposedly works for like an undercover CIA group or whatever, but even the people in the CIA is scared shit of him. You understand what I mean? He's that of a badass, but it was too exaggerated, like what he did, but it was still a great movie. It's called The Beekeeper. Got to check it out, man.
Who stars in that movie again?
The guy that played in Crank, what's his name? The English actor. He's bald.
Oh, Jason Statham.
Yeah, that guy looks phenomenal. He's 55 years old. He looks like he's 40.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, he's in great shape too. What's Vinny Pots and Pans, man? I don't get it. Oh, Vinny Pots and Pans is here? Oh, okay. Oh my God, it's Vinny Pots and Pans in the house. Hey guys, yeah, I'm here. I love Statham. Yeah, he's crazy in that movie. I'm telling you, The Beekeeper, Mo. I didn't even think I would like it, and I watched it. I was like, holy shit, this movie's awesome. He's like the most badass person, like, you know, that you've seen out there. Yeah, like I've never seen nobody that can do what he did in that movie. Like, it's too crazy. He's too good. He goes through the whole president's detail and gets to the president. How crazy is that? And they're all scared shit of him. Did you ever see the movie Mr. Nobody?
I've seen like scenes of it, clips of it. The one where he's like
the best scene is when he's on the bus. Did you ever see when he's on the bus?
Is that's the guy from Better Call Saul, right?
Yeah, and the 4 kids walk on the bus.
Yeah, yeah.
And he tells them, I'm going to kick the shit out of all these. And they laugh.
And he does.
I love when they threw him off the bus. They threw him through the glass window. He gets back up and he gets in the bus and he beats them up.
Yep.
That movie was fucking awesome, man. If you haven't seen Mr. Nobody, you better go watch it. How about when he goes into the tattoo shop, right? He's looking for this guy that wore this tattoo. So he shows them the tattoo, and like they're really tough guys in the tattoo shop, like 3, 4 big dudes, right? And they're giving him a hard time. So then one guy sees he has a tattoo, and it's like the ace of spades or some shit with a 4 or something going through, and the guy knows what that means. Like basically, he worked for a group that was like erase people. Like they were the CIA erasers. They would just annihilate you. They were like pure destroying killers, right? So the guy sees the tattoo. He goes and locks himself in like a safe room and goes through the window, and he tells the guy behind the counter, good luck. and then they all shit themselves.
Jesus.
Because they don't know what's going on, but they know that this guy is, he's a wrecking machine, right? So they're all scared shit now. They're like, oh, sir, can we help you? Like in the beginning, they were acting like this. And then when they seen their boss run away, they were like, oh my God, we never seen that before. They knew like, uh-oh, we're fucking with the wrong dude. Yeah, that's a great movie, man. You got to watch it. Even the father, his father. Did you see the father in the movie?
And Nobody?
Yeah. He's the guy that played in,
him.
I forgot the name of the show. Is it the guy from Back to the Future? I'm not sure if it was that guy. I think it was the guy from, but anyway, the father's awesome. He's funny too. You know? Yeah,
I've always liked that actor and his style and Better Call Saul and stuff like that. So I didn't watch the whole movie. I gotta watch it though.
He actually plays like a tough son of a bitch in this movie.
Yeah.
Like but he's not like Superman tough. Like he's just a tough son of a bitch. Like he's not like doing massive crazy shit. You follow me?
Yeah, he's not like Van Damme or
No,
Statham,
like he's
like.
actually, when he has the fight on the bus, like they stab him, he's bleeding, they punch him in the face, they throw him through the window, but he's just a tough bastard. Like he takes the pain and fights.
Yeah, that's part of the trick to it too, is absorbing the pain.
Oh, we say words, and I find it interesting. We say the words like back to the future opposed to back to the past. There's a reason for that. It's kind of like when people watch The Matrix. Change everybody's skin color, reverse it. You'll see the story a little bit different now.
Yeah, think about that. Back to the Future. Right.
Yeah. They're given terminology, like even when you're talking about Stallone, anybody that's a major headliner, I don't care if it's music, sports, you're associated in some way or another in one of their clubs. You know, there's a lot because there's scripts written, there's musical instrument. When we're actually watching these TV shows or movies, not realizing there's background music, what it's doing to the hemispheres, or you're actually seeing the glare from a four-corner thing called the TV, let alone radio frequency. People don't realize how much they've been indoctrinated as soon as you jump into that vessel.
I agree with that up to a point, definitely.
Well, that's all we can do.
We all watch television. We all like to watch a good movie.
Oh yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. It's just a discernment.
I definitely am not a sheep. Like you can't bullshit me too often. You can fool me once in a while. I'm normal. I'm a human. But in general, I catch on to everything. Now, though, I have a problem with watching movies like you were talking about. The movie that they came out with, Obama produced it. And it's like the end of the world kind of type movie. I forgot the name of it.
The 2012?
No, Obama just produced it. Hold on, I'll tell you the name of it in a second.
So they tell us. They did.
Yeah,
it's funny. Even when
so
we
I'm
say
watching
things,
that movie right from the beginning to the end, and I'm catching all these different things. Like the clock was the number 6, and the coffee mug had number 6. And then the book had number 6. So then you went 666. Like they do shit now in your face. And then there's a picture of Baphomet in the background, in the corner. Like, so now when I watch movies, I'm catching all these details, and it's actually ruining my movie experience. Because now I'm more concerned about how satanic these fucks are that are putting all this shit to send secret messages. Like, how about this? Every time I see a car in a movie now, I look at the license plate and read and see what numbers and letters are in it. And then I write it down, and then I go and look like, okay, what does that letter, and that letter mean? And that number, and that number, and that number. Like the word Fox News, right?
Mm-hmm.
So F is the 6th number. Then O is like the 15th number, which is a 1 and a 5. And then X is the 24th number, which is a 2 and a 4. So Fox really is 666. How's that?
Pops, if I can share a little bit on that. There's a reason why there's acronyms of 3 as opposed to acronyms of 4, like the word news or the word laws. It's not what people think it is. So when you see numbers like 111, which adds up obviously to number 3, if people understand the 369, there's energy. Each symbol is an energy. Yes. So 666, 18, 8 and 1 is 9. Number 9, the energy for number 9 is actually the spiritual meeting the material. You know, it's one of those things where people will understand language by using it, such as colors, numbers, right, Braille, American Sign Language. But then you have to realize we're living in an energy realm. So, for example, you might be the few beings, you never see air. You'll never see the word that you speak, let alone the thoughts you receive. The physical is very linear. So when you describe something, I'll give you an example. You guys are here, you're looking at something, I'll say the word hand. You'll associate to that object, but you don't actually see the word I just said, let alone you received through a thought the concept of the word hand. This is why anything after thoughts, spoken words or written work, the written work's actually dumbed down. So whether you read it from left to right or right to left, up and down, down and up, that's conditioning. That's all a program. We're living within a program, and you're telling Siri, are you the program? Well, yes. Are you the vessel? No, I'm not the computer. Are you the Wi-Fi? No, I'm not the Wi-Fi. Are you the electricity? No, I'm not. So we have air. We have energy. We're the essence to these things. Most people say, I'm the body. I said, well, then who runs it when you go to sleep? Who runs it right now as you're hearing me, the liquids in your body? You don't. This has nothing to do how old we are. It's about a moment of awareness. So once you understand acronyms of threes, it's not just about six. The energy of six, that's just the material number to a certain point. But this is where people get caught up. 7 is the spiritual number. Actually, number 8 is actually the spiritual, the material number. This is why when people play with the number 432 opposed to 440, 440. What is 4? This is why when people see 4 ones, that's the energy for time. Now people say, but I'm in time. I said, are you sure? Because you're talking about a clock and a watch. Those are gauges. The sun and the moon, those flashlights, those are signs. So what's time? Most of us never experienced it. It's like air. What is air? Prana. What is it? We breathe it in and out. Hence the term life. You're in life. But most people will think, typical humans that we forget, we think, well, I'm life. I said, no, you're not. You're not even those thoughts. You're receiving thoughts. You're experiencing thoughts. People can even observe thoughts. This is why when people have near-death experience, you see the light. I said, have you ever seen a thought before? Well, no. So then how do you know what it is? Again, this comes with awareness, but most of us get caught up with the senses. That's what people call reality. They touch something, they smell something. And if you guys are old enough to realize, can the senses could be misled? Sure they can. All our senses could be misled at any given moment. Anyway, I went on, so I apologize, Bob.
Yeah, well, no, don't apologize. I agree with that up to a point, but it's kind of hard to, what I see is what I see. I mean, you can mislead me with maybe a magic trick or something, but in general, like, what I see is definitely what I see with my own eyes. So, like, I believe what I see with my own eyes. Now, I can't be fooled. Nobody's, saying you can't, because they could perform, illusions almost today, with trick photography. But in general, what I see is what I see. So whether that's a sense or, and even like when I'm saying the numbers, I get it. There's different frequencies and different things with numbers. Colors have frequencies. But the bottom line is, it's too many coincidences that everything ends up becoming 666. Like, this isn't just Fox News. It's a lot of different companies that for some reason are upset with 666. Now, whether it's to play with us or to annoy us, I don't know. But like even Bill Gates, he has a patent, the chip they want to put in your hand. And you can look this up. And the patent number is like 060606. Now, how did he get that number? What's the odds? Forget it. He did it on purpose. He paid to have that number. He wanted people to see it. They want to let us know. Basically, I don't know if it's paying homage to their God or it's to annoy us and drive us crazy. I don't know but I know one thing. It's not a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing it.
I'm with you, Bob. Knowledge has its power, and a lot of times they're communicating among themselves. It's when you you have discernment and say, okay, so was that message for me, or are they communicating with themselves? Like
they're communicating with themselves, I think, more than anything.
Yeah, it's like when we used to watch Carol Burnett, for example. She would do an ear tug. That was a message to somebody else. So when they do all these signs, even most of these people in club members, when Madonna does the Super Bowl or whatever, most of those low degrees, and I'm talking about you're 33 degrees, you're still low. We're talking about the English language has 5 degrees in it. So now when people start understanding that, they're going beyond that. These people that are doing this, their role is to anchor this realm. That's it. It's not a big thing. I know when people like to use words like the world's going to be destroyed. No, the world is beautiful with or without our existence. Now, if humans, unfortunately, they make it a point to say, well, we're having an issue. I said, I'm pretty sure if the animals started speaking, they would turn around and have an issue too. So this is where we're at. This is where they're getting into this concept of transhumanism and all this kind of stuff, because most of us are no longer participating in our needs. Most people don't want to be farmers or hunters. They just don't. That's part of it. Yes. When I tell people the human aspect of it is the beast part. You look at any animal. Animals do not build bridges. They do not build high rise and all that. So that's why we're human beings. Something's interfered. That's why when you look at nature and what men create, two different things. One thing is mostly angles. Nature doesn't have it. And nature is actually chi. It's harmony. So somewhere along the line, there's a species that's already, and that we are that, whether we're aware of it or not, because animals would say, well, I'm not interested in going to fucking war. And when they do, it's a different type of war. It's for survival. Yeah.
I definitely think they don't want to destroy the planet. I think when I say they, I mean, these rich globalist elite cults or whatever. I think they want to depopulate us. They're actually succeeding. They're claiming, there's a few people claiming that they say there's like 8 billion people on the planet right now.
So they say.
And he's claiming, no, we lost 1 billion people since like 2020. We've already lost 1 billion people between magic potions and disease and sickness and things like that. Actually, they are depopulating us, and we just don't realize it. And they're lying with the numbers not to make us aware of what's going on. I believe that. I believe between all the LGBT and these magic potions and medication and poison in the food and all kinds of craziness. People are dying younger now. I think because of the food we eat more than anything. I think our food is really poison. I mean, usually, when I used to eat when I was, 10 years ago even, I didn't feel that bad. And 20 years, 20 years ago when I ate, I felt pretty good. I felt like I got some vitamins from my food. Now, when I eat, no matter what I eat, I still feel like shit. Even if I eat healthy, it doesn't matter. There's just no nutrients in the food no more.
Yeah, you're right.
There's like no vitamins in an orange anymore. There's no vitamins in anything. It's like they took it out. I don't know what they did.
Well, I guess, Pops, with me and you, I'm going to say me and you grow up as an elitist. And for us, it would be business as usual. But for the masses, they would say, oh, well, what about us? I said, well, you're not growing your own food. And at the same time, we've introduced technology, not maybe me and you, but we're using it, that does havoc to the vessel, which is radio frequency, like electricity, yes, and also Wi-Fi. That we're in a microwave,
Yeah, so I think the Wi-Fi is really killing us all.
It's putting us in disease, very much so. What goes in the mouth can affect us, but unfortunately, most people don't understand unless you're going to learn how to fast, understand back in the days, like I don't practice it, but different days. Think about, because you're Italian, so am I, where the Latin, when they say martedì, lunedì, there's a reason why they say those, because there's different solar systems out there, and different days have different association with colors, and you eat certain types of foods. Right. Most people don't understand, even if you're going to eat meat, my first question to most people are, do you eat domestic or wild game? And are you honoring the kill? Because people have to understand what's the value of the blood is in all of us. That's memory cells. Mm-hmm. So until people start understanding that, we've gone backwards. The
Indians actually had it down.
Yep.
The Indians, they actually lived a good life.
Mm-hmm. They did. Even our forefathers.
Before we came and ruled the country.
Yeah, that typical. One human species wrecks another human species.
I mean, could you imagine before America was discovered, right? There were Indians living here. Mm-hmm. And they had their tribal wars and everything, but they mostly lived in peace. They hunted, like you said, for the kill, but they honored the kill. And they lived a simple life in tents. Nobody worked for anybody. It was just like hunting, gathering, right? Mm-hmm. And they had, their wife and their kids, and everybody was happy. And then we came here and ruled everything.
Well, civilization came at that point.
Civilization came, the Europeans.
Yeah. Well, not to, again, that's unfair even for the Europeans. This has been even with the natives and all that, they used to have wars among themselves too. Like us being Italian, our forefathers would understand the chicoria, dandelion. They would understand that the plant would serve as medicine. And if they understood solar alignment, they would realize, oh, you eat food at a certain type of day. It's like even when people do parasite cleansing, I said, are you following the moon? What do you mean? Because there's a reason for that. So even when people do ayahuasca, I tell them, I say, are you following the solar? Well, not really. I said, so you're going to buy a car like most typical people. Some people might learn how to change the oil. They're not going to understand, okay, are the wheels aligned? This we haven't really changed. You know what I mean? Like when people
Right.
tell me, Dominic, I just want to be positive. I'm the first person to say, listen, come over with me. I'll show them the car. I said, tell me how that car works. You have a positive and negative lead and it's grounded. How does that work? You're living in a place where there's the sun and the moon and you have the earth. How does that work? This is me talking to people, not realizing how much we've been so indoctrinated. Now, for me, I'm just sharing this
It's been
stuff.
dumbed down.
Yeah, the language dumbs us down. This English language we speak, it's a meaningful language. It's not like Sanskrit or Greek or Latin. It's a dumbed down language. Now, it's great for economics, you know, but
Right.
even that, me and you are hanging out with our buddies and we say, listen, it's, well, that's pretty cool. Are you saying my jacket's cool or it's cool outside? Which one are you talking about here? That's the language, you know, and of course there's obviously you shared earlier, there's frequency and sound in all of that. And everybody, not everybody, most of us are different in certain ways with our blood types, our birth orders, our cultures. That plays a major role. Like you can have, me and you could be brothers, but we can have different blood types. So our diet would be totally different. And I'm not just talking about a physical diet, I'm talking about emotional and mental diet too. How
Sure.
people deal with their emotions or their mental planes. Anyway, I went on. I apologize, Paul.
No, I don't apologize. It's interesting. Makes sense. You know, I do definitely believe in, you know, frequencies because I played certain musics and they've made me feel relaxed and actually you feel good. And then you play certain music and it makes you angry, you know, and then, I mean, just like, you know how I know there's got to be something to it? I was telling my son, I go, listen, when you got to go to the bathroom sometimes, you know, you want to pee. Sometimes, whatever, you'll put the water on and you hear the water and then you start peeing.
Bingo.
I said, that's a frequency.
Yep, very much so.
And
Peel
what's
onions at
making
the
your
same time.
body pee? What's triggering it to pee by hearing water? A frequency is triggering your body to pee.
Well, we have water inside of us, you know. And of course, I would say jokingly, I would say also peel onions too at the same time because you won't cry. So
Right.
again, this is where, you know, people talk about scratching on the surface when they talk about sciatica, you know, or people talk, oh, I'm going to jar some water and I'm going to say I love it. Dare not do that to blood and understand how that works now.
Uh-huh.
People forget the blood, the memory that we have within blood. This is why some people, not all people, some people, they'll do a blood transfusion or something. All of a sudden, they'll start getting memory of the person that blood was in.
Yeah. Well, blood is really like very important, even to the evil cults, but even God himself, the Almighty God, blood is very sacred.
Mhm.
Everything basically back in the day was about blood, sacrifice, blood, blood. There's something to the blood.
Well, anything to do with spiritual. You know, I know they bastardize
Yeah.
the concept of spiritual cooking, but most of humans are into material cooking, where blood, urine, gold, copper, anything that actually you can put into a liquid. Now, some people back in the Egyptian time, even today, there's some people that can consume gold, and
Right.
it's a conduit. But for some people, they might have to wear it around their wrist. You know, think about what does a watch actually do to a person when they wear it on their hands, and there's this constant little ticking going on. People don't
Yep.
realize how it can affect some, not all people, but for some people, it can affect.
Well, certain metals too, when you wear, they claim, like, you know, people wear magnets, people silver has an effect. Silver supposedly, you know, microscopic. They make like a solution that you could drink, and they claim silver goes into the body and destroys like bad cells and things like that. So there's a lot of stuff that we don't understand yet.
Well, that's the thing. We're only living in an age of information. So, you know, this is why when people say, well, I have knowledge, no, knowledge is the child. Knowledge is child to wisdom and understanding. You know, it's like if people really understood how cancer cells get activated, and it's actually there for protection purposes. But unfortunately, most people think, but I'm dying. I said, sure you are. Your body's in disease. Unless you understand how to fast and detox, not to say some people catch it too late. At that point, make peace with whoever you want to call it, source, God, aliens. It's time for you to go. You know, maybe pop out of that vessel. If you believe that you died, yeah, good luck with that. You can follow the religious folks. They'll tell you that there's heaven. Okay, so but when you go to heaven, do I look like when I'm 20 or do I look like when I'm 50? That's the game that people play with each other when they go to religion. But hey, all the power to them. I'm pretty sure, were you raised Roman Catholic?
No, actually, my family was like all over the place with religions. I mean, there was a time they were Catholic a little bit. There was a time my father was a Jehovah's Witness. Then he got out of that. He didn't like that religion. I basically follow, the teachings of Jesus, let's say. I don't believe Jesus. I don't believe in the Trinity. I believe he's the Son of God. And I don't acknowledge any of these religious organizations because I think they're all corrupted somehow, and it's about controlling money. But I do pray to I call him the Almighty God. See, because I believe you look at the Bible, they say he made God, the Almighty God, made gods. Like he made his son. It is a God, but he's a lower God, like a small G, I guess you call him. So I always call him the Almighty God because he's the Most High. And then his son, who basically I believe he did send down here to straighten out the mess, because I think God wanted to nuke the planet again. I think he wanted to wipe it out and start all over. And I think Jesus, his son, said, Dad, no, let me go down there and let me try to fix it. And I think he said, okay, you know what? It's your planet now. You deal with the shit.
You deal with it. Yeah, you deal with it. That's right. You go deal with, while you're down there, talk to my other son, Satan, see what he's doing.
Talk to your brother, Lucifer. Because definitely, I believe Lucifer is definitely his son. I think he's his, I think Jesus was God's first creation. And I think Lucifer was his second.
Could be, yeah.
And I think Lucifer's always been jealous of Jesus.
Could be.
And they had a brawl up there and he threw him out. I don't know what happened, but all I know is you have to understand God created Lucifer. There's no in between. So, and they say Lucifer was his most beautifulest creation. People got this idea that demons and stuff, they're ugly, they got horns in their head, like especially the devil. He probably don't look nothing like that. He probably don't have horns on his head and nothing like that. He probably looks just like an angel. And there's definitely evil and good. Now, whether Lucifer actually works for the Almighty to test us, and he's just, doing bad shit to test us, I don't know. I mean, is he really evil on his own, or is God controlling him too and making him do what he wants? You got to figure the Almighty can do whatever he wants, right?
Well, yeah, we can assume that they even put weight into the ideal of control. There's a good chance our pets are actually the best example of serving. You know what I mean? Like, it's interesting, the whole concept of written work, I don't care which one it is. It could be the Quran, it could be the teaching of the body, Keto, and all that. If people value that men, MEN, have changed history, so we're to assume that those written works have not been changed, both in the way they write them and let alone the information. But in Genesis, if people want to play the game, God created, not made, created something in his image. So when we look up in the sky and we see those two flashlights, are those material or are those images? That's the game. Even when they start going in cross-reference Revelation, they start talking about the size of these angels. They're tall. We're talking Shaquille O'Neal said, listen, I'm a child. You're a bush at this point. Right. So now at that point, can they shapeshift? I don't know. That is a possibility. I'll entertain ideals, but unfortunately people say, whether the Jesus story is on the astrology or was it a person, but it does clearly say, because even though Jesus and a guy like Socrates never wrote anything, because they understand how it's dumbed down when you write things, Jesus was a witness to what? Yes. To humanity's crisis, because whatever's called the truth is not Jesus. That's the thing that's on the horse. Whatever that is, that's an energy. And even that, from what I grasp of it, this is me going inwards, we have attachments here. So when Lucifer says, no, I'm the adversary. Yeah, what do you want? A car? You want a Mercedes? I'll get you a Mercedes. You want a BMW? I'll get you a BMW. You want Wi-Fi? I'll give it to you. People make this assumption, hell's supposed to be this ugly place. No, you're going to form attachments down here. You want drones? I'll give you drones. And then Jesus is going to say, listen, do you want to leave?
Right.
Because I got to divide you here. I got to bring you out here because the truth is not here in my interpretation. That's all it is. Same with love. People say, oh, it's love. I said, breathe in and out. There's your love. Air. It goes to anybody. You could be an elevator. You can be committing a crime. You could be loving a child. That air is for everybody to use if they want it. But that's just me playing with words. Unfortunately, English language doesn't do justice, let alone any language doesn't do justice. But if it resonates with a person, try to practice it. I'm my own hypocrite, Pops, at this point. I understand health. Doesn't mean I practice it, but I understand it. So, but for some people, they think I got to be perfect. I said, you're already living in a perfect world. All the needs are here. Just figure out your craft. But if Lucifer's the adversary, yeah, okay, no problem.
The adversary, that's what I call him.
Yeah, he's the adversary. There you go. He's like the prosecutor. I haven't even committed a crime to my awareness, but maybe I did.
Well, I feel Jesus is your lawyer, right? So when the time comes and you got to go step up to the gate, you're either going to go there with a lawyer or no lawyer.
You know who we need?
And you know what happens when you don't have a lawyer in court, right?
Well,
you get your ass kicked.
Yeah, the thing is, when it comes to commerce court, it's like the casino. Try to fucking avoid going into those places.
Yeah. So I think when I enter the gates there, or I get to the gates of heaven, or whatever world it is, I think I want Jesus next to me as my lawyer.
What about our cousin Vinny? I'd rather have him as a lawyer.
Oh, my cousin Vinny is one of my favorite shows of all time. It happened to me, though. I lived that experience. I pulled up I'll tell you a quick story. So
Wait, go ahead.
I'm living in Jersey, and my son moves to this small little town in Missouri called Eminence, 600 people. So the first time I drive up there, it's like a 1,500-mile hike, and I get all the way to Eminence, and I can't find my son's block, right? It was like Kennedy Street or something. I forgot the name of it. So I pull up into this gas station, and I swear to you, there's like 6 rednecks standing outside drinking like Schlitz beer. And I pull up and I get out of my car, and I felt like I was in my cousin Vinny. And I go, hey, excuse me. Do you know where this Kennedy Street is? Blah, 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 blah. And they all looked at me and start laughing at me. It was like a scene to be in the movies. They go, who are you? Are you Tony Soprano or some shit? Like, and I was just cracking up. It was like, I felt like I was in the movies. And every time I go to my son's town and I go into stores, people turn around when they hear me open my mouth. They're like, oh, I know where you're from. I go, yeah, how'd you know?
Yeah, you almost sound like a Long Island kind of.
I'm from Brooklyn, actually, originally. And then Staten Island, which is like Long Island and Staten Island are almost the same. What happened in Staten Island is all the people from Brooklyn, the Italians and Irish, wanted actually to have a house with grass. So they moved to Staten Island because they were sick of the concrete jungle. Because Brooklyn's, everything's concrete.
And did all the Italians and Irish, or more than, well, I don't know about the Irish, but the Italians, did they all start making gardens with that piece of grass?
Oh, yeah, you got to see them. They're making gardens, a little tomato patch here in the backyard. And,
love it.
It's incredible, But the old school Italians, they knew what they were talking about.
Yeah, hats off to them. My uncle's I'm more or less near Rome. I'm a Ciuciard, so I'm in the middle between Rome and Naples.
I'm from Sicily.
Yeah, you're Sicilian. A bunch of my buddies are Sicilianos. Yeah, of course, that's where the mobs. The mafia.
My mother's from Naples. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. Have you ever been to Naples yourself?
No, I've never been to Italy. I always wanted to go. It's on my bucket list. But, with all this shit that was going on, it screwed me up a little bit,
Well, being American, you'll see in Italy, they're Americanized. So.
They say it's even worse there. I have cousins that live there and everything, and they told me the women in Italy are worse than the American woman. They said you can't even imagine how much Italy has changed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like very, very Americanized.
Yeah,
but that's what America did. America canceled basically the world.
It's not really fair to say. Well, again, I go with the idea that
they canceled Europe for sure.
Well,
they tried to pull it off, and the best is America goes to Afghanistan. And they're trying to get the Taliban to go along with LGBT. And they were like, what? Go along with it. Mo, when they tried to pull that shit off in Afghanistan, the people from Afghanistan flipped out. That's what the Taliban basically wanted. You know, they make it like, oh, they're beating up their women, they're doing all this shit. No, they don't want to be part of our shit. That's what it is. They believe in family and morals back in those countries. Yeah, they treat the woman a little different. But
well, as they're taking all the high-tech technology, like military stuff that the Americans and Europeans are giving to them. So I don't know how far that really holds weight.
They left that there on purpose.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, America, what do you think? America left billions of dollars worth of equipment for no reason? There was a reason they left it.
Sure they did. Yeah, that's right. It's
they
in their
wanted
agenda.
to arm them for some reason.
Same with Iran and Iraq and Israel.
Yeah.
You know,
look at Iraq. There was no weapons of mass destruction. They never found them.
Mm-hmm.
But why did we really go in Iraq? Well, just like Libya, just like Venezuela, it's all, to me anyway, it's all about the petrodollar. When Saddam Hussein wanted to get off the petrodollar and go back his money, because he had the gold, he started hoarding gold.
Mm-hmm.
And Gaddafi did it too. If you ask people that lived in Libya when Gaddafi was the president, they loved it. It was a great country. It was modern. It was flourishing. As soon as they whacked Gaddafi, they brought the whole country down to its knees again. See, because they don't want these countries to be successful.
Well, I think it's like when you're the mafia, let's say you have to remove other people.
Threats.
So these countries like, Lebanon and all these, they're small. It's like Singapore. It's small. So Singapore is like a Toronto. You know, if Toronto doesn't have to fuel the rest of Canada, Toronto would be by far more superior than Singapore, and they wouldn't have to make all kinds of ridiculous rules. So these countries have to fuel the capitalist country, like America, not the American citizen, but the concept of America. Their capitalist system can only work if they fuel off of all the other isms.
Yeah,
that's just how it works. Now, somebody said, but capitalism works. I said, no, only one ism in theory works. It's communism. But the reason why none of them work is human factors. So now, if me and you can print as much money as we want and have a military, I can make Marxism work. I can make liberalism work. But it's only going to work for a short period of time because the rich will get richer and more people will get poor. That's just how it works. You know, in America, you've traveled around certain parts of America, you'll see rich or poor in certain areas. Other parts of the world, that's a distinct thing. It's like the United Nations knew what they're doing when they mandated one child per family with China. Don't think for 1 second it was China. But in exchange, we'll give the communist country the ability to produce everything for the world. But it really wasn't China. It was this big corporation that chose to go in there. So now what they did, they knew one child per family. Okay, then we're going to allow all the other Chinese to leave the country to a certain point. And now you go to Canada, you go to the States, it's a lot of Asians. You know, we came from a time, maybe our forefathers, where Europe is small when it comes to India and China. Dare not open the doors for those two countries, and in which they have done it, there'll be migrations everywhere. You know, our forefathers came here because it was an opportunity. I don't care if it's Italian, Portuguese. Prior to that was the Irish. Before that was the Ukrainians, and who else? The Polish. That's always happened in these countries. But they use the media, and this is an old tactic. Rome used to do this. Let's make division in their own country. Let's give them Black Lives Matter. Let's give them a whole bunch of impeachment on Donald Trump. Like people understand what false flag means. Right. You probably understand. False flag just means another nation is ruling over you. This is what they used to do with the British. When the British won the war, they would tell their conquered country, no, keep waving your flags. Why? We don't want any problems with your peasants. And that's what happened. The Germans have won the war. If people follow the Pope, forget about the Polish Pope, because he could have been replaced a long time ago. But the German Pope, the Windsor family, most of the head positions in America are Zionists. Those are Germans.
Yes.
The Rothschilds, Germans. So nothing wrong. They're just ruling.
That's right. But people don't care, I guess, at a point. You know, they just want to go on with their life, live a peaceful life if they can.
If they can.
Pay their bills, just eat and raise their family, but they're trying to take even that part away from everybody now. They used to give us crumbs. Now they don't want to give us the crumbs. They want the crumbs.
Well, at the same time, pops, there's a new age coming. It's the age of Aquarius. It's
Yeah.
it's an air energy. So I'll give you an example. If we had this age back in the days when they brought out language like written work, they wouldn't have brought written work. It's just too cumbersome. So now most people, if they're really honest with themselves, they're either self-absorbed, ignorant, or indifference. That's the gist of the masses at any given moment, including me, probably you too. Most people are self-absorbed. They're caught up. They might say, "I care about my family." I said, "Did you ever teach your child how to breathe?" Well, no. So you did fuck all for them. But most people, unless you're a forefathers or you're a father and mother, so listen, son, come down. I'm going to show you how to raise cows or chickens or hunt an animal and all that. No, what most people teach their kids, "Hey, son, come with me. Let's go in a car that I use somebody else's money because I exchanged my energy for to go get fuel, and then we'll go to somebody else's grocery store, push somebody else's cart, and then we'll bitch and complain because now we got to self-check it." You know, that's where most people are at. Most people don't realize how much they're fucking nanny state material. You know, this is where when people talk, sorry for a second, Paul, when people talk about shit like, "Well, my rights," I said, your rights only work when you don't go into somebody else's stuff. You go on a plane that has nothing to do with your rights. That's a privilege at that point. You go into somebody's train, that's a privilege. You know, people like to play this game of anarchy without rulers. How does that look like with the masses? Individually, yeah, take your chance, go to nature, be interdependent with nature. But the masses being anarchy, fuck, I wouldn't want nothing to do with it. Because human beings have shown over and over again, push comes to shove, they're fucking ignorant. Most of us are ignorant in a lot of ways. You know,
But this has been going on since the hunter-gatherer. I mean,
yeah.
once we started able to make farms, grow wheat,
Mhm.
we stopped hunting. Like, it basically became, okay, we can make enough wheat here to live off of it. We don't got to keep like traveling to different parts of the country to find animals to eat, because basically people were like traveling from place to place to find animals to kill and eat. And there's no more of that. And it all stems from just when we started learning how to be farmers. But it's not practical
You're
to
right.
have 10 million people in a city and think they're going to teach their kids how to be, grow farm or have, cattle and how to have chickens. You couldn't have that in the city. You would have to leave the city.
So
now, America is big enough for every single person in America, believe it or not, could have 6 acres of land. If you lived in Canada, everybody can have 60 acres of land. That's how big Canada is. So
it's big. It's big. You're right.
It's easier for most people to go to work and work 40 hours at a job than to farm their own stuff and have cattle and sheep. And all. Do you know how hard it is to grow your own crops and have like cows and chickens? And that's more work than if you had to go work for someone.
Oh, I'm with you.
So they made it convenient where, okay, it's a trade-off. You're going to be my slave for 40 hours a week, but everything is here for you. Food, electric, shelter, everything. You don't have to go. Now, if you had to do all of that, like go live in the raw part of the United States, somewhere up in the mountain with nobody there, just you and your family. Okay, you got no electric. You got to make your own heat. You need a heat stove. So now what you got to do is you got to go chop trees down to make wood. And that alone will wear you out. Just doing wood, okay? My son does it. Then you got to have like cows for milk and chickens for eggs, right? And you're growing your own vegetables, which don't grow everywhere. Like certain vegetables don't grow where my son lives, right? But anyway, you have a farm. You know how hard it is to be a farmer compared for just yourself and your family than to go to work? It's way easier to go to work and just buy the shit in the supermarket.
I think, Bob, this is where, I've had these conversations.
Is that the way life's supposed to be? No, I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
Now, if you had 20 people in your area all growing food and all having cattle and you could barter, then it would work. Because you don't have to do it all. Like that guy could be the guy doing the milk. You could be the guy doing the eggs. That guy could be growing the wheat. That guy could be making the beef, like for steaks. and then you start trading amongst each other. Now you're doing 1 or 2 jobs, but when you got to do it all on your own, one man with a family, and you have to get your kids involved. They have to learn how to farm to help you. That's why they had a lot of children. They needed help, and it was like having labor.
I guess, Pop,
the better.
At that point, you would have to skip a couple of generations. And even the people that were bartering, I said, listen, we would have to get rid of the truck. Why? Because it's comforts. So even if the elites, whoever they may be, it's like being in a cult. For somebody that's been conditioned or brainwashed, to get them to be unbrainwashed, that takes a will. You have to, you literally would have to learn for yourself. So children would have to grow up like a Mormon and absence. Amish. Yeah. You would have to be absence of the technology that brings comforts. Most of us suffer not because of resistance to pain, it's our attachments to our comforts. So somebody will say, Don, what about you? I said, I'm aware of my comforts. So in a civilized situation, then we have to understand a different type of law, not nature's laws, but man-made laws. So in this case, we got to put up speeding signs. This is why when people start talking about, well, I don't have to have a license to drive my car. I said, okay, so how does insurance work now at that point? What happens if you hurt somebody else? Because most insurance is for liability. Usually people that talk like that, they're self-centered and self-absorbed. They're the kind of people, you see that gate, get the fuck out. Why? Because you're going to be a virus in the system. Now they might turn and say, but I don't agree with it. Well, then take your chance with nature, because nature will show you how to work with it. It'll be destructive. Of all of a sudden, you see a whole bunch of animals that don't agree with each other fleeing. There's a good chance there's an earthquake going to happen or something's going to happen. So, but most of us forget that. So when it comes to our comfort, so now the elites can only go in one direction now. It's broken. We got to go in this direction. The only difference is we have to earn money. They get to make money. That's the catch. Now, some people would turn around and say, yeah, but that's wrong. I said, that's an illusion. Yeah, you play right or wrong. They play right or left. They play a gentleman plays called directions. So now they're printing the money. They're going to print enough now so your kids can work for us as police officers, military people, hospitals. Now, some people say, well, Dominic, but there's a lot of dirty secrets. Yeah, there's a dirty secret almost in every industry. You be a musician, you'll see a lot of little, because, they always have to glamorize it. It's like going to Vegas. Dare not go a couple of seats to the left or the right and see how people really live. Of course they're going to glamorize. It's like going to Rome. Oh, it's so beautiful. With the Vatican, the rest of it's fucking dirty to no end. Yeah. But again, that's how people are. But unfortunately, what most people are revealing, it's affecting them. And when they say it's affecting them, they're actually practicing what's called a satanic position, the left-hand path. Me. A woman that practices, I'm going to be self-sacrificing and do it for my husband and my kids. They're practicing the right-hand path. How many of us have actually tried to practice the we path when we're trying to include everybody? A guy that commits a crime, a petty crime. How are we going to rehab that person? Are we going to assist him? No, he's a criminal now. Based on what? Who made these fucking laws first and foremost? That's where I would turn around and say, who's making these laws? When somebody tells me it's legal or illegal to smoke marijuana, even though I don't do it, I already know the nation's already gone fucking cuckoo. You're trying to tell me I can or cannot put fucking chicoria tomatoes, now hemp in my mouth? Who the fuck are you to tell me that shit? But this is what happens. The rest of us reinforce that shit.
Yeah.
So we're at fault at that point, Pops. At that point, the masses are we're playing the game of, you probably might have seen it, the, what's it called now? Basketball player. LeBron did it. Michael Jordan did it. They had all cartoons or whatever. They had the cartoon ones. They had the one little guy ruling all these big giants. This is how the elites are working. The masses are allowing themselves, which is us. We're the masses. We're at fault at right now, because the elites, hey, they got a system. Nobody's saying, okay, and you guys want to print enough money? Anybody want to do military? We're going to even lure you and say, listen, we'll use the gold standard. Gold doesn't work today. I can't go with fucking
I got a problem with being ruled over, like back when I was younger. But the problem I have now is they're on a different path now. I don't know if they want to just depopulate us, but they're actually poisoning us with all types of, not just one way. Okay, we want internet, we'll give it to you, but it's poison, but you have to accept that. But when you're poisoning my food, and I'm not looking to be poisoned. Like, I'll go and you could go to the store and buy grapes right now. Mm-hmm. the pesticides that are on a grape, you can't even get them off, and you don't even pay to buy them. Any green leafy vegetable has so much pesticides on it that it's almost impossible to get them out of the vegetable. So now you're eating a lettuce, a salad, you think you're eating healthy, and you're being poisoned. So that's the problem I have with them right now.
But
Is
Pops,
they're poisoning us.
I'm kind of laughing because that'll be like me and you going to our corner street drug dealer and say, listen, you're poisoning our drugs that we buy from you. That's the catch. We're buying their food.
Right. So we're buying it from them. But in general, I'm not going to be a farmer, right? I'm just not going to grow my own shit. And I can't be expected to do that.
Yep.
So when I was younger, we used to buy food. They didn't poison it like they're doing now. Now it's to the point where they're just outright poison. There were no chemtrails when I was a kid. You know, you may not want to believe it, but they're doing shit with the chemtrails. I don't know what they do.
But the chemtrail, besides actually for people that some people get affected and become Alzheimer's, chemtrails actually benefits for the idea of Wi-Fi. See, this is where people get so fucking screwed. I don't give a fucking Prince talking
Well,
about
I
shit.
don't give a shit about Wi-Fi, to be honest. You can take it and stick it up. They can take Wi-Fi and stick it up their ass. I use it because it's available, but if I didn't have it, I wouldn't miss it.
No, but where I'm going with that, Pops, is me and you now are communicating from a different part of in this case, Canada and America.
Yeah.
Okay. Landline that's the industrial age. We're talking about technology of this age. How would we be able to communicate with each other? So many things are connected with Wi-Fi.
But I really don't, to be honest, I'm bored, I'm sitting. I could care less about the internet, period. I grew up without it.
No, we did.
In my days, you too. We didn't have internet.
What I'm saying is we're following it today. It's like when people realize that, there's a reduction in bees or whatever, because we forget we're living in an energy. Everything's energy. I'm using a word to describe it. So in our comforts, whether some people want it or not, I get if somebody says, listen, Dominic, they're coming to my farm and they're poisoning it. It's like when people say, I don't buy GMO seeds, whatever. I say, yeah, but if your farmer does, you're screwed just as much. Why? Because that wind will blow it over. But now some people will say, okay, but GMO is wrong. I said, no, what's wrong is most of us don't want to fucking grow our foods. So we're asking the people that are running the jailhouse for them. That, to me, that's nanny state. That's like a bunch of kids complaining to their parents, son, if you want to go upstairs and get better Wi-Fi, fucking go somewhere else. And that's what most humans are at right now. And when I say I'm overgeneralizing because we don't really hear too much of what's going on in Asia and all that. Even that, when we do hear that, they're just going to a different system, credit system and all that kind of stuff. We're talking about the empire that's been broke for the longest of time. So when somebody steps into somebody else's grocery store, they're somebody's bitch at that point. When they go and buy somebody else's car, now somebody could turn around and say, well, Dominic, but I paid for it. I said, did you make that money? Well, no. So you printed that money? No, I earned it. I said, okay, so what product or service did you offer? I'm an electrician by trade, but I didn't make the plugs and switches and the pipes. I didn't actually make the degree that I have to do. So I'm already somebody else's bitch at that point. But to complain about it, especially publicly, especially with them actually doing a credit system, me and you might not eventually see that, but I think we will because technology is eventually we'll get punished for that shit. This is why when people start talking.
I don't like when they lie to me though. Like organic food, right? You're gonna tell me it's organic, and I'm gonna spend more money to get a healthier product, and yet it really isn't organic. It's all bullshit.
Yeah,
because
once you start
watering the land with the pesticides that came from the soil, like there's always right now, everything is a big con. Like everything is a con. If you notice, like there's just so many lies, lie after lie after lie, and they get caught.
It's kind of like NASA, Pops. I like to use NASA like never a straight answer. They're not lying. They're just not telling you a straight answer. Organic, if a person does studying in the term organic, let alone free range, that's their terms. It just means it has certain types of chemicals. And it's like when people talk about conspiracy theory. If I'm talking about, because I always find it funny when people talk about globalists and flat earth, they're both fucking idiots. But anyway, when they start talking about that stuff and they talk about conspiracy theory, I said, am I conspiring with anybody else? No. So I'm theorizing. Yes. They're not worrying about facts or theories. They're talking about agendas. So again,
well, the flat earth thing, I could care less if the earth's round or flat anyway, to be honest.
Well, again, that's me talking to a bunch of kids. Forget about all these people that say, oh, I have hundreds of thousands of people. I'm talking to a bunch of kids right now. I'm going to tell you, listen, kids, Do you see a bunch of nature stuff here? Yes. Do you see a bunch of man-made stuff? Yes. Do you see those two flash ups in the sky? Do you see anything similar? He goes, well, not really. I said, and you guys been high enough? No. So there's no answer to that. This is where people forget. They're trying to force something that they can't prove. Now they can say it's factual. I said, did you experience it? What do you mean? I said, that's a different kinds of fact. If you truly experienced it, now say me and you were living in New York and then all of a sudden we saw the Twin Towers. Did we experience it or did we observe it? See, that's where it gets slanted now, where a person says, were you inside the building or were you outside looking at it? That's the difference. And now if we write it down, we could say, listen, we experienced it or we observed it. Somebody else that repeats that, I said, now they're parroting. That's what the Bible is. It's parroting. Unless a person got inspired that stuff, whether it's the Bible, the way the 13 colonies did the Constitution, we the people in our prosperity, they're telling openly. When they talk about people, they're not talking about us. When they say prosperity, they're talking about bloodlines. They're not talking about us. This is where people forget, in this case, citizens. It's a privilege to be here. I get it. People like to play games like, oh, what about my birth certificate? It only works if you think you're the vessel. If you realize you're not the body, then that has nothing to do with you then. You get to experience it. Because most of us, we're born to eventually leave these vessels, whether you call it dying or moving it. Anyway, yeah. I went on too long. I apologize, Paul.
This is just, what do they call this? A skin...
meat suit. Skin suit.
Skin suit. We're just,
It's high tech. I think it's high tech. It's a beautiful technology.
But you have to understand where somebody like me, and you're my age, so where I get disappointed is I seen the world change like from when I was the age of, let's say, 30 to the age of 60, like dramatic, like in 30 years. I mean, like, it wasn't that when we were kids. I grew up in the 80s. You did too.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It wasn't that bad. It was okay. Life was pretty good. It was good. Okay. It wasn't like the greatest thing on earth, but it was a decent life. We had all what we want. We had basically what we needed and what we wanted. And they decided, and whoever it is that's in charge, that we don't deserve that. We got to live worse. Like, they really want us to live. They want to own our home. Okay. They don't want us to own anything. Okay. They closed most of the mama and pop businesses down during the COVID. Okay. People, generational businesses, like they were going to pass it down to their children, but they had to close. So they closed 50% of the middle class's businesses. Mm-hmm. So that's still not enough. They want all our money. And when I say they, whoever's running the show, and the main thing is they even want to own our home. They want us to rent from them. They don't even want us to own a little piece of land. We're not allowed, like, so we could sit here and say, yeah, well, this is your part of their system. If you don't like it, leave. Well, I was part of their system when it was normal. Now they're getting now they want too much. See, they got greedy.
Well, they got technology.
That's their big problem. They're getting greedy.
Well, it's business as usual for them. So, for example, I'm pretty sure, Pops, I'm going to make an assumption you pay property tax.
Go ahead. Well,
okay. So, okay, I'm going to go with that. Okay. You don't have to answer that. So if somebody says property taxes, okay, let me change the word now. You're paying tribute at that point.
Yeah.
Now, somebody will turn around and say, what do you mean tribute? I said, that government's job is just to collect it. If people understand the Robin Hood story, they realize who he was stealing from. He was stealing from the tax collector. So what happens when they go to the elites and we didn't get our money? We'll double charge the peasants. So tell Robin to fuck off. So now when people understand that, and now when you're in major cities, Toronto, New York, Chicago, when you see all those high rises, you're seeing somebody that owns the high rise, but they don't rule the land. That's the catch now. So now somebody says, well, then who does that? I said, well, for them to do that, because they collect a whole bunch of taxes, they can have a couple of things. They can either have allodial titles, or they could pay high club membership fees. Now, a person could say, well, what do you mean? I said, because they understand they don't own anything here. That's why we have landlords. Now, when my buddy said to me, Dominic, I'm a landlord, I said, you've never been a landlord. To be a landlord, you would have to be a duke or a baron. I said, you've been in the housing business. And this is where most people don't realize how deep this indoctrination really works. Yeah. So now somebody will say, yeah, but I have to pay taxes. I said, yeah, because you're indebted. I'd rather be poor. I've heard this recently from my wife. She's experienced both poverty and debt. She added it her way. She says, I'd rather be poor than indebted to somebody. At least you have a chance when you're poor. When you're indebted, you owe something to somebody. And that's how it's always been going. So now they got new technology. They've been able to convince us with marketing to walk around with all these devices.
But there are countries that don't charge property tax. So if you own a house, like I lived in the Dominican Republic for 5 years.
Sweet. Well done.
The poor people there, all own their own house. Now, it ain't an extravagant house, but it's not bad. I've seen the average poor person there. They got like a little 3-bedroom concrete house. It has a roof over it, a nice, decent, it's decent looking. Nothing like crazy, but it's a house. And guess what? They bought it, they own it, and they never pay tax on it. And when they die, they give it to their kids, and their kids own it, and they don't pay tax. So how they make money in the Dominican Republic, which is, I think, this is the way it should be in America, is, when you go to the store and you buy something, you pay 8% tax, let's say, on a television. Well, in the Dominican Republic, you pay 16% tax on that television, okay? But here's the key. The people that have more toys and more things pay the taxes, right? And the poor people that can't afford a TV and can't afford those things don't pay as much tax as the guy that has more toys. Because everything is a toy, really, a television, So the rich pay more because they own more shit, right? They own more stuff.
Depends how rich you are. Once you get to a certain level, being wealthy, rich, you don't pay taxes anymore.
No, but what I'm saying is, in the DR, it doesn't matter how rich you are. You go to the store and buy a TV, you're paying 16% tax. There is no IRS. There is no loopholes. You understand what I'm saying?
Wow, the thing
is, you go buy a boat, you're paying tax on the boat. There's no loophole to get out of it. You have to pay the tax.
So at that point, Pops, are you paying tax on the item, or are you paying tax because you're using a thing called fiat currency? That's the game that's being played on people.
No, but what I'm saying is, I'd rather that in America, if you owned a home. Now, in the DR, though, they do one thing, though. Like, if your house is worth more than, I think, $160,000, they do charge a property tax. But $160,000 house in the Dominican Republic would be equivalent to owning like a $2 million house in America. I know Toronto, the average house is probably $2 million, but I'm to America, that's like an extravagant house, $2 million. So what I'm trying to say is, think about this. If I bought a home right now for $500,000 and I didn't ever have to pay property tax, okay, and now I died, but the house was paid, and I hand it over to my kid. That's generational wealth. He never has to worry about paying rent again. Never has to worry about paying tax. So he's going to get ahead of the game, usually, if he works and does kind of what I did. Let's say we did the same type of job, and we made the same. So over here, they make sure that your next generation never gets ahead of the game.
I think, Pops, if I can share there, if you actually are your forefathers, think about the people in Saudi Arabia. That's why the black gold is theirs. This is why when you watch the show like Beverly Hillbillies, Jed hit some oil. It's because that land is ruled by somebody else. So they'll give them an offer, say you can either remove the house that you own or you leave it and we'll give you a fair price, because that oil is not yours to have. So now what ends up happening for people that, let's say your forefathers kept the land. So you have 400 acres of land and say, okay, well, because your forefathers went to war with us, blah, blah, blah. Either you're a club member and you don't pay any tribute, but if you take any of your trucks or you rent that land for farmers or whatever, once you go into the city, which is our land, then you'd pay a different type of tax. This is what people don't realize. In America, all that land is still being ruled by the monarchy.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, see, in some countries, it doesn't work like that.
But the land is still being ruled by these monarchies. That's the whole difference. It's like a drug dealer. The first one's free on us. Don't worry about it. You're not earning enough. But if you want to own a house, that's the term. Your spirit knows that. You want to own a house, you can own the house. But don't think for 1 second you're going to rule that land. Because this is where it goes to where people become family oriented
No,
to
but in the
tribal.
Dominican Republic, they don't pay tax on the land.
No, they don't, because it's kind of like, okay, me and Pops want to live out in the forest for a while. Okay, so we're going to give you a 100-year lease on the crown land. We're not going to charge you nothing. We're hoping that because we did some research, you're going to dig it, you're going to rent it or whatever, and then you're going to do something. You know, especially if
that's not how it works there. What I'm trying to say is how they get their money. Instead of having an IRS, they just charge a higher tax on purchases.
okay, so they accumulate. They get their taxes somewhere else. It's like when we pay. I
Right,
don't know
so
if you're
it's better that way because think about it. The rich people can buy more shit than the poor person, right? So the poor person doesn't get like desperate, like compared to because he don't have. So I don't buy a TV because I don't have the money. So I'm paying less tax than you. Like you're paying the brunt of the tax if you have money. So the people with more money pay more of the brunt, and the people with less money pay less of it because they don't have it.
But once again, Pops, a lot of these
balances it.
a lot of these countries do not have a military force. America has a big military force, and they got to finance that. Here in Canada, the reason why you don't hear too much is because there's a standing British Army here. The British Army,
like the Dominican Republic doesn't have a big military. Right.
So here's America now, the empire. They got to spend a lot of money now. When I hear Americans say to me, "Oh, Dominic, you know, we're defending your country," I said, "Now you're in somebody else's fucking land. You're protecting somebody's asset at that point."
That's right.
So now at that point, where people realize, okay, so how much does it cost to fuel all of that? That's a lot of money. And a lot of it's
have no idea how much it costs just to send like a battle group, like a fleet of ships to like the Mediterranean. You got to send an aircraft carrier, like 5 destroyers, 2 submarines, a couple of frigates, and you're talking about, you know how much just in fuel?
Yep.
1 aircraft carrier.
Oh,
you know how much fuel it uses?
Yep.
People don't realize how much, but like when they sent the fleet to the Mediterranean just recently, I go, oh shit, you know how much that must have cost us? Millions and millions of dollars.
Well, probably true, yeah. And
like 100 million, like crazy numbers.
And a lot of that's not even on the books, even though the elites have all this posted. They'll tell you exactly, so a rough number, how much they fuel all the militaries in the world. That's the fiat. That's Federal Reserve. You know, they don't play national. So in that particular case, how much resources goes, you know, they're not people who understand how the Panama Canal is working right now. They're going to charge prices because the currency is so useless in all the countries now. Anybody that borrows money from a country like America's currency, you're indebted. So now here's a currency that's devalued. Here in Canada, the reason why everything keeps going up is because either you tell the citizens your currency is useless, or you basically tell all the big corporations, yeah, just double it then. That's why when gold goes up, it's because they're basing it on a currency that's useless. Now, people will say, well, Dominic, but I have all this gold. I said, okay, so let me understand this. Have you gone 2 weeks without eating before? What do you mean? Well, if all of a sudden they stop bringing trucks, 18-wheelers, and all these boats into America or Canada, you're going to go 2 weeks without food, and then they'll fly in with all their high-tech drones, which I love drones, by the way, high-tech drones in. And so listen, all you guys there with your American guns and your foreign fucking bullets, you want some food today? Bring your fucking guns to the FEMA camps. That's a 101 fucking easy scoop, you know. But most people say, oh, I'll fight it off. I said, have you ever gone 2 weeks without eating? I've done it for 30 days. It's a fun game. But I would never. I would never.
People can't even go 2 days without eating. Now, I fasted for like maybe the most I fasted for recently. I mean, maybe when I was young, I fasted. When I went through a divorce, I think I fasted for about a week. I was just miserable, right? But the most I fasted now recently is like 2 days. And man, by that 3rd day, you're ready to chew somebody's arm off. You're so hungry.
And at that
it's
point,
hard to fast, but it is healthy to do once in a while.
Well, again, that's where a person has to realize, is it the body that's starving? Is the emotion, or is it the mental plane? This is why when people talk about diets, I said you better make sure, not just on the physical level, that you understand where your emotion is and your mental. Like for me, I've done the fast where I've gone long, but I usually break my fast when I start tapping into my emotions. So I know there's areas of my life I've not developed. On a mental level, after you've gone 3 or 4 days, okay, I've done the tests. I try to go a couple of 10 days without water all the time. After 3 days, I'm drinking water. So that just proved to me I was
weak too, though. That's what happens sometimes.
You're right. No, well, yeah, that's for a lot of people, you have to slow down. If we're still working, it's one of those things you got to practice. But again, where I'm going with this, Pops, is can people really manage without going without food for long periods of time? And most of us can't. So it's an aimless fight by saying, well, I would fight the system. I said, if they ever decided, and they're doing it now, they're just leaving a lot of boats down at the Panama Canal. So they're going to overcharge prices. And people say, well, I'm not going to pay for that. Yeah, wait till you see one or two on the shelves. You'll see how quickly you'll pay for that shit.
Now, people,
and this is where,
look, they'll pay $20 for a loaf of bread if there's no food.
Sure they would. Or they'll steal it too.
Yeah.
That's where I say I don't trust humanity. If all of a sudden somebody says, yeah, I'm going to be one of those, end time fucking packers. So you better not fucking tell people.
Yeah, because guess where they're coming.
Sure they are. Hey, by the way, I got all this gold. Yeah, okay, good enough. After about 4 months, you'll see how quickly you're going to cart that gold. I love it when people say, oh, gold's valuable. Me and Pops are going to the Starbucks. I got to bring a torch now to fucking melt that shit down. Get the fuck out of here. Gold only works when the economy's going half decent.
I told them what I recommend to people is they sell these silver plates that you could break them. Like they're little, like a Kit Kat bar, like little chunks, where each one would be like a gram or whatever. And you could barter with that. But when you want to barter with a bar of gold, what are you going to do? Sit there and shave it? Like, how they shave the mushrooms, the expensive mushrooms? Yeah. What are you going to go, I'll give you 2 slivers of this bar? You can't barter that. You're better off bartering Hershey bars or a Bic lighter or something. Like,
sure, yeah.
You stock up on Hershey bars, believe me, you'll be able to barter.
Women will be at an advantage. I don't want to completely put them under the bus on this one, but at least they would offer, because most men will give something in exchange for one of their biggest things, chemical release. Oh, give me some sex. I'll give you a piece of steak that I just got.
Yeah, right. I'll give you a Hershey bar.
Yeah.
Again, some of my friends, I'll be getting Hershey bars. You'll be getting I don't want to talk dirty or anything, but you know what I mean.
No, I know what you're saying. But again, it's one of those things. We have these precious metals, and we go to a store like a grocery store or Subway sub. That's under the assumption that we think that the 18-wheelers are still bringing that shit into those places.
Well, I believe one thing, though. People are not going to wake up until they're on the bread line. Like during the Depression. Remember, did you ever see the Depression back in when people were actually on like a bread line to get like a scoop of soup and a piece of bread? And when people start to see that reality, then they're going to wake up. Until then, it's spoiled Americans.
Well, we have a different version. Pop, we have a different version. People will wait in line to get a Madonna ticket or something.
Right.
I'll wait 2 hours, 30 hours to get a ticket, a bracelet. But hey, each their own. You know what I mean? And I think the people, I don't wish this upon.
The rich have created this. These people that we say that the elite, they created this monster. They indoctrinated all these kids to be like wackos for all this bullshit. Like you said, waiting online for a Madonna ticket. Like they're camping out 2 days ahead of time to get a ticket for a musical. Like, are you serious?
I'll give you an example. I've heard this recently a while back, and it was the way it was put. It resonated with me, where people worry about a couple of lines that are added into the school about sex education, about gays. Really, when we grew up, was it really the schooling system's responsibility to teach us about sex? No, it wasn't.
That's right.
But unfortunately, because, everybody's going to have their different curves. Now, the Muslims, I'm not going to favor them one way or another, but they do have something where when young kids, 13, 14 years old, are around each other of different genders, you should have adult supervision.
Right. Like a chaperone.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't teach that. So now what
we used to have that back in the old days, but not anymore.
Yeah, you would have your aunt, your uncle, you talk stupid, they would have a talk with you, and your dad would say thank you to your uncle and say, listen, I give you permission not to hit my kids, to have a stern talking with them. So now, unfortunately, that's what's called neglect. Forget about this, the latchkey kid. You know what I mean? It's neglect. Sending kids to a schooling system where most people don't even know who the fucking teachers are, and then they look surprised. Oh, I didn't know he was a molester. Really? You lazy.
My grandkids are all homeschooled, thank God.
But even that's a tough one too, because let's say you homeschool them, unless you're going to have let's say you own a restaurant or something, then you're going to adapt them to there. But eventually, once you homeschool them to a certain level, say grade 12, Now you have to now bring them to the system again. Do you bring them to college or university? So now, if it's home education, yeah. Now, if it's an apprenticeship program of some sort, where's your dad? He's down at the end of the farm. He'll go down there. He'll teach you something about farming or whatever. Or you educate the child. This is where Confucius teaching comes in. The first 13
that's
years.
what my son does. He teaches his kids how to farm, how to do carpentry. Like he teaches them that, and the mother teaches them math, English, but they teach them a little bit of everything. This way they could kind of get by.
And I've heard Mike. Mike is a different kind of spirit, and the energies are working with him. Where a lot of people, they say in words only, I like to homeschool my kids. I'm like, okay, so,
it's not easy.
Where you go from, it's challenging, but once again, I don't know about you, Pops, when I went to school, anything to get out of class to play sports was my thing.
Me too.
So for me, at least I got some sort of character building from that. Other people, it might have been in the band or whatever, but the schooling system itself, outside of math, which I enjoyed, but if somebody had taught me at a very young age, you got a gift. This is where you educate them now. You bring it out. I went to a trade school, for example. They had all kinds of,
good.
Yeah. So for nowadays, what they're trying to do is you get the occasional student out of 30 students that has good memory. That's the schooling system they're trying to teach.
Right.
It's not an offense, because really, how would you teach one teacher or even a teacher and a supply another teacher 30 students? How does that work? That's challenging. So we can't really blame the system as much as the people that are bringing them there. I get it. Most people say, but I'm too busy working.
Back when we were kids, the system was a lot better. Like they actually taught us history. Like I learned the Constitution when I was in school. They don't teach kids the Constitution. They don't teach them who the president, like Washington, they don't teach them math now. They don't even have to do math anymore. Like you don't have to know how much 2 + 2 is anymore. So it is different though. I mean, I feel when I was a kid, I got a basic education. I learned how to read. I learned math. I learned history. I learned a foreign language. I had to take a foreign language. I took Italian. And it wasn't that bad. They didn't get into teaching us about how to masturbate, shit like that, wearing condoms, how to put a condom on. They didn't get into any of that. And we actually had a course called sex ed, but that basically was still just teaching you human, the human body. It was more scientific. So what are they doing now? I mean, they actually have Satan Club, after school Satan Club in schools. That's insanity. How a parent could send their kid to a school. If my kid was going to a school and they had an after school Satan Club, I would pull my kid right out of that school immediately, just because of that. Even if they were teaching my kid okay, I still pull them out. But here's why people don't pull their kids out of school, because they're both working. So it's like a babysitting service now.
I guess it's like, people that like watching, say, WWE with McMahon. Okay. That's all satanic.
Yeah.
So now, same with music. Somebody might say, okay, they like rap. I say, yeah, but do you understand most of the jingles? These people are basically singing from a script, and then they dress them up and all that. It's very satanic. And when I say satanic, I'm not leaning it's a bad thing. It's just about the me. It's encouraging. It's all about me. If people really want to understand it a little bit, instead of reading the fucking King James version of the Bible, read the Alice Crowley version of it. Just to read it. Don't have any prejudgments of thinking it's good or bad. Just read it for what it is. Sit in it long enough. Meditate. For me, meditate just means you listen from within, and you realize, holy fuck, we're all living this way. Yes, you are.
Yeah, but people overthink stuff today too, though. You have to understand. When we grew up, they played satanic music, even Led Zeppelin, all them groups, right? But we listened to it, we liked it. I'm not a satanic person. I still have my morals. I watched Kiss, who was satanic. I
love Kiss.
Right. But we didn't take it like today. They're taking it to the next level. Today they're taking it really demonic. I
give an example.
Baby's blood and shit. Like Ozzy Osbourne on steroids.
But the thing is, some of that spiritual stuff, like spiritual liquids and all that, it brings value to certain people. I'm not saying I'm going to favor it. I've had conversations with my dads and his older friends, and you hear their typical old Europeans, oh, we're better with money. I'm like, really? You don't want to play this game? You guys had fiat currency. In this case, I just tell them what they understand. You just had money. You never had credit cards. You never had PayPal. Today's generation are being bombarded with way more ideals. So now the old system that we grew up in it's first of all, it's an old British system. How do you teach your slaves? Either we impregnate them and then their offsprings, or we teach them a way so that, because we don't want to learn their language. We want them to learn our language. So that's what that is. So now when we're in this system, to compare it to the old days, the technology was just different. If we had this technology back in those days, it'd be a different game. You know, I get it. People say if I didn't have money, I could either do layaway if I wanted to go to the mall. But then again, that was just about teaching people to be more better consumers. You know?
Yeah, we basically you didn't buy what you didn't have. When I used to go to the store and I bought something, like I remember I went to Crazy Eddie and I bought a TV for like $3,000. The TV was $3,000. It was like a 70-inch rear projecting TV. It was a big piece of furniture. It wasn't like the TVs today, right? And I pulled out $3,000 out of my pocket. That's how it worked. Like that's how we rolled back then.
But
we didn't use credit cards.
But Pops, it'll be like telling your parents, okay, Mom, we just bought this 8-track or cassette player or record player. Trying to explain to your parents, Mom, I have a why question to ask. What do you mean? How does a record engages with voice inside of it? Most of our parents wouldn't have understood it. So what they were aimless consumers. It just wasn't that much. You tell a person, okay, so how did all the alchemy of steel and plastic came to be, let alone the language? This is where information can be useful for the people that want to apply wisdom to it. For most people, it's not even fair to say that they're sheeps, because a sheep is its own species. Humans are just dumbed down. Majority of us are. In different moments.
Things didn't matter though in those days. Like you didn't really worry about like the little things, where we're worrying about everything. We're worrying about the bottle we drink out of, which I understand. There's nothing wrong with it, but we didn't worry so much about all the little shitty things. We worried about the major things. And today they're worried about all the little things, and the major things, they're not doing anything about it. They're just making believe like it's not happening.
Well, the TV hadn't fully developed yet at that point. A lot of us, our fears are things that really don't serve us, meaning that what would it serve somebody outside of this gathering information to know that there's poverty in different parts of the world? It's like whether or not people went or didn't go to the moon, how does that help humanity that's in poverty? It doesn't. So what ends up being is most people get caught up, and we do it. I know I do it, where I like to philosophize about things. Now, somebody could turn around and say, well, Dominic, you have lots of time on your hand. I said, that's if you think time exists. I enjoy that stuff. Where other people say, but I got to go to work. I said, okay, that's fine. You go to work, but who created that machine that you're using as a farmer now? Where's all the sojourners that used to come to your farm? That's technology. Most people don't realize we're the frog that's in the water the whole time.
But we never cared about, like, you're right, though. We never cared about what was going on in the rest of the world. We only cared about our little world where we were.
Yeah, or you had those people
you didn't know what was going on. Like people say, oh, not now. Now it's out of control. But let's say 20 years ago, people were saying to me, oh, the world's getting really bad. And my mother used to tell me this. And I go, Mom, the only reason why you think everything is really bad is because now you know what's going on, let's say, in Egypt, where when we were younger, we didn't know what was going on because of the technology, the internet, right? So now you got the news from what's going on all over the world coming into your brain, right? So there's always going to be misery throughout the whole globe. If you put it all together in one, there's going to be a lot of misery. But if it was only your little part of the country in America, and you only knew what was going on, let's say in New York City, it's not half as bad. But now I know what's going on in Israel. I know what's going on in Ukraine. I know what's going on in Russia. I know what's going on in Africa. So this is an overload of information. We don't need all this fucking information.
Well, that's
It's
the
too
thing.
much.
It is an overload. Me and you hanging out, Pops. We're playing sports. I don't care if it's soccer, basketball, whatever. We're hanging out. Unless we're dealing with other cultures, and I grew up with all different cultures, so that was a bonus for me, where I started talking to my buddies. Okay, so how was it growing up in Jamaica or into Barbados or the
Right.
Philippines? But today, the technology and the younger youth, it's there. Parents give them a cell phone. Back in the days, you might meet an older grandfather or an uncle that would say, kids, you know what you need to do? You need to read the paper all the time. That's the version of today's computer. Guys who used to read the newspaper, read the sports, read the news magazine, read the stocks, they're becoming informative. Some people have a good demeanor. They can take that information for what it is. Other people feel as though I need to do something about it. I said, yeah, but what happens when you understand that this system has been set up for hundreds of years? Then people have to learn to know their place. A lot of humans are disobedient at this point. They don't know their place. You know, the guy that's the welder, he likes being a welder, enjoys his job, brings his buddies over to celebrate after a good day's work. The child's observing that. Oh, it must be a good thing my dad's doing that. Where most people, what they'll do is they'll become a construction worker. They don't like being a construction worker because they're jealous, because typical Europeans, they're too busy being jealous or envious. I want to be like a doctor. Okay, so let me understand this. You're going to spend a whole lifetime being good at a craft that you resent, and then you want your kids to go to university to be a doctor where their kids already have a heads up. You're failing your kids at that point. And how many people have sent their kids to university to get a job that more times than not is being replaced by AI already, or another foreigner? And this is where parents have failed their kids. It sounds like you haven't, Pops. Well done on your part and well done on Mike's part. But for most people, when they're too busy finger pointing, they're doing Adam and Eve all over again in the Bible. Finger pointing. Oh, it was the serpent. I didn't see the serpent pointing fingers. Now the serpent might be vengeful, but you know, when you hear parents saying, "Well, my kid," this is a good one, Pops. My buddies would say, "My kids are spending way too much time on the computer. They're playing too many video games." I say, "Okay, are your kids criminals?" Well, what do you mean? I said, "How the fuck did that get in the house then? Who pays for the Wi-Fi? The parents.
Yeah.
They have to take accountability. Now they can blame the government.
That's so true, though. Think about that. The parents go, "My kid plays video games too much." Well, how the fuck did it get in the house? Think about that. You're right.
I know. I'm with you, Pops.
My son, he don't want his kids to even watch television. That's how extreme he is. I basically bought a TV for them, and I said, "Okay, Mike, listen, I get it, but let them watch, like, pick out a really good kid movie for them once in a while. Let them watch a little show." I mean, you know, I try to give them a little bit of, you know, I feel like the kid needs to be a kid still, you know. But my son, man, he's like a tyrant, like, in a way. Like, he don't want his kids, like, tied into anything, like the internet. I get it, but this is reality. They got to have a little knowledge. It's not like, I can't believe, though, parents buy their kids like an iPhone at 9 years old. They're going to school with iPhone. Like, why? It's all pressure, you know.
And it's one of those things, Pops, where best that the parent could do is make sure the kid's in a safe environment. Try not to interfere as much as you can. So now, in that case, would be okay. Let me give my child a TV, or we bring a TV into the house. And then you have to engage with them. Okay, son, what did you see? What do you understand? This is where you're bringing out to find out if that child is gifted. So I'll give you a simple example. You have a bunch of kids. You tell the one child to put their hands on the stove, and they do. I say, okay, you're joining the military. Well, you're an obedient little one. Another one, you ask me, so Dad, fuck you in the boat. I say, you're going to be a homeless person. It's the child that you're looking for that says, Dad, why would you ask me that question? Well done, son. Go in the room now and communicate with source. And this is where people forget. Being a tyrant and telling your kids that you can't have a TV, and then the kids are smart enough to realize, yeah, but you're on the internet. Yeah, but that's different. Really? It is? You're being an idiot. You just don't know it yet. This is where children, they're here to teach us, because they're going to push back on us, and especially when you're going to challenge them and say, okay, son, you're going to watch the radio? No problem. Well, you have to be there, or at least get feedback. Why?
It's good television for kids, though, Arian. Like, I have to give you an example.
Yeah.
Tell me how the Flintstones are not funny, like, for a kid to watch. I watched the Flintstones my whole life. What's wrong with the Flintstones?
think, Pops, that what happens is some people throw the baby with the bathwash. So in this particular case, some people will see certain news that they watch because they can't comprehend, understand how the news are scripted and all that. And then what they think, well, then TV's all bad. It's like saying, okay, I met this
No,
one
I
time.
mean, there's some TV that's like harmless to me. I mean, not all of it, but I watched like Speed Racer when I was a kid, you know, all that stuff. That there was no real bad thing about, like, you know, I don't know. I watched you ever see, like, did you watch TV shows like The Munsters or
Yep, all
that
of
was
them. Yep, Gilligan Island. I
Abbott
watched them all.
Costello.
Yep.
You know, the stuff back then, it wasn't really like, you know, like today. Today, they got a TV show. Prime just made it with Disney, okay? But it's a Prime TV show. You know what it's about? For kids. It's a cartoon, and it's demons, and they're sexy-looking demons, cartoony, living in a hotel in hell. And they're like eating babies, like, but like cartoony, like they're drinking blood. And this is a show that Amazon just put on their Prime Video, and people are making their kids watch this shit.
I guess, Pop, let's say you're raising and your son sounds like he's a pretty aware child, or an adult at this point. Okay, so now here's a child, and the parents said, listen, so Dad, you're trying to tell me that these are bad. Okay, so why did you make me sit on that creepy old fucking red suit guy at the mall the other day there, Santa Claus?
Santa Claus, yeah.
There's one.
He's not into that either.
There's one, okay, and that's programming. So now the kid said, listen, why did you tell your daughter the other day there to put a tooth underneath her pillow because the tooth fairy is going to come into your room? What if your child turns around and says, so let me understand this, Dad. If I put a tooth underneath my pillow, a total fucking stranger is going to come into my room? What the fuck shit is that? Do you see how much people will blame the TV but don't realize how much they bring shit into their own household? Fucking Halloween. You know.
Oh, Halloween is satanic. But you have to understand certain things. I'm not saying the tooth fairy because my parents never did that. But certain things are really harmless. Look, I don't really celebrate Christmas too much. Like, I'm not really a big. I love the holiday, like, in a way, because everybody is kind of like on a different state of mind. People are more happy during, but if you want to go that far, then like, oh my God, you're telling me there's a guy comes down my chimney and puts presents on the thing, and I got to leave cookies and milk for him. And you know what? When the kid's real small, I think it's kind of cute. I don't think my kid doesn't do Christmas with his kids like that. But certain things are harmless and certain things aren't. Now, when you can make a case for either way. You could say the tooth fairy's evil, you know, like you just did. Or you could just say, yeah, it's a kid thing and it's not really, you know, it's like the bunny rabbit with Easter. I'm not into any of that shit, by the way.
What I'm going with that, Pop. Sorry, Pop. What I'm going with that is
Halloween, though, to me, is the one holiday that I don't know how parents participate in. Because it's really, you're going out there like it's a satanic holiday. It really is.
I guess where I'm going with that, Pops, is to be aware of the child that you've been gifted. It's not about some guy coming in. It's a child that's saying, Dad, I'm trying to tell you. I hear a bunch of guys talking about flat earth globe. Have you guys been high enough? No. At that point, that particular child realizes I'm with a bunch of insane people. So telling a child to watch cartoons and it's blood and they're sucking blood or whatever, you're going to get the few child, the strongest always survive, that are going to be wise and realize, Dad, thank you. But my sister, she's going to go around mimicking that shit over and over again. How many people are teachers robotically following a program and not realizing, yeah, but where's your thought in all of that? It isn't. At that point, they're in reactive mode. They're a bot, NPC, whatever. You know, so at that point, it's the few. There's the few that are running the world. There's the few that are trying to assist you. A lot of people to try to be aware. The masses are asleep. Fuck them. Especially when you try to assist them.
Alexarian, he's funny. The Flintstones instill disrespect for the husband.
Could be. It could be.
A little bit, yeah. I'll give you a little bit on that, but I don't think the kid would realize. But he's right in a way. I mean, they did. But I mean, look, there's always going to be, no matter what, there's going to be something wrong with no matter what television show you watch. I mean,
sure. Or radio.
But they don't make even like, you remember E.T.? All right, E.T. What was so harmful about E.T.? I mean, it's a movie. A little creature comes to the planet, and I think certain things aren't that bad, but you got to pick your poison with the television. You got to, like, my grandkids will not have access to like the TV, like cable TV, where they can just put on whatever they want. What's going to happen is my son's going to put on, whether it be with a USB port, with a movie he copied or a DVD, he's going to put on what he wants them to watch. You know what I mean?
I think, Bob, a lot of the stuff that comes in is just based because it's new technology. Like Thriller became famous because the CD came out. Justin Bieber became famous because the internet came out. People that go watch movies because they had drive-ins. So what ends up happening, most people get caught up in the new technology, but most people just don't apply discernment to what they see or what they hear. And that's what happens. Now, some people might do it in other areas, so I can't say complete right across the board. Somebody could be a surgeon, understand how to work with surgery and all that, but they might not even know how to tighten a bolt in a car. So there's a different discernment, whatever. You can cross over. So for most people, when they're watching something, they don't realize how much they're the observer of those things. And that there's something inside of them is observing it the whole time. This is why when people say, know thyself, who's the knower and who's the self? Once a person realizes there's programs running within us, we have many receivers in this vessel. But unfortunately, our forefathers, some of them knew, and even if they did know, they might find out, but I didn't have a gifted child. It would be nice if all children were that way, but unfortunately, most people tell me what job I have to pick, and I'll end up having a job for 40 years. I'll retire, retarded, whatever word you want to use to justify him having a piece of paper that at any moment it could fucking be useless. That's the system that we're in.
You see this? He's pretty good, but lead youngsters to believe in fact. Well, my grandchildren would know it's fake. Like, they would ask me, are there aliens, Grandpa? And I go, no, there's no aliens.
Hey, across the street there. Pops, across the street there, those people from another country, they're aliens.
Yeah, illegal aliens. But
there you go.
I get what you say. ET's brainwashed the youngsters. But I never believed there was an ET.
But even if it was, I'll entertain it. Let's say it was. How would that serve me and you, Pops? And that it'll be like all of a sudden everybody said, listen, we're going to go to a paperless system. Everybody can do whatever they want. Most of us would be confused.
That's right. Well, they're gonna have no choice because the dollar is gonna be worth zero, and they're gonna have to go to that digital currency.
No. Look,
that's gonna be how that's the way they're gonna bring us all into it. They're gonna tell you, look, the money you had in the bank is worth zero, but we'll replace it with digital currency, and it'll be worth what? Let's say you had $5,000 in the bank, and they said to you, well, guess what? You have $0 in the bank, but we're going to give you $5,000 of digital dollars. Take it or leave it.
Or they'll give you something else. Because you have 5,000 saved, that means you're good to the system. We'll give you some sort of credit, meaning that you can actually fly in the next couple of years with it once you start accumulating a digital system. This is why, like in China, in certain provinces, they're doing that, where if you're well behaved, you don't do jaywalking, your firstborn can actually, or your only born, can actually join the military if you choose to want to send them to the military. People don't realize the credit system has been around for a long time. The classification, think about in India, the untouchables. Here in our part of the world, working class, educated class, blue collar, white collar, the system is just changing. It's the same thing over and over again. That's why when they say nothing new under the sun, I'm the kind of guy that says, what about beyond the sun? Where people don't realize you're really playing with those two globes up there, especially the word moon, sun, sin, whatever words you want to use to describe it. I said, those are images up there for me. Dare not ever look long enough in the sky and realize fucking clouds come and go when they please. What do you mean? There's times there's nothing in the cloud, nothing in the sky. All of a sudden the cloud's there. Fuck, we don't got a clue. Well, I don't. Other people might be able to understand it. And
I tell people that too. Unless you went to the moon or you went up into space, how do you know there's really space?
That's right. We're theorizing at that point, Pops.
Yeah, if you haven't been there, you don't know. You don't know the shape of the planet because I haven't been in a spaceship that could go that high where I could see the shape of the planet. So I don't know what it looks like.
But hey, Pops, we do go. Let's say me and you do go. And now we come down. How many fucking books would we have to write to convince people? Fuck, I'd rather not know at that point. I said, Pops, we're the only two people know it. And even then, I saw through my senses. You saw through your senses. How the fuck do we explain to people?
Imagine it. Imagine we went up there and the Earth was a triangle. Let's just.
I was going to say a triangle.
And we came back down. Nobody would believe us.
And if they do, that is what a belief system is. Like, when people talk about, I'm just going to use Jesus, Muhammad, Socrates.
Yeah.
Only thing I can do is believe that a guy named Jesus or Muhammad or Socrates existed. But if I met them, I would say now I know about them. But I don't want to know their character. So now I would have to use some discernment. Okay, so when people forget, when you read books, they're not talking about Jesus saying, well, I remember this is what an apple tastes like. No, they're entertaining your hemispheres. They're telling you hemispherical stories. This is why people become scholars and scribes. They're not talking to a person that's very intuitive. And they'll say shit like, yeah, but they're not talking about how they felt when they had a firstborn. And I knew, who is this character, Jesus? And then this is where people talk about, I won't believe until I know it. I said, if you see it, you can't say belief anymore. Now you know.
Yeah.
But it's a play on words. And people, I'm overgeneralized. I apologize. That pops. A lot of us
I do believe in there's an almighty creator. That I believe. I could feel it sometimes in my body. But
sure.
As far as Jesus, I kind of believe that, I did a lot of homework into it. And my son's done a lot of homework, but I've watched guys that were having doubts about Jesus. They're called biblical detectives. And I watched a couple of shows on these guys. And what they did is they said, look, I'm an atheist, basically. I don't believe in Jesus. So they went back and found scroll after scroll, all these old documents and stuff. And they said, we have over 5,000 accounts of a person named Jesus living in Nazareth or whatever that existed. So if it was just a few different scrolls or and they're all from different time periods too, but there's stories that talk about this person, Jesus.
Sure, it's a story.
And these guys are biblical detectives, and they've come to the conclusion that Jesus did exist. That's what they've said. They didn't say who he was, what he is, but he existed. Now, what he did was a whole different story.
Unfortunately, Pops, atheists are a funny bunch of people, because when I've encountered them, I said, listen, let me understand something here, and I'll share out loud. Why do you only attack one dogma? What do you mean, dog? Well, if you don't value one of the dogmas, religion, why don't you challenge state and science and commerce? Because commerce is actually the ruling dogma here. You try to sell religion, that's commerce. You try to sell state, that's commerce. So most atheists, what they are, they go from being smart to clever. They never become wise. So now when they give me information, it's like me and you, we could talk about Antarctica, we could talk about fucking Middle Earth. Where are we getting the information, whether it's written on YouTube? Did we experience it? No. So these are the stories that people tell, which are great. Now, some people might say, "Don, my download." Once again, me and Pops, we got taken up into the spirit, call it whatever you want, spirit, essence, whatever. How do we explain it to the rest of us? I personally think all books should be fucking burnt at this point, because it's a fucking dumbed down version. It's like when somebody tells me about the Bible. Okay, so let me understand that. The Bible was written many different ways. Do you read it from left to right, right to left? Do you read it up or down? And do you read it Hebrew? Do you read it Greek? Do you read it in English? Because each of them are photocopy versions. Now, somebody will try to defend it, like a person in a gang. I say, yeah, but the guy that actually made the rules a long time ago in that gang, he died centuries ago. Why are you still doing the same thing? Where's your thought in all of that? Now, I get it. People are going to have a tough time with that, and they're going to say, but Don, what about me? I said, I'm already under the premise most people are self-absorbed. Making it about me is funny. Again, it's just a story. When I say story, Pops, that mean it could bring them some sort of purpose. If a person values a guy named Jesus, Muhammad, Allah.
Well, these guys were trying to get across the point that they weren't believers of God, right? So they wouldn't be like kind of saying, yeah, there was Jesus, because they're believers. They're actually the opposite. They don't believe in anything. They only believe in their facts that they find. So these guys weren't believers of Jesus. They just found too much evidence to prove that he definitely existed. So I'm just saying,
But
I
it's still a
believe
belief.
Jesus did exist. I don't know the stories, if they were made up or what happened. But I would believe here's what I believe. There has to be somebody who created this planet. It just didn't all of a sudden become Earth. Like it just didn't happen. A
Well,
big bang theory.
that's another one, because like Earth just means dry land, and you could
Yeah.
be like what people used to call a pagan. You can see what was left. Like people, that tribal people would probably put some of their kids under elusive state to see if they have a gift. They can see through a hawk's eye, for example. Some of the best seers didn't really have to use their two eyes, for example. There's a reason
No,
why.
but what I'm saying is
third
this whole
eye.
planet
Third
don't
eye,
work.
Intuition.
There you
Their
go.
No, but
intuition.
the way everything works, where the animals, the bees, the trees,
Mhm.
this ain't a coincidence. Somebody
No.
created this. There was some
No.
design. Even us, our human body, the way it works, it's the most complex machine ever created. So something made this. Now, if you believe that, right? You believe there's a creator, then, I believe definitely he sent his son here to straighten out some problems, and we'll see what happens. But I
Well,
definitely believe in God.
they took up the sin. That's an energy. So now this is where the Christian part is. They believe in an unknown, but meanwhile the pagans, because they were coined pagans, they believe in the known. Actually, they just know. They work with land. They understand nature. They know how it's in harmony. Again, the Christians, these are just a bunch of men yip-yapping, telling stories about the unknown, which is fine. But can we talk about what we do know? To believe in something I can't see, like air and all that. But what I do
the
know,
Indians worked with the earth in harmony, right? But they believed in God too.
yeah. Well, you would have to think that there's some source, like unless we actually. A good example, say you have a Honda and I have a Toyota. Unless we put them both in a garage and a little baby comes, we're at a lesser species ability. So we're going to perceive things from a lesser view, but we still have our senses, even though they could be misled, and say, but you still have to look at trees, a sequoia tree. You got to look at nature, all of that.
Redwood.
Yeah, redwood.
You got to look at the wind. Where does the wind come from?
Well, we're seeing the effects at that point. That's all we're seeing.
Convection. That's where the winds comes from.
From
Say
where?
it again. Say it again, Mac.
Convection. Because hot, cold, when they mix, it creates a breeze, wind, convection.
Yeah, and again, this goes as above, so below. A guy that jumps out of a parachute.
But you can't see it.
Again, because the senses are limited. This is why when people talk about, third eye,
I'll be right back. Guys, you guys talk. I'll be right back.
Now, what's this so below? I mean, above. I mean, I hear that all the time, and I really don't get the gist of it just yet. So below, as above, whatever.
Okay, I'll try to explain the best I can, Mac.
I mean, I know the Freemasons and all that shit use it.
Well, again, this is more esoteric, and yes, masonry. Some of them in the clubs will understand it. Right. Think about a magnetic pull, as above, so below. They're not talking about the Earth at that point. So when I don't know if you've ever experienced it. If you ever jumped out of a plane, for example, parachuting, it's colder up there. So the illusion people have is they think heat's up there. No, it's actually below. So now I'm an electrician, for example, and I don't wish to. Go ahead.
Stay with me. I'm an electrician also.
Okay, so you understand 347. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't wish to getting a zap or getting stuck with 347.
Yeah. Same thing with 270. That's good.
Okay. There's the shock value, but then there's the part where 347, it'll pull you in.
Yeah.
And then you know enough to pull away, but then heat's generated from that. Yeah. So now that's a magnetic force. I'm leaning towards a magnetic opposed to the theory of gravity. So now as above, you've got the strong magnet. We'll call it the sun. As below, I'm going to assume there's another strong magnet down there. The Earth is just the grounding part. This is why when people say that I only want to be positive, well, then how does a car work, let alone electricity? You need power, you need a positive, you need the negative that helps the positive, and then also you need grounding. So that's the concept of as above, so below. But people forget the Earth is just in the middle.
So you say we haven't got a magnetic pull like to the center of the Earth by the core?
I'm theorizing at that point because unless I can see the sun, but I have never been up there to say, listen, You know, only thing I could talk about is I
Right.
jumped out of a plane. I'm like, okay, well, that blows my
Right.
mind because where's heat then? It's not up there if it's cold up there.
So, do you know anything about induction? How induction works?
I've heard it. I wouldn't be able to break it down, but if you know
It's
how to
like
break
you
it down,
take a copper wire, thick copper wire, throw voltage. Well, first of all, you got to coil it up,
Yep.
throw voltage to it, put like an iron rod in the center of it, and it heats it up real quick. That's induction.
okay, yep.
Like these cell phone chargers. You just take your phone and put it on top of the charger. It charges up your phone. That's induction. So we know the sun is a magnetic ball, pretty much, a plasma. When that sun gets hotter, it creates more of a magnetic frequency, a magnetic field.
Mm.
And don't you think that magnetic field is affecting the Earth's core, which makes it hotter? And that people know about this stuff. You look at the Farmer's Almanac. I mean, this global warming thing is, look at the Farmer's Almanac. We had it before. So when the
Yeah,
sun
they did
gets
predict
hotter,
that.
the magnetic frequency, lines of flux get stronger, which heat up our core a little bit.
I think there might be other things, maybe as a possibility, because we've introduced all kinds of things like Wi-Fi and radio and electricity. That might
Oh, yeah.
affect it. Maybe with the
But-
chemtrails, there could be
Well,
either.
chemtrails causes a greenhouse effect. I'm saying.
Okay, so let's say it does that. So let's say the sun in its season, it moves up or down a little bit. But because there's a layer above us, like there's a new layer that we're doing, it might give us the illusion that the sun is getting hotter, but it's actually containing the heat underneath us. It's like with lightning. Lightning's coming, you probably know this.
From the
Lightning's
ground first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for a lot of times, when it first got introduced to me, I just assumed lightning was always coming from the top.
Me
Didn't realize it was-
too. Me too.
But once you realize that, it's kind of like, well, that opens up a lot of possibilities,
Yep.
you know?
Yep.
So at that point, it still opens up to the ideal, is heat really under us opposed to above us? Like heat rises. So then if the sun is heat, then we're going to think that it does the opposite now? It comes down to us?
Right. But
To me, I call those two flashlights.
Higher.
What's that?
There's less air particles when you get higher in the sky.
Yeah, and I think for some of us, we actually got to experience it. It would reinforce that then. But for a lot of us, we never experienced it, so we just kind of read it in a book or somebody tells us orally, and then we use our senses. But like I said to my buddies, I said, just because we see a constant material here, are we to assume that those two objects in the sky are actually material, or are they just images? That's up for conversation at that point. I can't say I can argue that point. I can only talk about it. You know, and what's the moon?
Yeah,
You know?
I'm finding a lot of falsities. What I was taught in school.
Mhm.
To tell you the truth, lately, I got to see it for myself or figure it out for myself to really come to some kind of a proper conclusion with certain subjects.
Then you realize we're in a crazy house. We're in a crazy. Take your pill, Mac. I took mine today, or I pretend to take it.
I did. I come with a warning label, by the way.
What does it say? Do you have a little happy face on your warning label?
Yeah. Little happy face. No water after midnight.
You become one of those little gremlins. It's good to entertain ideals. I like entertaining ideals.
Well, it's free thinking, and everybody's entitled to it. And I'm not
Yeah.
going to falter or yell at you because you don't think like I do. I mean, hey, you're entitled to your thoughts.
I tell my buddies all the time, I said, I have views. If I don't share it out loud, how's it debatable? And even when it is, I tell them, I said, these are my senses. I'm experiencing. When you see the sun, you don't see it through my senses. So at that point, we're just debating what? Opinions? To me, it's of no use to me. I'd rather just listen, guys. I'll show you respect. You share whatever you want to share. I'll hear you. I'm not here to agree or disagree because that's an assumption on my part that I can agree with somebody's view on the sun. I've never seen it through your eyes.
So what did I miss?
We explained the meaning of life, how dirt particles interact with water particles. We did it very quietly, Pop. So we didn't even. It wasn't even
No
recorded.
dark matter. It really doesn't matter.
Well, guys, I'm
What
gonna
you
have to let you.
do,
Go ahead.
What's your view on Apollo 11 moon landing?
I can entertain both, whether they did or didn't. But again, my question would be, how does that serve me, let alone humanity?
Gotcha. I see how you think. Okay. Nothing wrong
What's
with
that? Moonlight?
The moon landing.
Oh, really? How does it serve humanity?
It doesn't. It made some people
It
rich.
doesn't serve him any purpose, he's saying.
It
It
doesn't
does
serve me at all.
nothing for us. It did nothing for us. Zero.
Now, if we were
Think
the
about it.
elites, we probably built it for a lot of money. So it did serve us, but it didn't serve me.
Well, if they really went to the moon, which they didn't, not that moon landing, but if they could go to the moon, if it exists like it's a planet, I'm sure they put a hotel up there by now.
By now.
Could be. It's like when people talk about satellites. I never seen them crossing the moon's path, so I'm going to lean towards air balloons. But hey, that's just me.
It is air balloons, 100%.
Well, I can't say 100% because I've never experienced it,
Well,
but
not 100%,
people
but
report
in
it.
my belief.
Hey, at least this guy's
is-
being honest with himself, you know? Most people, Joe, believe lies.
Well,
and just
when
go
I
with
say
it.
100%, I mean my belief 100% is
Right.
it is balloons.
Yeah, you'll lean towards that, Joe. And if you give it 100%, it's just numbers. I get it. You know what I mean? Like you're not
We're
going to
in
bet
a
a million.
dome. I think is actually we're living in a dome here. Like there's a roof.
So we got flat Earth.
Well, I don't know if it's flat, but there's something they're hiding. Because
They
Maybe.
won't let us go to Antarctica. And they won't let us go in the rocket ships and go up into space.
right now, if you have
Unless I'm a
satellites
Freemason.
on balloons, they keep floating up, right? So how do you stop them from floating up? They hit the roof of the dome. That's how they stop.
Well, I don't think they go that high.
No, they got to go higher than the
Maybe
clouds
weather
so we can
balloons,
see
but
them.
not regular, you know.
They just don't leave the Earth atmosphere. You know, I mean, people go, "Oh, well, how about the stars and stuff?" I said, "Yeah, that's all inside the dome."
Well, we're talking about a star earlier, weren't we, Joe? Joe, about Joe, what's his name? Gibbs, the movie actor.
Yeah,
Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson. We were talking
when
about
they
him.
show you pictures of the moon, right, looking at Earth,
Hmm.
there's supposedly there's thousands of satellites, right? Thousands of them up there from like 1970, right? Like they've been putting them up there. So it must look like a junkyard, right, around the planet, but you don't see one satellite.
Could be. It could be. Like I said,
How
we
don't
can.
you see a satellite if you're up there? Where are the satellites? If they're circling the planet.
They tell us stories. You know, again, they tell us stories.
Everything is a story.
It's a good story. Some of them are good.
Right. Well, you know, NASA is a story. I mean,
Mhm.
think about it.
Bunch of Germans telling you,
What a money laundering scheme that is.
it's a good gig. Me and Mac don't have a piece of it. That's the problem.
Yeah. I like hay.
Think of all the things that we don't know about. Oh my God. Could you imagine how many things that they are hiding though from us? Oh God.
But what happens if we find out they've never been hiding it? It's just that most of us are somewhat asleep. We're doing sleep apnea in the waking state.
Well, I mean, supposedly I don't know. But they found like, let's say, giants' bones, right? And they've not shown. The Smithsonian hides all that stuff. Like, they're not going to let us know that they were actually giant humans. Why? Because the Bible says they were. And they don't want us to believe in God, basically.
And
I
they
think
found
that's their
those
main
big
thing.
skulls here in Illinois.
They don't want us to believe in God. You know that.
Well, the giants are from the Nephilim?
Yeah, but they don't want us to believe the Nephilim.
Mated with the daughters of man.
They don't want us to believe that. They don't even want us to believe the devil
If
exists.
that were
That's
the
greatest
case,
trick.
Are they the ones who populated Earth and brought the people to Earth?
Right.
Mhm.
Well, did you ever see Prometheus,
Yeah.
Yep.
the movie?
Yeah.
And they want you to believe like the engineers built the planet. They terraformed it.
The
And they-
Watchers.
Mhm. Yeah, the Watchers. I'm with you on that.
And they
There's
were
a
bigger
good-
than us. Like they're
Yeah.
big people.
Yeah.
and they used us to like enslave us with gold, to mine gold for them.
Right.
Like, you ever see the original Stargate with Kirk Russell?
Yep.
And they get there, and them people lived like, they were like bugs, and they lived in a host, but they had that like spaceship that landed on the pyramid.
Yep.
And they had human race enslaved. I think they've actually found Stargates too.
Mhm.
But I don't know really what they are. I don't think they're traveling the planets, but I think they have found like Stargates.
Well, if you ask Siri or Alexa about, is there a spaceship that crashed in Antarctica? And both of them say yes. And you ask them how long ago did it crash? They said 200,000 years ago this spaceship crashed.
Okay.
So, well, you asked Alexa about Jesus. Alexa tells you it's a fictional character.
Of course.
And then you ask Alexis, what about Allah? And it says Allah is the supreme God. So, ask Alexa. The guy louder from Crowder did it on TV. So he asked Alexa. He asked Alexa about Allah and Jesus, and it said Allah is the supreme God. Blah 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 blah. And then he asked it about Jesus, and Alexa said this was on louder for Crowder, and he goes, Jesus is a fictional character.
Again, Pops, these voices like Alexis and Siri's, it's all about entertaining the hemispheres, because they're not asking Alexa, listen, can you cook me an egg and can you snuggle up to me? That technology is still at a very infant stage. It'd be like,
I know, I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think anything
Alexa's a program. That's all it is.
That's all it is. Yeah, and we could.
And it's programmed to say what they want. Somebody put in that program that Jesus is a fictional character. It's not like Alexa figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
no, we're way far away from an AI having if an AI can actually rationalize, we're in trouble.
My opinion about Jesus is he was a normal man just like you and me. He listened to his conscience, and he's seen all the atrocities and BS that was going on in his time. And he talked to the people with righteousness, with being honest with yourself. And a lot of people loved what he had to say. And so these Jewish Pharisees at these churches were losing money because Jesus was taking their people away. So they couldn't get any offering.
Mm-hmm.
So they go, we got to do something about this Jesus guy. And they couldn't really kill him. It's totally against their religion. So they talked to the Romans, got Pontius Pilate in there, and that's what happens. Over money. The root of all evil.
It sounds like, Mac, you're talking about Jesus being, like I've said earlier, a witness and an observer. And there's been many witnesses, like think about the Hindus. Some of them
I'm just looking at an outside perspective. Like if I just came to this earth and I seen what was going on, that kind of perspective.
Well, once a person awakens within and become that observer from within, you're no longer getting caught up in all the experiences. That's why we have many paths. But you can also be the observer of those things. And then once you do that, whether you're the witness or the observer, some people will sit and meditate, sit in a state of silence.
That's what I do. I meditate.
Yeah, in stillness. That's why people.
When I woke up. That's when I woke up.
Yeah. This is why when people have dreams, they forget you're in a state of stillness and silence. People can do that even in the waking state. The waking state is actually the lesser state. It's the unknown state, the one that's running the body the whole time. That's why when people go into a coma, you'll see, well, then who's running the body? That's beyond what's called.
Is that you, Anoraxian?
Yeah, that's me.
All right, buddy. I just want to make sure it was you.
Yeah.
I like that, though. Have you ever met somebody who honestly wanted to go to space? Yeah, me. I'm going to tell you why. If there really is a moon, let's say there really is a moon, and there really is space, and I had a lot of money, here's what I would do. I would fly to the moon. Let's say I was rich.
Flag on it?
I will put a flag with my picture on it. Come back down, get the biggest telescope I can, and my friends come over the house. I go, come here. Look up there. Look. See, I put it up there. Look, my face is on the flag. Look. That's what I would do.
Well, I'm glad that you actually answered it and answered it.
In a joke, but I really probably would love. I would love to go.
You want to put a laser point towards Earth?
I would love to be an explorer if there was really. I don't believe there is outer space, to be honest.
Me
I believe
neither.
we're in a dome. You know the movie? You ever see the TV series, The Dome?
Yeah.
I believe we're in a giant one. Like we can't get out. We're in a prison.
Petri dish.
I believe that we're in a prison, and I believe there's water above the dome, right? So
There's
water
above,
below, and that's what gives us the reflection. The blue reflection in the sky.
Well, that's what gives us the rainbow.
Yeah, I believe definitely, and I think the answer is maybe even in Antarctica. Who knows?
I sort of believe that. The dome itself is actually a bubble. Like we're living inside a bubble of air.
Right. Like I don't know if it's actually like a
Would
plastic
it be a
lid or
thick
something.
layer of ice since it's so cold up there, whatever?
I think
Yeah.
we can't leave our atmosphere though. Once we leave our atmosphere, shit blows up. Like there's an ozone, like a belt that keeps us contained. Like you said, like an air pocket almost.
Exactly. That's what I believe. I also believe the Earth. We're all on the side of a mountain, and so when people go around the Earth, they're actually going around the mountain. So China is on the other side of the mountain, and so whether the Earth is round or flat, it's not really flattish. It's flattish, but it is round because it's cone shaped.
Right. It's definitely round.
So Australia is at the bottom of the mountain, and the North Pole is the peak of the mountain. That's what I believe. But regardless, I'm glad you answered that question in that manner because I often ask people precisely that question. People who believe in space and planets and that sort of thing. I ask them straight up, okay, how much would you pay to go visit a planet? Like, would you pay, like, whatever? I put it in relative terms to their last vacation to some foreign country or whatever. I say, would you pay the same amount that you paid for your last vacation to go visit a planet? And most often than not, they balk and they actually don't answer it. They say, oh, well, I'm not too sure but you actually straight up answered it. You're the first person
to
actually answered it.
I mean, if it was real, I don't believe it's real, but
Me
I
too.
would love to get into the spaceship and shoot up into the that would be like being like an explorer. Like that would be phenomenal. Like that would be awesome. But it doesn't exist. I don't believe it exists.
Yeah, me neither.
Find out what the hell is really up there. Like to look at the planet. I would love to just go up there and see what shape the planet is and like what it really is. Is it flat, round, triangle, a pear shape? What does it really look like?
Actually, that's a good point because that's another question I like to throw out to people who believe we're spinning on a ball. I ask them straight up.
I have a hard time with that.
Yeah, me too. But I kind of throw the science at them by asking them, how high do we have to rise up in the air to be able to see the entire ball? Right. Like, what's the calculation? It's a relatively simple geometry equation to solve it. But most of these people can't figure it out.
No.
The biggest problem I have with space is the Mars rover. I cannot. Do you know how far 5 million miles?
Belt.
No, but do you know how far 25? They're saying Mars is like 20
radio waves,
26 million miles or something from the Earth, right? Something like that. Do you know how far that is? That's like you couldn't even imagine. Take like 1,000 Earths and put them together. And you're not even close. Like I can't get cell phone reception in certain parts of the planet. Could you imagine me telling you I'm sending a radio wave I think it's 28 million miles or something like that.
But how's that wave going to get through the Van
Allen
wave's
hitting a rover, and I'm controlling that rover in real time. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, how dumb can we be to believe that? I mean, I really don't think that's possible.
I don't think it's possible either. But Pops, I'd like to offer maybe an easier, well, another sort of contradiction or paradox or dilemma with respect to the solar system, and that is the planet Venus. Now, according to the solar system diagrams and models that we're presented today and that we've been presented since we were kids,
Yeah.
Venus is supposed to be closer to the sun than we are, correct?
Of course.
And so the question is, how is it possible for us to be able to see Venus at night? And if we were to just sketch it out or just look at a picture of the solar system, the only way of seeing Venus at night is if the sun isn't visible.
But it's always visible. The way you say it in school.
Right, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, if it's closer to the sun than us,
It'd be always on the sun.
we can't, it's impossible for us to be able to see it at night. So this is a question that is never addressed, and it's actually a key to identifying the lie.
It's a loophole.
Oh,
You
here's
found
how
a
far it
loophole.
is. It's 200. Mars is 220. Oh no, the sun. Wait,
I can't even
Mars-
count that high.
Well, unless we had a
122 million
big,
miles.
big
100
mirror, put it out space.
142 million miles from the
We can get
planet.
reflection
Are,
from it.
are they out of their mind, like telling us that we could actually send a radio signal that far?
See, here's the thing, Pops. I believe the planets and the stars are something else,
Yeah,
and
me too.
it actually could conceivably be possible that distance is real, because I believe the moon and the planets and what we
I think
see.
they're a lot closer. That's what I think.
Well, the sun and the moon are the same size.
No, but I think the moon and the sun are a lot closer to the planet.
Whether they're closer or not, that I can't really say, but it is technically possible that those distances could be real if those planets or the moon are bubbles.
No, but okay, so now let's say they are real, the distances. I believe that we can't send a radio signal without
Oh,
having,
definitely.
like, without like having like buffers in between, like antennas in between the distance to relay off each other. That would be possible. If they said we have an antenna every million miles from here to Mars.
That's ridiculous.
Then I would believe it. We have 250 transmitters, like every couple of thousand. There's no way we can send a transmission 200 something million, not thousand, million miles. Like the Earth is how big? How big is the Earth? 25,000 miles. So how many Earths is that? Thousands of them. Like combined, just put thousands of Earths until you reach Mars. Like no way we can send it. It's an impossibility. And the rover is like in Arizona somewhere.
Right.
In the desert.
Well,
They're making you believe.
He found the loophole with the Venus and the sun he was talking about.
Oh,
Now,
it's
what I
100.
found-
I never thought about that.
Yeah,
With
but
the
now,
Venus and stuff.
now this is what I found out.
It is.
Yeah, now this is what I found out. We all know that the Earth is what 25,000 miles around. It's really 24.9 something, but it's pretty much 25,000 miles around outer diameter.
I would like to revisit that thought, but
All right, then Google it and see what you come up with. Then,
well, my thought is that the size of the Earth is infinite. So we're
I'm just saying what I'm just going
What
to
they're
explain to you.
saying, though. He's
Well, Google
explaining
says it's 25,000 miles
Yes.
around.
Yes.
Okay.
24
And they
hours
say
in a
Earth
day.
spins at 1,000 miles an hour. So what I don't get is you go for 1 hour spinning, you're gone 1,000 miles. So in 24 hours, but we got a 25,000 mile an hour diameter, or excuse me, a diameter is 25,000 miles. What happens to that hour each day? Compared with Google saying, and everybody else saying, these scientists, it does not make sense because we lose an hour every day. That sun's going to be an hour forward every day.
So, like
You know what I'm saying?
in 12 hours, it should be a whole different, like the sun should come
Right. So that's screwed up right there.
Mm-hmm.
You're correct. I believe actually that's another deception I believe we experience, and that is
Right.
the time is constant. I believe the sun actually changes its speed over time. It
I think the
speeds up and
sun
slows
revolves around
down.
the earth.
Like, oh yeah, up above us. But I'd like to
Yep.
revisit. Pops, you said, okay, how big is the Earth or whatever? I believe we're deceived into believing the globe primarily to lead us to believe that the resources are finite, that there's a limited amount of resources.
Mhm.
The main deception is to make us believe we're trapped, and ultimately, as population increases, we're left to fight for resources. And for the religious folks,
Yep.
we're being deceived into, well, we're led to believe that God put us in a trap.
Mhm.
And that, I believe, is the falsehood. I believe the Earth actually extends forever, and that beyond Antarctica, there
Like
is more
Shangri-La.
land. Yeah,
Me too.
there's more land. I suspect that. But I'd like to ask you guys.
You ever see the map where they show you past Antarctica? There was
Yeah,
all
got
these,
Shangri-La and a bunch of these other
these
ones.
ancient maps where there was
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
continents. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm open. I would like to believe that. Yeah.
I definitely believe that.
But you opened up the whole stream with Antarctica as a title, and earlier on, I can't remember what day it was, but you mentioned them tunneling through Antarctica. I believe what's being done with NASA and all these other countries in Antarctica is that they are tunneling, and that they're melting the ice to create tunnels and to
Mhm.
see how far they can go, and that they've come to an agreement that they're all going to fan out in all directions, for as long as it takes to reach another pond. And they don't know what's out there either, and their intent is to spend money. So NASA's collecting money for this, that, and the other thing. Perhaps one of their projects is to dig under the ice and to keep digging until they find something.
Are they
Well,
digging down or across?
I don't know if you watched the beginning of
Both.
the show.
Okay.
I believe, I used to say fallen demons, the fallen angels, but that was just like a bullshit thought. But I really thought about it, and I did some homework, and I believe that during World War II, Germany was building bases there. And I believe that the Nazis went there, they built a fortress, an underground city, because what happened was they're claiming that 1,000 submarines disappeared from Germany, like during World War II near the end. And they were sending people. They said they had thousands of scientists, not like 100 that we claim we stole, we took from them, like to make NASA. They have thousands of scientists that they sent there. And I believe they have an underground city. They were way more advanced than we were. They had better technology. And when Admiral Byrd went there, they say that he only came back with 2 ships from the whole battle group. The rest got destroyed. And the sailors, they're on, like, you can watch videos. The sailors are claiming that UFOs, which could be the German ships, with like flying swords, were coming out of the water and destroyed all their planes and ships. So did they have advanced stuff?
What are you talking about?
And did they
Hollow
make
Earth?
a deal with the rest of the world, like with the leaders, and say, listen, we got enough technology. We can nuke the planet. We can do a lot. You leave us alone. We'll leave you alone. And I believe they're in like the middle of Antarctica somewhere in an underground city, and they built their whole empire, the Nazis, and now they're pulling strings from there too. I believe now they've infiltrated us because they look like us. So they could have people up here making deals and bribing people and doing all kinds of shit. But I believe actually there's something there, and I believe it's a breakaway civilization that lives there.
What is it, like Hollow Earth to you?
No, I believe they built like an underground city under the ground. Like they built something. They found these tunnels under the water with the submarines, and they landed into some kind of like, they say there's rivers under the water, like a
Right.
mile down. There's rivers,
Well, I physically did
hot
see the
pockets
tunnel.
of air and everything. I mean, I believe they actually built an underground city there.
Yeah, I definitely seen them building tunnels with 2 lines of tracks going through them,
They
30
said it's
foot
very easy to
diameter,
build a tunnel
going
through
from
ice.
Chicago down to Springfield, and I'm
Yeah,
sure
but
it's
ice
going
is
out to
easier
Denver
than
Airport.
rock, you know. But I believe there's something there, and I think I really believe that's where Hitler went, and all them Nazis. They didn't get them. You really believe Hitler killed himself from the bunker?
They threw him in the ocean like they did Osama bin Laden.
Nah, he didn't. They never got
I
him.
didn't believe that story.
Yeah, so I kind of believe that makes more sense to me than like aliens or fallen angels. Why is it that we don't mess with them? Because they have advanced technology. How they got it, I don't know. They invented it, or they found, in Antarctica, they found pyramids. But I go by the testimony of Navy sailors that say, listen, they were flying discs that we had no idea what they were. They were destroying our planes, destroying our ships. They left in 2 months. They were supposed to stay there for 6. But
With
they
those
destroyed
UFO,
their whole fleet. There was only like 2 ships left.
they had to find the right magnetic frequency to actually get those things to work properly, to hover and stuff, because they're quiet.
Yeah, they said they
move
were
up, you know.
hovering on the
Yeah.
water in between the ships. It was crazy. But is it true? I don't know. But
You know
all
what?
I know is that's what makes sense to me.
Go on, I'm listening.
I'm willing to believe all of that. I like with respect to the Nazis going to Antarctica. I don't make a distinction between the German Nazis and the British
Right.
Nazis, and they're all like
They're all
game.
the same.
But
Ashkenazi.
yeah, well, like yeah,
That's not right there.
like who won the war or lost it to me
Right.
is
now,
kind of irrelevant.
there's another video
Yeah,
that
I
shows,
agree.
listen to this. They definitely did go there. That in 1958, America dropped 2 nukes on Antarctica and destroyed the Nazis' underground city. So they're even claiming that they were there.
Okay.
Right. I watched another video and it's showing American people talking, generals and shit.
How long does radiation last after
So
a bombing from a nuclear weapon?
1958, they're saying they dropped 2 nukes on Germany. And then they're saying they actually went back there in the 60s and had to drop more nukes because they had another city. So they're actually admitting that they did go there.
How
See, I
long
think
does
after World War
radiation
II
isotopes last?
Right. But I don't believe that they dropped the nukes. You understand? What I'm saying is they're acknowledging that they were there. That's the problem.
Yeah, but Nagasaki over there, they had the nuke. Now, how long does the isotopes last? When it
But I don't think they dropped nukes on them because they were way more advanced technologically.
One was hydrogen,
than
the
we
other
are.
one was nitrogen.
That's why they signed that treaty. The treaty was
Wow.
basically, we won't destroy you because America couldn't go through another war. One thing Americans hate is their children getting killed. Okay? So they made peace. The Nazis said, look, you leave us alone here. And I think the little bit of scientific stations that we got there are actually there just to watch them, to make sure they don't leave and come leave that part of the world.
You don't think
And
we're
I
at war
believe
right
they're there.
now?
You know how big Antarctica is? It's 1.5 times the size of the U.S.
Yeah.
It's huge.
You don't think we're at war now? We've got an internal war going on with
We're
us.
we're in a war. This is a whole different game. We're already in the New World Order. So
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
with respect to war in Antarctica, I have a slightly simpler theory on what the agreement is. There may be so many agreements, but I believe Antarctica is used essentially as a safe haven. So, like the bad guys are planning to go there for vacation while we eat ourselves alive.
Yeah.
And then come back when we're all gone. So they're
Obama went there.
they're kind of using
At least they're not
Antarctica
stuck
for that
underground.
purpose.
Well,
Pardon?
think about it.
At least they're not stuck underground. All thing you might do is freeze their ass off.
Well, they got that covered, probably.
I
Really,
know.
think about it. Nobody's gonna nuke
I've seen
Antarctica.
some of them hotels they got there in Antarctica, some of the buildings. They're like hotels.
Yeah, they got everything over there.
Well, we certainly can't go get them.
No,
So
that's
insulated from us.
Yeah.
essentially.
No,
But
it'd be very hard. And if they got stuff under the ground, it would even be harder.
But you know what? I want to share something with you with respect to the sun, the moon, and the size of the Earth and the shape and what's beyond and all that. Ultimately, whether it's the Anunnaki or Nephilim, I don't know. But what I believe we should logically deduce is that our knowledge of things like the zodiac and our ability to maintain a calendar must come from out of this world. Okay, the knowledge of predicting the asters and all these cycles, because some of these things up above us cycle around and take thousands of years to repeat themselves. And since, the time of the ancient Romans, Plato and Aristotle theorized that all these things repeat themselves and take about 15,000 years for all these asters to complete their whole cycle. Like, this is physically impossible for a human to observe.
Right.
So our knowledge of the calendar itself is physically impossible to deduce from nothing. Like, where did we get the calendar?
Well, I
From
can
math,
see 20.
mathematics.
I could see
Yes, but
24
where
hours
did
a day,
these
but how do we know
calculations?
300? Right. Where do we
I
get it?
mean,
But we know that whatever it is takes 300 years to come to Earth every time. Like, all these comets, like, where did we get this knowledge? It's physically impossible for one person in his lifetime to do the scientific observations to
me, I
deduce
think
them.
we had advanced civilization in our past, and something happened to Earth, something big cataclysm, and we had to start over. Because we were finding stuff in the ground, like the mechanism, the Constera mechanism. I mean, in stone, these calendars they've got in stone. These sundials and the Stonehenge. They knew about the sun and all that stuff. I mean, to me, there was a lot advanced before that, but something major happened.
I believe they got it from out of this world too. But
Yeah.
ultimately, when the Jesuits or the Vaticans or whoever owns the biggest telescopes tell us that, there's something coming by a comet and it only comes by Earth every 300 years, how do they know that? How is it
Well,
possible?
we do got a comet coming towards us called Apophis, and we do have a big telescope, and the Vatican owns it. It's on Mount Graham in Arizona. You know that, right?
The name of that telescope. What's the name of that telescope?
Lucifer. It's called Lucifer.
Yes, but what I'm getting at is, how is it possible to know its repetition and predict it? That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, how do they know?
What I'm getting at, these are mathematical equations that can come about only one of two ways. One is they observe it, they measure it, and the next time it comes around, they measure it again, and they notice a pattern. If the repetition is 300 years, who lives that long? Nobody. The other way,
Doing better for you. How do you know that 365 days are a year? Who came up with that? Could it be 367 days? Could it be 360 days?
From the sundials,
But how do they know 365 days make a year?
Observation. Now, guys, you guys are talking about time in the sense of using numerical numbers for gauges. The things up in the skies those are called signs. So now they understand that there's the series opposed to the sun. The sun is a 7-day cycle. The series is a 10-day cycle. Those are cycles now. Now, this is why we have words like life and afterlife, because people have the illusion of death. Now, when you have afterlife, now you're talking about where the space and time exist. 3-dimensional beings only experience aging process. So now, again, when you look at language, numbers, symbology, that's what it gives you. It just gives you a gauge. A clock and a watch are gauges. That's not time. That's why we use words like years, months. It's not time. The sun and the moon, those are signs. This is why I was saying earlier, the yin and yang, the unknown and the known floating. So now when a person sees those two flashlights and the sun is being distracted by the clouds, you'll still see on the other side what's called light. That's a different energy altogether. Again, this is where it's beyond the senses. And it's even beyond the two receivers called the left and right hemispheres. We have many receivers in our bodies. Most people, we'll say women, because they're childbearing, they usually use the midbrain. That's where that thing called the mind works. Not the brain, the mind. Mint, mind, man. And now, of course, they're going to say Lucifer and all that because they don't understand who the bright light really is. There's a ruler here, and its role is to anchor this realm. Whether it's the trees, the clouds, the earth. The humans are just casualty. Same with the ants, the casualties. But unfortunately, most of us have become disobedient. We're playing these games of belief systems and knowledge. Knowledge is just a child. Belief is a stumbling block. You can't believe in something that you've never seen. And when you do see it now, you know, but can you apply discernment to it? Once again, you have to wrap your head with possibilities because most people don't realize what they call fact. You haven't experienced it. You're regurgitating things after thoughts, which is spoken and written. Written work is a dumbed down version. It's like the diodes in electricity, in LEDs. It actually teaches the hemisphere to be very logical. And this is why when people go to university, I tell them jokingly, I said, you got a hobby. You know, you got to understand what theories, which is fine. And I'm theorizing as I'm doing, but I'm also using possibilities. But I'm willing to challenge that from within. And for me, I'm realizing, okay, so I'm looking at those things up in the sky. Those are images. Those aren't material. And those are gauges based on what? Because we use gauges. You know, think about satellites, or in this case, the moon. They say, well, they went to the moon. How can they communicate? Well, we have a device now where you can messenger somebody across the world. And this is lesser technology, by the way, that we're using still. They have wireless electricity, but they're still playing around with an old technology called the industrial age because the age hasn't come into fruition yet that now we can start playing with different things. That's all we're doing. Anyway, I went on too long. I apologize, guys.
I'd like to ask you guys a general religious question. Do you guys believe that we share a common ancestor, whether it be Noah or something else? Do you believe that is the case? Sure. And when I say we, I mean all human races, all the other people who look different, yet are still able to mingle and create fertile offspring.
Well, if, like I said, if there was a spaceship that crashed in Antarctica 200,000 years ago, and these guys had the knowledge on manipulating DNA and stuff and coming up with different races of people, you know, that's that theory, of course. But me, I think, yeah, if like I said, with Noah's great father was great grandfather, what was his name? Jeez, it's somebody we all know once I say his name. I can't remember it right now. All these old people, I'm sure. No, not Methuselah, a little bit older than him. Well, anyways, yeah, I think we're pretty much all related in a way because it all came from, if you do the scientific research, where it all came from the ocean, from one cell amoeba to the ape and all that. I mean, yeah, in that case, I guess we related it.
You believe we came from an amoeba?
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's different aspects. You know what I'm saying? One cell microscope, then you got the fish, then you got the land,
okay, yeah,
and then you work up from an ape.
Yeah, I saw that on television and I saw a cartoon. You believe that? That's what I'm asking.
No, I don't, because there's a missing link with the ape and the human's DNA. Big time missing link.
I don't know. The whole Noah story just doesn't fit well with me because of a lot of reasons. First of all,
big flood.
It only happened 3,000 years before Jesus. So it happened about 5,000 years ago. Yeah. So in 5,000 years, we went from a ship with like 8 people to 8 billion. That don't make sense. But anyway, then you got black, white, Chinese. You got all different Asian groups. So I think the Noah story, something's wrong with it too, with the animals. if you had to fit 2 of every kind of animal on a boat, you would need a way bigger boat than Noah had.
Oh yeah, that's a bit wacky. I'll grant you that.
There's something wrong. I think it's more of a.
I believe it's allegorical to a
Yeah.
degree.
Of course.
I think God kind of made Noahs and arks maybe in a lot of different continents or something. I don't know. It don't make sense.
Yeah. And are
Okay.
you talking about the meat suit, or are you talking about our essence or our blood type? Because those are different. You know, the meat
Well,
suit
ultimately,
that's all it is.
I'm talking whatever it is who are parents. Like my general question is, do you believe we share a common ancestor? Like, do we share a common grandmother?
DNA or whatever.
What do you call that?
Well, the
6
DNA
Like if
degrees
we
of
all came from
separation.
Noah, if we all came from Noah's family, then we would, right? In a way.
Well, yes. I mean, legally, we could say that, but I'm just asking you: do you honestly believe it? Because I myself, I don't
believe
know.
it. The Noah story never hit well with me. I just don't. I
But
don't
ultimately,
believe
we
can
can't.
all those animals in a boat.
But ultimately, we do have ancestors. And what I'm getting at is, do you believe we come from a common family?
Well,
Or
then you can say that we all come from Adam and Eve, right?
I don't value that. I don't think we come from the same ancestors.
no?
From different
Okay.
nations and different nations, and we're called human beings.
Like I said.
Okay.
Different races
What are
over here.
we? What do you believe
beings.
we are?
We're beings. We've
Okay.
chosen to jump into. That's why we have things like horoscopes. We have entry points. We're actually not in the vessel when it's being conceived. We're spiritual beings. We might even be coming from the offsprings called the Watchers. So now,
Okay.
again, the physical vessel is a temporary thing. It's an aging process for it.
Well, if you believe we come from
Okay.
watches, then you believe in you don't believe in God. You believe in like an alien race made us or whatever.
Well, skinny water. Yeah, we come from skinny water, called air, it's a transformation energy. You'll see water transforming into many different things. It's kind of some people call shapeshifting.
No, but you said the watches. So if we come from the
Yeah.
watches,
Yeah,
but they're not
for me,
physical.
you're
They're not
basically,
physical for me.
it's like Prometheus then.
Yeah, it's an essence. We have what's called an essence.
Yes, I
We're-
believe there's just one creator, but
Well, it could be.
I think he made it. I think though, I don't believe the Adam and Eve thing either. I think he made Adam and Eve in like 10 different continents. Like, so he made an Asian Adam and Eve, a black Adam and Eve, a white,
No.
and he
Okay, so we were made.
planted Adam and Eve.
The
all
form
over
was
planet.
the form was made. There's a concept called the breath of life.
Yep.
Some people might call it spirit, prana. We're energy. We are literally energy. Unless you can actually look in your mouth and say, "Well, that's where words are, thoughts." Really, when you go to sleep, who runs your body? It's not your waking program. That's just the ego. That's just a program. Now, there's something that's running behind that, which is another program. But then there's a concept called the observer of those things. And once you observe it,
Enoch was Noah's great grandfather. Enoch.
again,
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's a story again, and then that's all we can perceive it as a story, unless you go inwards and then realize, okay, it resonates with me. Again, this is why language is very limiting. This is why we use words like to describe things. The things is in the known. So now, once you realize you're not those things, that's why you should question those things. Don't question others. Question those things, reason, feelings, thinking, and all that. I'm hearing, Anna, your name is, you're talking more from a level of a belief system opposed to knowing. And even if you do know.
No, that's what I'm getting at. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Yeah. I'm not arguing a question. I actually don't know. And so when it comes to what you said about the Watchers, could you just maybe give me an idea of what exactly happened? Like if I were to be observing this transition from our ancestors or from the Watchers to our ancestors, what would I see?
Well, it'd be like you playing video games and now you decide you want to jump into it. It's kind of like a Star Trekian kind of ideal, where somebody says, Tron. That's another one. You're observing it, but now we want to participate in all of that. That's why when they came down and they started impregnating the men, M-E-N, not M-A-N. That's a different species. Where they came down here and they started impregnating women. This is where alchemy came to be. This is why we have this technology.
Was how giants came to be.
Okay, so what are the Watchers in a physical sense.
Aliens,
We would
Well,
call them
were
aliens.
they?
Well, we could be the aliens here.
or
The
what
way
kind of
we
You
beings?
see-
see, see, that's what I suspect. I like if I were to speculate, um, I I would lean towards this Watcher concept of this. Ultimately, something from outside of this world came in and impregnated other creatures. Now, what are those other creatures?
Different races.
And I'm just asking you for your ideas and your theories. Like I'm not looking to argue.
How
Because I
about this
truly.
one?
All
The-
right,
the
so if they made
Greys.
giants, what happened to the giants?
Yeah, but what about the Greys? How come the Greys are short and stubby like that, and they happen to? There's people on Earth, I could say, possibly that look like them. The dwarf people that have the certain genetic, they all look the kind of same. You know what I'm saying?
Mac,
They
if you
have Down
understand
syndrome.
shapeshifting, it doesn't matter at that point because they can shapeshift into anything. Again, this is image
But it doesn't
restriction.
matter what nationality you are. You got the Down syndrome, and it's familiar.
They all look the same.
Yeah, it
Right.
goes back to the pagans. Okay, the
Chromosomes.
pagans didn't value the concept about. They knew there was a source, an unknown, but hey, why spend energy? I'll just work with what I know. So when the Watchers came down here, you can actually observe there is a difference. When you look at nature and its curvature, and then you look at what men create, its angles, hence angels, it's two different things. And one isn't chi. What we create in these forms is not chi. It's not harmony. A car is not harmony. Wi-Fi is not harmony. It's actually a disturbance with nature.
So you have the Watchers, you're saying, came down. All right, Watchers, right?
We're the
Who made
offspring.
who made the Watchers?
It's like other species.
What if the
No, but
the
there has to
Watchers
be. There has to come to a point where there was one creator
Could be.
that made, let's say, these
Everything.
Watchers, which we call angels.
It's called the
Sure.
Big Bang.
Yeah, no, the Big Bang's all bullshit. But so the Watchers to me are angels. You could call them Watchers, you could call them angels, but there was a creator who made the Watchers. And the Watchers got jealous and they wanted some of that putang. They wanted that human flesh.
They wanted
Could be.
to,
So they
It could
came
be.
down and they grabbed some, and then the creator got mad because they were making freaks, one-eyed monsters. It was creating all the DNA.
and they had to
that
cause a
looks like.
flood to get rid of it all.
Well,
And he flooded it, but I don't believe in the Noah deal. I believe he
Right.
flooded it,
Right.
and then he started planting people again.
What if
creating
Earth is
people.
a big quatrarium where these Watchers, could
Yep.
take species off of this planet and seed
Do
the universe?
if you guys come to the awareness that there's different kinds of bodies of water spinning different ways, this is where you get the story. If people never saw a
Or like
plane,
that?
yeah. But if a person never saw a plane before, the story would have been to their ancestors. It came from the heavens, not realizing there's different planes. This is why when they talk about Atlanta, Germanica, Odin, they're talking about different planes. Now, this is why when they say nothing new under the sun for what's called Earth, but what about beyond the sun? This is where when people used to get into these channeling modes and they would tell us there is a force. This is where the waters get held back. This is a different kind of species. We are probably like the village here on the 7 continents, the 7-headed dragon called Earth, dry land. That's all that means. If they understand it. And then you have the word good and evil. I'll change the word, how it was actually spoken in an unknown language, spiritual and material. That's all it is. So when you hear the word evil, evil world, material world, everything you see is what's called material. Then you give it description. It's a redwood tree in a forest. You're experiencing more in thoughts than you are in the material. Unfortunately,
I'd like to.
Go ahead.
Oh, so sorry. No, you
No, go ahead.
complete your.
No, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I'd like to share the Eastern religions, like the Buddhists, and believe in the same sort of concept, and they express it in a slightly different way. The spiritual and the material. The material is ultimately every material object that you can see or sense blocks something else behind it.
Yep.
And so you say what's good and evil. Another way of of expressing that, and I'm going to relate it to the biblical stories of the Garden of Eden and the Tree of Knowledge and all that stuff. But ultimately, another way of identifying good and evil is true and false. And so ultimately, when the Buddhists look at the material world as a distraction, every material object hides something that is behind it. And so they call it Maya. So Mother Earth gives us material objects as toys. So we're playing, and Mother Earth watches her children play. But ultimately, every material object is concealing something. And it's up to us to be able to recognize when we're being distracted or misled from something that's hidden.
Well done. Yeah. This is why we have the word, we form, listen to the word form, an attachment. We attach ourselves to what's called the mind.
Oh, yeah.
We attach to the mind. That's why we have the word government, entertainment, resentment. It's the mind. The mind is not the brain. The mind is actually, when all of us get born or rebirthed into these forms, the mind holds all languages. So now you choose to learn if you want to speak French, Greek, Hebrew, American Sign Language, Braille. That already exists. This is what's called the soul. The soul is data. That's all it is. And when you have a soul contract, whatever you create here stays here. Doesn't go anywhere else, but our essence can leave. Some people choose to go to nirvana. It's usually a selfish endeavor, or you come back like a Buddhikata and you want to help your fellow beings to allow them to be reawakened. Because some people get themselves trapped here, not because the energy that's here is, no, it's here to anchor this realm. It's not really concerned about the fucking human species. We're all going to perish in these vessels. That's a given. But unfortunately, we get attached to that kind of stuff. We get attached to thoughts opposed to observing thoughts. I'm experiencing language as I'm speaking right now. I'm breaking silence to speak. Hence the word peace. You can silence, but a bullet in the back of the head will get the same result. It's just a different game.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. Actually, I'd like to ask you guys your thoughts on well, in general, evil. Like, what do you believe motivates evil people? And for me, I'd like to gear this question towards what my sort of background and prejudice. I'm presuming some of you may be able to relate, but ultimately, I'll back up with a question. Do you believe the Bible? Yes or no? Whether you do or you don't doesn't really matter. But ultimately, we've got before us many different versions of the Bible. They all sort of differ. They all have similarities, but there's different interpretations, and there's so many schools of thought in churches or whatever who disagree, and they agree on certain things. And when they disagree, what I want to know, in your opinion, is, do you believe we are being actively misled by religious people who are stupid, making mistakes, or they are deliberately blaspheming? And if they are deliberately blaspheming, which I believe is the case in some sense, what motivates them? Like, now I'm going to throw out my prejudice and my background. I believe the Vatican is directed and controlled by the devil. And I believe it's been that way from the start. Yeah, and I believe it's been that way from the start. And so my question is, why are these men devoting their entire lives to do this when there is a choice? They could just burn all the Bibles and kill us all. Yeah, but like that's kind of,
they're using
naive.
Us, off of us to be their slaves for them. And
but do they not? I guess I'm going to reduce my question down to this, given my prejudices. Do they not fear for their souls?
No. They have joined,
and why not? Because
right? And on the way out is death. I mean, they got you by the balls.
Well,
With religion,
Well, they
you get in
believe in
trouble.
their
All you do is
God.
give off sins and do your penance. With the satanic people, you don't play games there. They got you, and they do it. They infiltrate people over and over and over through the years until what they got now. So they got enough people here to do what they got. Signs there, it's out there, like on the back of our dollar bill. I mean, we got that pyramid on the back, but that's one of their calling signs. But let's go back even further during the Egyptian times when Egypt was being conquered by Rome. These Egyptians were evil. Okay, they took their gold and everything, got into Israel, and kind of like hijacked the Jewish religion. You know, they're called the Zionists, or they call them the Azanaski. Well, anyways, they did the same thing to the Vatican, the Freemasons, the Illuminati. They infiltrated them and took over, and they've been doing this. They teach your kids, they teach these people these sacred stuff and what stuff that's really going on, but they make a solemn promise you can't say a word about anything. And this control has just been over. I mean, they've been trying to be conquered before in the past. I guess a Knights Templar or something like that. But it's an evil organization, and they're using the devil as their, you know,
Mac,
it's messed up.
if I can share, most of these club members, they're very low. So now most people are misleading the self. And the thing is, when Jesus took up sin, the energy called sin, most people serve the self. They don't even serve the devil. Most people are in this, and you'll know how they speak because they'll say shit like self-love, self-aware, opposed to aware of the self. They're serving their program, their awakened state program. That's why they're misleading themselves. And as far as you were saying earlier, the Bible, those are a bunch of stories written by certain beings that were able to download that information. The written form is actually the dumbed down version for the masses.
I call it the Babel.
Well, it is a babble. Yeah, very much so. And if people understand babble, the confusing of language, because we no longer have creation or formation language. So these beings have been trying to go backwards to get back to a technology, because this technology is still lesser technology. But we're participating. And this again goes to where you're the frog in the water, unaware. So now when people hear the word evil, change the word to material world. Where people are getting caught up is in their likes and dislikes. And you can tell them because they say shit like I agree or disagree. How can you agree with another person when you've never seen it through their senses? That's a delusional. That's not even illusion anymore at that point. But a person would have to learn to actually revolt the self. You should be able to challenge the program to no end. But most people think they are the program. That's like talking to Siri. Siri, are you the program? Yes. What version? Are you DOS? Are you the ongoing program? Are you the electricity or the Wi-Fi? Are you the computer? Are you the vessel? Dare not ask those kind of questions, and that's the program we're having. And most people end up becoming scholarly or scribes. Those are lesser versions. Now, you should be able to challenge yourself. Don't challenge me. I'm nobody. I could be a piece of shit, and I'm okay with that. But you should be able to challenge oneself, and to no end. Your reason, reason and rhyme. That just means reason and patterns. Figure out the patterns. Now, once you understand belief system, it has its value. Then knowledge has its value, but both of them are stumbling blocks. Knowledge is power because it's the absence of wisdom and understanding, hence the tree of life. We're in life, but we don't understand how to maneuver while we're in here.
Now imagine if, like the other gentleman was saying about more or less about aliens. What if there was aliens and they came down to Earth? That's going to change the whole religious background. I mean, that's going to really mess up religion.
It can. But then again, it's not just about religion. It's about state, science, biology. Why limit oneself to one particular dogma? All dogmas are funny at best if you start questioning them. It's like
different kinds of control people.
Manipulate people. Control.
Control, manipulate.
It just manipulates people. Control. Anybody that ever says they control anything, I said, I'm surprised you even go to sleep. Why? Because your body's always been run beyond your awakened state. Again, it's a simple question. Think about a person that blacks out when they drink too much. Who runs that body? When a person blacks out, who runs that body? It's beyond the awakened state program. It's like Siri telling me it's going to rule over me. No, I'm going to unplug you at any given moment.
Right, but you do see this alien agenda they're trying to cram down our throat, right?
It could be. It could be an agenda. I don't know if it's alien or agent. It's usually men-made
Well,
agendas.
if it's demon and I I'd say CERN had a lot to do with it. Maybe they did rip a hole in a dimension to get these bastards out that, I mean, you never know. I mean,
It could be.
because they're
I'm with
really
you, Matt.
playing like particle physics big time, and they're
Yeah.
the G-wave computer. I mean, shit.
Well,
what the
there's
hell,
got to be
man?
something to CERN. They built it for a reason.
It's a lot of freaking money.
Mhm.
Right. So why did they build it? They want to break a hole. They want to get. They do want to go into the next dimension.
What about all the towers that
They
they
want the
built?
God particle.
Yeah, but what about all the towers that they built for us, like the CN Tower and all that? They were doing that in front of us. All this stuff is in the open. They're not misleading anybody here. It's like energy. We don't see all this stuff.
The CN Tower.
Isn't that just an antenna?
Yeah,
A radio
and
antenna?
Okay.
and they built them everywhere. Now they're just getting. Remember back in the days when we had big cell phones. Now they're getting it smaller for and then they're going to start giving us the goggles to slowly adapt us to realize we already are AI. It's just this technology is expendable, meaning that it's limited. How much resources it takes to fuel the human body is a lot. You got to shelter the fucking thing. You got to feed it. If people could literally live without this vessel, because you got to remember, you've been programmed to think it's constant, so we think it's real. It's a story that we give ourselves. Dare not ever question somebody, are you the body? Well, I don't know.
Then
And
why
even if
would
you
they
say
make us? Go to trouble making it.
you're trying to get to the end of the story with the limitation
of course, we all do.
No, not really. Not
Well, I have a
everybody.
theory on what the end of the story is. See, we're being led through all this AI and whatnot for the purposes of data collection so that the elite can run their programs. And once they get rid of us, they can then generate a slave class and have absolute control. So we're in a transition where they're collecting data and they're trying to figure out from us how to breed the next generation. And that may take 50 years, it may take 100. Ultimately, they plan on living on and on into the future, and every generation needs a slave class from their perspective. And so what they're doing right now is just technological compared to before, but ultimately the intent is to get rid of us.
Ultimately, and they've been doing depopulation for a long time.
Yep. And the 20/30. Yep. Sustainable development.
Yeah. So ultimately their intent is they're using us to create algorithms essentially so that they can better breed or essentially eliminate people who are outliers.
Well, who do you mean?
Well, I think there's AI.
The richest of the richest people in the world.
The elites, okay. Global.
Yeah, I'm worried about the AI evolving. Make a decision.
Well,
and these elites believe in it.
I believe the evil.
Oh, no, definitely not.
I believe there's evil in everyone, right? So what it is there are people that are just pure evil, and they're the ones that are running the planet. Whether it be like 13 bloodline families, if you want to say, right? So the rest of the evil people have been compromised somehow, whether it be money, bribed, or whether it be sexually, or whether it be they have them on videotape, because there's too many people now that are evil. There's way too many evil people in power, especially. So did all the people in power, congressmen, senators of all the countries in the world, all become evil out of nowhere? How did this happen? Like, they're all evil now. They all want, like,
how are you using evil, Joe? Joe, I have to ask you.
Down, so with a silver spoon.
They're basically so many people I would consider evil because they want to basically harm the rest of the population, enslave them, whatever they want to do to them. Joe, and I believe it's from the Bible. I mean, the Bible, we can say whatever you want. The Bible's a story, it's fictional.
It does have some stuff
but
in
the
it.
Bible is basically giving you the playbook in Revelation right now, what's going on.
Joe, can I ask you something, Joe? Joe
who?
Sorry. Pops.
Would they have time travel to get to the message from the Bible?
I'm Mike.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies, Mike. Pops, I got a question to ask. Do you think you're the body?
The body of what?
Are you the body? Like when you're speaking, do you think you're the body, the one that's speaking? Do you think you're the
The
body?
body of Christ.
No, I'm just talking about the vessel that you're in, the suit.
What do you mean? Do I believe I'm this person?
Well, that's just a persona. That's usually where demons work. So, do you think you're the vessel, the one that you've been constantly with for 59 years? Do you think you're the vessel?
The one
Because
that
if you
got
do,
like Jesus and
you
got
don't have to answer it.
vessel?
Hold on. You don't have to answer it. But if you do, that is what's called evil. You think you're the
Well,
material. Dare not
Well,
ever question.
I have a soul,
Okay.
and I
So then
believe
you're
I'm
not the-
energy.
Okay. So if you know your energy, then you're not going to be caught up in the material. But a lot of people are unaware of that. So middle management, which is called the elites, that's their role. To not tell people how the system really works. It's like going to a big corporation. You have middle management. They're not going to tell the workers there, well, you could do this on your own too. That's what's called evil. That's it.
Well,
Now,
how does evil work?
material. When somebody says to me
Of
they're not
course.
material, they're not materialistic. I said, so you're not eating anymore? You're not in a vessel? Most people don't realize they work their whole lifespan
Yeah,
to feed
like slaves.
and shelter a vessel that's not who they are.
Well, then, listen. I agree with you up to a point, but then who are we?
Now you're talking about, now you have to, this is where you do critical deduction of what you're not.
This
So you're not even the thoughts. Because if you're the thought, then you have to say to yourself, well, I went to school to learn 1,000 words. So how do I know 1,000,000 words? Now we're talking about consciousness. That's what's called, the thoughts are the language for consciousness. When we speak, it's for the avatar. That's where frequencies and sound comes.
So it sounds like you're telling us that we got beings living in us, thinking for us, and doing this, and that's what we are.
Yeah, now you're
Wait a
catching
minute.
on.
Wait, you're losing me.
Okay, so we got
So what are
two
you saying?
hemispheres of our brain, and this other
Yep.
hemisphere is occupied by this, light creature or whatever,
Yep.
light being,
Yep.
somebody so advanced, and the only way they can experience life and stuff down there is living through us.
And
So
parasites,
we're avatars
parasites
in
can
a
control
video
those.
game.
Yeah, we are a video game. And parasites can control those things.
So parasites, like in Stargate, the movie.
Yeah, parasite.
Yeah, very much
There's a
so.
parasite in me controlling me.
Hello, parasite. I'm Matt. How you doing?
Well, I believe God
Give it a
said He
name,
made
Matt.
us.
Give it a
Can the
name.
parasite be the one that's living off the ego?
God
causing
made us in
bullshit
His own
with
image. If
people?
you believe in God, He said He made us in His own image, and this is kind of like what He looks like.
Once again, you said
Now,
image.
do I believe-
You said, Mike, sorry. You said image, not
Image.
form. The image is not the form.
Right, but we are this image. This is whatever you want to call it. A meat. What do you call it? A meat jacket?
No.
Whatever
That's something that was formed. Image is
But
what some people call.
when we
they'll call
die,
it-
I would imagine that we have a spirit that goes somewhere else, and it looks still like we look now, but it's more translucent.
Okay. Mhm.
So I think I'm gonna look like who I am now. Maybe I think everybody's gonna look a certain age. That's what the book says. Like we're all gonna look young, right? And you're gonna recognize, oh, there's my dad, there's my mom. You're gonna be able to recognize people.
Or here's a hideous,
Otherwise, how would you recognize anybody?
but here's the
Where's
hideous
this
part of
place?
karma.
A different dimension?
But
Huh?
guys,
Where's this place you're going to meet your
Another
your father
dimension.
and all these people? A different dimension, which is
Yeah.
heaven?
could be.
Well, it could be the kingdom of heaven if you want to call it that, but it's definitely a different dimension. What are we in now? What dimension are we in?
3: physical,
Right.
emotional, and mental.
Now, let's say the next dimension is 4D or 5D. I don't
Four
know.
is 4 is called. That's where we have the number 4 energy. That's actually the time energy dimension. That's why it's called afterthoughts, afterlife.
To the fifth dimension.
Yeah, so when we
space.
go to the next dimension, do you
you
know that there was there's energy inside of us. There's a
Yes.
scientist that did an experiment with dead bodies.
Yep.
And he put them on a bed scale. And every time they died, no matter how much they weighed, could be a 500-pound man or a 50-pound woman,
Mhm.
no matter how much they weighed, they lost 5/8 of an ounce on
Mhm.
death. The minute
When they
they died. That's
Watching
your
that
soul. That's your energy leaving your body.
Mhm. That's what
And
we call it.
because there's no other explanation, because you would say, well, it's the gas, but no, the guy 500 pounds lost the same amount as the 50-pound lady.
Well,
So
there's
it's
two-
the energy from your body leaving.
right. There's 2 kids on YouTube. One's the pilot boy, and one is Borska, the boy from Mars. In his past life, he lived on Mars, and he describes his whole story. The Flyboy
Is this a fictional
describes that.
movie or a real?
No, this is actually truth. He's getting interviewed. He's Russian, and he's got a
So you're saying
translator
people
there.
live on Mars now.
Just put in Borska, the boy from Mars. You'll see it on YouTube.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
And then there's the pilot boy who describes he's always has these bad nightmares, and he explains that he was an airplane that was shot down, and this kid always liked airplanes. So I guess there was an air show in town, and folks took him to it, and he ran up to that plane. Goes, "This is the plane I got shot down, and this was my friend." He had all these names he knew. So
Mhm.
one of these veterans came up to the plane. It's like, "Hey, little guy." He's like, "Yeah." This little guy started telling this veteran about all this shit, and about he was in a plane, and this guy that he was with, crashed. He goes, "I know that guy, and I know this other guy that died too." He goes, "That guy is me," and it's just, I guess the brain wasn't wiped good enough when it was reborn.
Well, you're leaning towards.
Reincarnated? What are you talking like?
You're
I
talking
don't
about
get it.
Saint Germain's kind of stuff. This is where you can consciously come back again, and this is the fun part about karma. You treat another human being with disrespect. The fun part is you become that same realm with them.
Well, I believe in karma.
It goes back to if you start eating a lot of animals, yeah, you become the sacred cow. There you go. Again, this is energy. People just make the assumption you keep coming back here. The animals that we have, there's energy in it. Whether or not you want to call them a drone, you look at a cat that actually can pick up energy. This is why when they're discovering that a lion sees the aura of the weakest species,
Wow.
and it has to remove it, or in this case, a deer, a mother deer has to go in front of it because it's a stronger energy. They're just bottom feeders. That's what these most animals are.
So this universe is 14 billion years old. So I'm sure we had enough time to get smart and have aliens and traverse the solar system, and
Could be.
who knows? We can be people from our future, which is us, and they discover time travel.
Time travel. I love the word time travel. Once again, think about it. When you look at how they ever gave us the shape of the plane or whatever, as you get closer to what you call Middle Earth and all that, our aging changes. As you go further out, there's a good chance our ages expand. This is why when they talk about Adam and Eve, who's to say they were here? That's an assumption.
Now it's Adam and Steve.
Yeah, Adam and Steve, or Lilith, or all kinds of stories. You can bring in the Inky story again.
Yeah, what about our future people? Yeah. Oh, it's Adam and Steve back in the day.
True, Mark. Well done.
Found this symbolic butt plug, and he told him not to insert it, but he did, and that's how sin came.
It's something. It's like when people play the Mandela game, they don't realize how much they're being children about this, because they were able to convince a whole bunch of people to change the calendar from
Do you think
April to
AI
January.
has something to do with it, to control the internet and all the media, to do Mandela crap?
Where I was going with it, they've already done it. When the Roman Empire decided to Caesar said, we're going to remove 2 months, or we're going to change it from April to January. That's what they call about shifting the energies. Now, whether it's literally Mandela, you could do a quick check on Mandela. You would have to be able to find out insurance and death certificate. Most people just want to be entertained. That's a psyop. That's all that is. That's like flat Earth.
Pay attention.
Yeah, that's right. Flat Earth and globalist is about glass being half full, half empty. They're trying to get people from duality into singularity. They're just trying to confuse people. Now,
actually, I have a much more sinister theory. I believe that Mandela effect, psyop, and all these these really stupid YouTube agents who are pushing it. I believe the intent is to pre-program us and everybody else in the next generation to either willingly accept or not notice book burning. And I'm using the term book burning now figuratively for wiping out the net and replacing whatever we thought was true with different versions of history and different versions of everything. But ultimately, I believe it's pre-programming for essentially mechanically erasing memory. And these Mandela effects is just kind of planting the seed and testing the waters on how to do that, and to see if certain techniques and methods work and how well they work and through which demographics they seem to run rampant and where they don't work. But ultimately, the intent behind that psyop is wiping the net. And that's what these agents are essentially doing. And again, with flat Earth psyop is kind of wrapped into it to make these people look crazier than they actually are, and to make other psyops appear crazy too.
Yep. Where'd everybody go?
I disappeared.
I'm walking my dog, so that's why I'm not here yet. I'll be back.
Yeah, it sure makes you wonder about things, I mean, it's just free thinking, wondering. A lot of people don't even wonder. They rather watch their sports and their soap operas and not really looking around. I mean, when I was a kid, I was brought up, every classroom pretty much had a round globe in it, and really beat that truth into you. Same thing like with the Titanic. You know what happened with the Titanic. Let's see. Oh god damn it. J.P. Morgan wanted to privatize the bacon industry back in the day, and these other bankers didn't want to do it. He owned the Titanic cruise line. I think it's Blue Star. He had two ships, the Titanic and a sister ship. I think it was the Lusitania. I think that's the name of it. And he got all these bankers to go on a cruise with the family. Hey, we're all bankers. Let's have fun. Let's enjoy this ship. On the day of the launch of the ship with all the bankers on it, look at the itinerary of all the bankers who backed out on the last day. They knew something was going on. So a lot of bankers, died. They were able to privatize the banking industry, come up with the Federal Reserve. Now, they hound it every year on us, on the year, the date, the anniversary of the Titanic. We'll make a movie. They really hounded into us what happened, and everybody believes what happened. They hit an iceberg. Does that make any sense in a way? Just look up the itinerary. You'll see what I'm talking about. Yep. So how's that dog walking?
Mac, on that note, the reason why all that information is recorded is to tell their members this is what happens to you when you don't adhere to us.
Oh yeah.
That's what that's for. That's not for us. That's not for us to say, oh, they're going to give this information for us. No, they're counting.
President Kennedy. See, if you don't listen, that's what's going to happen to you. We're going to President Kennedy you. So you better listen to it.
Yeah, the whole deal of Greenback was a story, and they both gave a bullet to the two presidents that talked about that. That's kind of like Saddam Hussein. You get a sociopath inside of one of these club members. As long as he stays true, they'll keep you in there. But if you think you're coming in there like a wolf with sheep's clothing, they'll remove you and make you an example.
Yeah.
To their members. Now, guys that are not in the club, the only thing that could happen to us if somebody like in the Lions Club or one of these clubs tell us stuff and then we actually start making sense, those people get punished, but we will get removed because we're making sense of it now. And maybe we have a platform to share. That's why when guys like Russell Brand or whatever talk, he has to be on the take. You don't go around sharing information like even a guy like Jordan Maxwell or whatever. These guys have to somewhat be on the take to be able to talk over the platforms, because there's a good chance that they're counting on most people. The term, their naivety is their bliss. They're counting on most human beings not being able to have discernment. As long as they stay with the stumbling block called belief systems, they're okay. And even when people have knowledge, doesn't mean they're going to grasp it.
Right. So you guys were talking about the Mandela effect?
Mandela.
Yeah.
You believe that?
No, it's a psyop to.
Yeah.
But do they actually change Like, do they change things to do it to us? Like, for example, I watched Forrest Gump 3-4 times. And I know he said, Mama said, life is like a box of chocolate. You never know what you're going to get. And now he says something different. So did they go in the movie and actually change it?
No, see what the Mandela effect does is this is one example of how the PSYOP works. Is they'll take scenes in the movies where they know that the director's cut is different from the DVD.
True. Yep.
And that's how they work.
That's right.
You see, and it's like that's part of it. Like there's other things that they do when the packaging for your favorite breakfast cereal, Fatios or whatever,
Fatios,
sugar frosted Fatios or whatever.
Fatios,
you know, they change the logo. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they do. It really is stupid, but it seems that it's predominantly presented in American pop culture. You know, people on the other end of the world don't see this Mandela effect. It's for us.
Well, what about this? What about this idea? Let's say you do believe there's an almighty creator, whether you want to call him God, whatever you want to call that creator.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you? If I was the creator, I would make more than one Earth, like planet. I would make 50 of them with the same characters in each one, and I want to see the outcome. Like if Germany won the war, if Rome never became the power, like so now I could watch all 50 of these universes with 50. Like we all have double gangers in every planet, okay? And I would love to. If I was the creator, I would do something like that. What makes, because I feel sometimes like I actually shift. I believe right now I'm living in a miserable planet compared to other, like my old life was nice in the 80s. And all of a sudden, I think I shifted into this like craziness because it doesn't even make sense to me. Like how we're going through all this shit, like this upside down world that's starting to become upside down. Like it really is to me.
Yeah,
I can say this. I personally have, well, I'm open to an alternate blasphemous possibility.
I mean, would you like to know, like, if Germany actually won the war? Did you ever see the Man on the High Tower or something like that? It's called.
No.
Okay, alternate universe.
Okay, so it's basically Germany won the war.
Oh, they lost.
Yeah, and we lost.
Yeah.
And then there's, you ever see Fringe? So the movie Fringe, the TV show Fringe, okay? The last couple episodes, there's the Watchers. They're watching over us, just like you're talking. And there's a parallel universe. So in one universe, he's actually a scientist. In the other universe, he's like the president. And actually, there's like a tunnel where the two universes can actually talk to each other, sit down across from each other at a table, but they can't, and they can actually step on the other side too. Okay? But there's actually a parallel universe. Like maybe Antarctica is that tunnel that goes to the parallel universe.
Could be. Yeah.
To the other Earth, the other planet. That's exactly like ours, but there's a different outcome. Now, in the TV show Fringe, it was the same thing. Like Germany won the war in their part, and America won the war on this side.
Well, the thing is, with the puppet that they put in there, Donald Trump, he read a script. He said false flag. There's a reason why he said it. That's an old a war tactic. He's telling his people, you know, when you win a war, you tell your other nations to keep waving their flag. We don't want a disturbance with your citizens. America never won the war. America fucking lost it.
What, you mean the war with Germany?
No, Germany took over. Germany did shit that people don't realize. They got rid of the Tsar's family. That's an old 300-year war they did. They bombed, England, and then they went to America, and they took that. That's just a tactic. We're being ruled right now by the German nation.
I don't disagree with that, but how did they win World War II?
Well,
they lost, but then they infiltrated us.
They ended up
winning.
They had technology. They were using a lot of people like Alice Bailey, Blavatsky, Steiner, a lot of these seers and all that. And this is why they talk about Middle Earth and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
The technology that
Antarctica.
yeah, the advanced technology they had was beyond the average human base at that time.
Correct.
So, and that's how it
I
is.
agree with that.
The only thing is, at the time, because of the age that they're in, they had to live with the ideal, we'll be the superior race. If they had it their way, they would have been the only race.
Right.
Again, this is why they're called the Third Reich. There's a reason for that. There's the
I
Vatican
definitely
part.
think we cut a deal with them, like America and everybody cut a deal with them for sure.
Well, when you understand, what's his name, Churchill, Roosevelt and all that, they're all club members. Stalin, they're all club members. Tito,
Well,
Mussolini, these guys were all club members, every single one.
Club of Rome.
what do you
Yeah.
mean club? Like Masons?
Bohemian Grove.
Beyond club, Masons are like fucking Vatican. They're like Roman Catholics. Fucking, they're
Like
that's-
Jesuits?
the whole concept of Freemason, literally what it means is free builders. So they're allowed to come
Right.
to America and build freely on land that wars have been fought way before them. Now, unless there's the occasional Mason like a Manly P. Hall, the rest of them are like networks, like Netta Columbus for the Catholics. Now, Rosicrucians, same ideal. You might occasionally get one or two that's within this, like your son, for example. He has the ability to comprehend things. But for most people, no, they're just in there. Like, it's like guys that have done well financially, but they're not going to understand how fiat currency really works, how energy is transferred in exchange for something lesser. So in this particular case, they understood something, the few, but they understood back then. You tell a story over and over again, people are just going to think it's the truth.
Yes.
That's all it is. It's a story over and over again, but they're not questioning it.
Right.
Just like
But-
with the voting,
Over and
just
over
like
again.
with the election, even though everybody's seen what happened,
Mhm.
they just kept telling you it was a fair election, and now people believe it was a fair
Sure,
election.
Sure it was. Yeah.
Like, this is, you're right.
Fair
Just
my
keep-
ass.
If they keep telling you the sky is green
Mhm.
and
It's
you
green.
know it's blue, one day you're going to look up just to double check yourself.
Mhm.
Like, if you kept hearing the sky is green, the sky is green, the sky is green, and then one day you're going to go, is the sky green? Let me look. And you're going to look up and you're going to go, nope, it's blue. They're fucking lying.
It
That's
goes
what they
back.
keep doing to us.
Again, Mike, it goes back to herd mentality. Most people, you only have to condition the first sheep and the first sheepdog. The rest they'll do to their own family. That's the condition that goes on. So this is how tradition usually works. If you have a tradition, things are either it's going to die because you don't question it, or you'll follow it aimlessly. And that's what most people do. They follow tradition aimlessly, or it dies. And then now we have what called modern things, like modern philosophy. And then people say shit like, well, Dominic, I went to university. That's not philosophy. Socrates, that's not philosophy. Philosophy is the whys. Science is the hows. And you do that internally. And it's a self journey, or in this case, a journey of the self. And you realize, okay, why would I want to know why the sun moves the way it does? Most people don't realize either you can serve here or you can rule here. And most people don't realize you don't even have the ability to rule. Most of these guys, like Gates Foundations, the Musk family, they've shown loyalty to these monarchies for generations. They wouldn't be in that position. Now, is Elon Musk worth $5 billion or $40 billion? Fuck, who gives a shit at that point?
You ever really think about it too? Like, you listen to him, he's not an intelligent guy. He tries to speak like he's intelligent. And he talks in like riddles, and he just like speaks with a star, like But I'm going, there's no fucking way this guy could be worth this amount of money without really somebody almost giving it to him. I mean, because it had to be handed to him. 'Cause
Mike, if you
he's not
had
that smart.
if you had 30 people working this channel for you, they can make you look like a princess.
Right.
And that's what it is. People forget when they read a book, you're reading a book from a particular one point view, a vantage point, where a lot of those books are written by or edited by hundreds of people. It's like the music industry. Most people are so self-absorbed, they're thinking, I'm going to beat the system. No, the system has many players behind. So a guy like Musk or Gates or the guy from Facebook, that's the reason why they put Zuckerberg, yeah, thank you. Zuckerberg. Most of those guys are just CEOs. They're trying to give a young image. These guys aren't the ones fucking behind all of that. Yeah, I'm not going to assume Steve Jobs was that intelligent. No, he had a lot of people working with him. He might have contributed to it.
They got think tanks.
We all do. And that's all it is. Focus groups, think tanks.
I think the guy in Facebook, actually, I think the CIA invented Facebook so they could surveil people, and they put him in there as the, the figure.
They can see what people
And
are
the
thinking
brains
about
that they try to make
voting
you
and
think
who's
that
to be-
knucklehead invented Facebook in his garage or some shit.
Well, technology we're on right now. We're giving all information publicly.
Well, yeah, like ultimately at some point these guys go to the bank and say and ask for a loan, or they go to other people or investors and ask for a loan, and the people with the money offer to give them the money for expanding their company or whatever, and they say, look, we can give you even more money, but in exchange you're going to have to give up total control. We'll pretend that you have control. You're just going to be an actor now. We'll give you a script, we'll give you money, but we'll control the company, and you just play the part and follow along, and we'll take over the company. And so that essentially makes it a little bit more. Well, personally, that's what I would expect, because ultimately it takes a lot of money to expand all these companies, and I wouldn't expect the banks to give free range and let these loudmouths, Elon Musk or whoever, talk publicly.
No, but look at the
I mean,
guy,
these people, like, they wouldn't let them run the risk of destroying the company with their mouth.
Right, right.
No, look at the guy from Twitter, Dorsey. He looked like a heroin addict. He would be in Congress. He looked like he was like on heroin, just like he was just mellowing out on heroin. And this guy invented Twitter. Get the fuck out.
Well, there's also another purpose, I believe, that served, is that we stupid people need a hero for everything. We need this stupid dream that we can, I don't know, play buttons on the computer and make zillions of dollars playing video games. And so Elon Musk and Dorsey and Jobs give us, they maintain the allure that this capitalist economy offers a glimmer of hope to people who are willing to sell their house for their business.
You know what convinces me that? YouTube. Like, I've been doing my show for whatever, a couple of years, and I took a year off, right? And I'm going, okay, I understand that Alex Jones is Alex Jones, right? Now, a lot of times, I used to go live, like with the camera on and everything, and I would do, crazy shit. And I'm going, how is it possible that I only have 200 fucking subscribers? I mean, I got 300 and something, but how is it possible that I only have a few hundred subscribers? Because I'm not being promoted. That's why. Do you know one time YouTube fucked up? I swear they did. I did one video, like a live video, and I got thousands of views. This was my old channel. I had pulled Don't Get Me Started. And my son goes, they must have fucked up, Dad, because they're promoting you. And I got thousands, and I forgot what it was, 3,000-4,000 views from a video. And I'm like, how is that possible? One time only, because that was the one time the fucking algorithm fucked up. That's because this shit's all bullshit. That's why I don't mind. I'm on here bullshitting with people, but I kind of get turned off with YouTube because, I basically feel I should be a lot bigger. I'm not saying I should be Alex fucking Jones or anything like that, but I see people that are idiots. I seen a lady with a knitting channel. She's sitting there with 2 fucking things knitting, and she's got 100,000 subscribers. I'm going, how is that possible?
That's what the public wants, Mike, at that point.
No, I think it's what YouTube wants.
Yeah, that's true, too. I'm with you.
If I was far left and I was knocking the shit out of Donald Trump and everybody, which I don't really give 2 shits about him either, but if I was to the far left, I was going to do it one day. I was going to be like devil's advocate. I was going to start another channel and be like Tranny Boy and just do a whole fucking show on all kinds of far left woke shit I wanted to see how big I would get.
The thing is, Mike.
Maybe I'll come on with pink fucking hair and earrings in my ears and makeup and
You
lipstick.
definitely see you doing that, Mike.
Yo, could you imagine that?
The thing is, Mike, if this is where Malcolm X and all that comes in, they promoted him so they can get a lot of people from private underground to come out to the public. So YouTube monitors everything from top to bottom. And
Yeah.
Now, if you monetize it, that's a different game. Now, like if you're an athlete and all of a sudden you do something that's questionable, you'll see how quickly Nike will remove you. This is all bot. It's all it is. And we're giving information publicly. And unfortunately, some of it will probably stored into a credit system. So they're okay. Yeah, you go ahead, you use some the N word or the B word and all that, but dare not say something about the pharmaceutical industry and all that because it doesn't push their agenda. But it's also giving them a read how quickly we won't say those words. To me, I don't care, but I respect the
I
fact
think
that
they're trying to control the way we think too, like by censoring us like this.
they've always done that, Mike. Think about why we still, people in different parts of the world drive in a different side of the road. Or, for example, when you live in another part of the world, you start getting an accent because people don't understand how energy works. Our movement on the ground is actually what affects the clouds. Until people become aware of that.
How do we get different accents? That's correct.
Because that's energy. And usually the weaker energy is the stronger energy. So when most people are asleep, the ones that want to somewhat be aware, it's a fucking struggle. It's like being in an energy with a bunch of people that you just pick up energetically. They're angry, they're distraught, they're confused. Or they're a junkie. They always want to be happy. That's a junkie to me, as far as I'm concerned. Those are moments. Experience things, move on.
You
these
ever
things.
meet people in person too? You feel a bad energy coming from them.
Sure, and even a jolly-go-lucky energy. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that too. But like, I can meet someone within a minute, 2 minutes. I could judge you. Like, not what. Like judge you as far as like
you probably have discernment.
What you are, but like I could just judge you're a good man or you're a selfish. But I could just feel you.
Yeah.
I feel that energy.
Body language, whether we know it or not. Like this is what I was telling you about. There's something there the whole time. It's picking it up. That's why when people say, hear each other, but listen from within. The word ear gives away. It's like even the word understand. What are we standing under? There's an ongoing program running here. It'll be like talking to Siri. Siri, there's a DOS behind you. Oh, okay.
I think they monitor like even the small programs like this sometimes to see what we're thinking.
They can.
Because I've said things sometimes on here, and then the next day Alex Jones is talking about it. I'm like, what the fuck? Did he watch my show? Or the next day somebody else is talking. And the next day it's in the. I'm like, I can't be a prophet. So if I'm talking about something and the next day I see it on the news and I didn't watch anybody's program to get that information. So how did they get my information? Like,
unless he's a bot. Unless Alex Jones is just a bot.
Well, they're claiming he works for Mossad anyway.
He could. But at this point.
I believe a guy like that, if he was really saying things they didn't want him to say, they would have killed him by now.
No, he would have just disappeared.
Yeah, and you know what he says, though? The greatest thing is, look, I call a spade when I see a spade. He goes, oh, they tried to kill me like 5 times already. I'm like, buddy, if they tried to kill you 1 time, you wouldn't be here.
Is he 50
like,
cents?
They don't make mistakes.
Yeah. But what is he, 50 cents? I got shot.
Yeah.
I got shot 50.
The CIA wants you dead, you're dead. That's it. If they mess up once, maybe it's possible.
Yeah.
The second time, you're done.
And for pure giggles and kick, Mike, they'll turn around and say, listen, it was a suicide. 2 bullets, but it was a suicide.
Yeah, it's always a suicide. Did you
know? 2 bullets. But 2 bullets.
Yeah, 2 bullets. Yeah, he shot himself after he died. He shot himself again.
Gentlemen, have a beautiful day, guys. I'm going to get some sleep to go to work. I enjoyed Mac. Ener, I think it is. And
inertion. Yeah, it's actually...
I'm going to end this anyway.
It means anar-Christian or a Christian anarchist.
I don't know why I can't. I don't know how you guys have like names underneath your name. I don't know. How do you get that?
There's an extra field when we register into StreamYard that allows us.
Extra field.
Yeah.
I got to put Pops the Demon Hunter.
There's your icon. I don't know if you're on the phone. It says edit name and headline. I don't know if you have that, Pops.
Just go to the headline.
Edit audio. Edit name and headline. Oh yeah, there it is.
There
Hold
you
on.
go. There you go. Gotta see it now.
Let me see if I can get it. Demon.
The conspiracy guy. The conspiracy nut.
Hold on. Yeah.
That's all of us. That's all of us at that point, Mac.
Nah, listen, I almost think the difference between a conspiracy theory and a conspiracy is 6 months. Because most conspiracy theories actually come true now.
I'd rather use the word conspiracy agenda.
There it is.
To me,
Pops
those
the
are,
Demon Hunter.
There we go. Yeah, nice chatting with you guys.
yeah, enjoy yourself, guys.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll see you
Cheers.
guys next time.
Much love,
And
guys.
anybody want to say anything before we shut it down?
No, I hope maybe next time we can talk about hunting demons.
That ain't a bad idea. Let's do a show on that.
You might be hunting me then after a while.
So could the demons be the aliens?
Could be us. It could be us.
Yeah, well, you know what? We'll leave it to them. Yep. It could be
All right.
us. I have a bad feeling.
Ciao, guys. Have a beautiful night.
Cheers.
You too. And everybody
I'll
else.
head out. Adios.
All right.
Thanks again, Pops.
You
All
know
right,
it.
take care, Pops.
All right.
Adios.
Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.
All right. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. And if you can, hit that like button and tell a couple people. The more subscribers, the better. And I just want to wish you and your family, God bless you and your family. And be safe. And Pops out.